Hey my dear students, hope you guys are all doing good. Hope you guys are all perfectly fine. Through this video, I just wanted to share one important information with you all. As you all are aware, recently we have announced a final IDT batch for those students who are appearing for CA final and CMA final. And those students who are appearing for exam for May 2026 or later, like it could be September 26 or even it could be Jan 27. If you are a CMA final student, if you are giving your attempt for June 2026 or December 2026, so this batch will be applicable for you. And as we have announced, yes, this is a face-to-face batch which is currently happening at Guntur, and the batch is going on in a great manner. The students are very participative. We are having an excellent interactive session. And an important information to share with you. See, a demo video will follow after I have shared the few details, whatever updates I wanted to share with you. After I have shared that details, after I have given those updates, a demo video will follow, where I'm uploading an entire chapter from this face-to-face batch, which is currently happening. So one entire chapter I'm uploading so that you can also feel and experience the way we are having the classes, the quality of the content we are delivering, and the level of conceptual clarity we are offering, so that you can also take a wise decision if you want to enroll for the classes. So that's why after I have shared the few details, after these details, after I have updated you with all the required details, a demo video will follow. Please do watch it, whereby I will be uploading an entire chapter so that you realize the quality of the content whatever we are offering. Okay, so kindly do watch it without any fail and take a wise decision. So coming to the information, what I wanted to share with you here today is, see, as you all are aware, it's not just a face-to-face batch. We are also doing the recordings, and these recordings we have already made it available on our website. We have already made it available on our website. See, link of the website, you will find it in the description. Just to visit that website, you will be able to find that courses. So if you are a CA final student or CMA final student, just you have to come and visit this website, come to the courses. If you want to enroll for these lectures, yes, you can happily enroll for the lectures. So just give me a minute here. Yes. So just come and select the course here. If you are a CA final student, just come and enroll for IDT lectures. If you are a CMA final student, then come to the CMA final category and select the course there. You will be able to buy that course. And on a daily basis, we are uploading the lectures. Whatever class that is happening on a daily basis, we are uploading the lectures here. So you can enroll for that. And one more update, what I wanted to share it with you is, those students who have already enrolled for this recorded lectures and all, we have already made the first dispatch. And the first dispatch, what we have done is concept notes we have already dispatched. So you might have already received it, or if you have not received it, within now 1 or 2 days, you will receive that concept notes. And let me show you the extract, guys. We have worked on the concept notes and we have worked on the question bank as well. And you won't believe the outcome has been excellent. Even the quality of the books, even when you order the books from us, if you get the when you get the delivery of the books, you find that quality is very impressive. Content is very streamlined. As you could see here, the content we have made it very crisp and clear. At the same time, we have made sure this. So this is the extract of the concept notes, whatever I'm showing. It is a completely colored notes I'm saying you. And we have made sure that all the content in the study material is getting covered. But at the same time, we have made the information very much clear and crisp, to make sure that nothing has been left out from the material. So we have taken all the care. So as you could see, this is an extract of the concept notes. And not just that, my dear students, we have even worked on the question bank. And here comes the great part about it. Even question bank is also a colored version. Yes, we are ready to deliver to you even the question bank, which is a colored version. So those students who have already enrolled, we have already made the dispatch of the concept notes. Tomorrow we are going to dispatch this question bank also. So you will soon get it in the coming 2-3 days. This question bank also will get delivered as a second consignment. And since many students have been asking in Telegram or WhatsApp, people are personally texting me as well. So students are asking, sir, we just want to purchase your books. Please give us the option to purchase the books alone. So even I have listed that as well now. So just come to the courses, come to the books section here. As you could see, indirect tax laws, the books we have already listed. So here also I have given you option. If you want both concept notes and question bank, you can buy both. If you want only concept notes, that also you can choose. If you want only question bank, that also you can choose. And as I am telling you, everything is a colored version now. So in the question bank also, as you could see here, we have covered all the questions from your study material. Not just that, MTPs, RTPs, past exam questions, everything we have included. So this question bank itself came around somewhere around 460 pages of the question bank we have created. Okay, so if you want to order lectures, yes, you can order the lectures. If you want to order only books, that also we have now listed on the website. Please do. Those people who have been asking me for these books and all, you can kindly go and place the order. We will dispatch it as soon as possible. Immediately, we are dispatching on the same day or the next day itself. So we'll make sure that the books will get delivered to you on time. And this was a major update which I wanted to share it with you, that the books are listed now. You can purchase them. And as I always say, if you are already my student, you know the level of conceptual clarity which we offer. So I'm assuring you the same thing again and again. So this will be your last resource for your exam. Apart from if you have attended my lectures, if you have taken these books, you will not be needing any other source to refer to. You are all covered. You are all equipped. So that's what I was saying. In order to make you realize, in order to make you feel and experience the quality of the lectures, after this, a complete demo video will come where I have where I'm going to upload the entire chapter from this face-to-face batch which is happening. So just have a look at it and you decide yourself accordingly. Still, if you need any more information, our contact details will be given below this description. You can feel free to reach out to us. We will be very happy to help you out. Okay, so take care, my dear students. All the very best. If you find this video informative, if you find that demo is very conceptual and all, whatever chapter we are going to upload, kindly do share it with your friends as well, so that we can reach to many people and we can be a contributing factor in their success in the exam. So thanks a lot, my dear students. Take care. Bye. See you.
Yeah, good morning. So let us continue our discussion. So in the previous session, we have completed supply chapter along with the associated question bank also we have completed, where we have got familiar. In fact, if I have to put it in very simple words, what and all we have all learned as a part of our supply under GST chapter, we understood about the basic event which we often call it as a taxable event. What is that particular event which will enable the government to come and impose a GST? So that taxable event, that triggering event for imposing of GST for imposing of GST is supply. So we have understood basically as a part of that supply chapter, two sections we have covered. Section number 7 we have covered, and then we have covered section number 8. So section number 7 is going to talk about what activities will be considered as supply, what activities will not be considered as supply, and once an activity has been classified as supply, how we have to treat it, whether it has to be considered as supply of goods or it has to be considered as supply of services. Thereafter, we have understood section number 8. What does section number 8 actually talk about? Tell me. What is section number 8 talking about? Section number 8 is talking about a concept called composite supply and mixed supply. So there might be instances where you pay a single price, but for a payment of single price, we get a multiple combination of supplies. In those cases, how to determine its taxability, how to treat it, and what rate of GST will become applicable, that has been clarified by way of section number 8. So along with that discussion, we have along with section number 7, we have covered 3 schedules. So schedule number 1, schedule number 2, and schedule number 3. So schedule number 1 is going to talk about list of those activities which will be considered as supply even if made without consideration. Then schedule 2 will talk about once an activity has been determined as supply, whether it will fall under supply of goods or supply of services. Schedule 3 talks about those activities which will be neither considered as supply of goods, not even considered as supply of services. Along with that, a bunch of circulars we have understood, so many interesting circulars we have understood, and all that circular related questions also we have completed. Right. So now we will try to proceed further with the chapter called registration. So where exactly this registration chapter falls into the GST mechanism? So if you remember, at the end of the supply chapter, I have told you one concept. According to the definition of GST, they have told that GST means a tax on goods or services or both. But just making a supply of goods or services or both alone will not be enough. It must not fall under exempt category. That means it must be a taxable supply. It should not fall under exempt supply. So what do you mean by exempt supply? What and all will get covered under exempt supply definition? It includes wholly exempted supplies. It also includes nil rated supplies, and it also includes non-taxable supplies. All these three put together, we are going to call it as exempt supply. And whenever you are making a supply of goods or services or both, but if it is falling under exempt category, then GST will not be collected. So let us say you are making supply of goods or services or both, but the supply is also not falling under exempt category. Still GST will not be collected unless and until a person is taxable person. The person making the supply is a what? Taxable person. Now, I have explained you what is the meaning of the term taxable person. So tell me, what is the meaning of the term taxable person? When do we call a person as a taxable person? When a person is already registered, or if a person is liable for registration. When a person is already registered under GST Act, or if a person is liable for registration, then we are going to call that person as a taxable person. And when that supply has been made by such a taxable person, then only the government will come and collect the amount of GST. Able to understand? So now we have to understand, okay sir, you are telling a registered person or a person whoever is liable for registration will be called as a taxable person, but when a person will get registered, when a person will become liable to get registration, what procedure he has to follow for getting the registration done, all that discussion we are going to have it as a part of this chapter, registration. Understood? So now, but before I go to see, actually in fact in this chapter registration we are going to cover starting from section number 22, starting from section number 22 till section number 30. So whatever sections are there here, starting from section number 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So all these sections, section number 22 to section number 30 is what the sections are dealing about the registration. That's what we are going to cover in this chapter. Sorry. Now, see, before I go into that, section number 22 to 30, I would like to touch on one more basic concept, which will make our discussion even smoother. I'm going to touch on one more concept. I'm going to talk about one more fundamental aspect, which will make our further discussion very comforting. So what is that thing which I'm going to talk about is, I'm going to talk about the charging sections. I'm going to talk about what? Charging sections. So there are two charging sections actually. In order to impose CGST, as we all are aware, CGST is getting imposed under the CGST Act. The charging section under CGST Act is section number 9 of the CGST Act. So under CGST Act, what is the charging section? Section number 9. Whereas, as we all are aware, in case if it is an interstate supply, neither CGST nor SGST, there will be collected a GST called IGST, and this IGST will be collected under an act called IGST Act. For IGST purposes, the charging section is section number 5. So under CGST Act, what is the charging section? Section number 9. Whereas for interstate supplies, what is the charging section? Section number 5 of IGST Act. Now in that section number 9 and section number 5, there are few fundamental things which we are supposed to understand. What are they? First, 9 subsection 1. If you look at both the cases, if you look at 9 subsection 1 of the CGST Act, it says that whenever an intrastate supply has been made, what? Whenever an intrastate supply has been made, other than alcoholic liquor for human consumption, or undenatured extra neutral alcohol or rectified spirit, which is getting used in the manufacture of that alcoholic liquor for human consumption. So what does subsection 1 say? In case of 9 subsection 1 is saying of CGST Act, whenever you are making an intrastate supply, but other than alcoholic liquor for human consumption or undenatured extra neutral alcohol or rectified spirit which is used in the manufacturing of alcoholic liquor for human consumption, there shall be levied a tax under this act. What does that say? There shall be levied a tax under this act. Under which act? Under CGST Act, of a rate not exceeding maximum 20%. Of a rate not exceeding maximum how much? 20%. See, that means the CGST rate they have reserved up to a maximum of 20%. We don't have 20% rate of tax, but the maximum government can go up to 20%. See, this I am only talking from the CGST perspective. But whenever it is an intrastate supply, along with that CGST, equivalent amount of SGST also will become applicable. So both CGST and SGST put together, it can go maximum up to what percentage? Maximum it can go up to 40%. Okay, so this is what 9 subsection 1 says. Whenever you are making an intrastate supply of any goods or services or both, other than alcoholic liquor for human consumption or undenatured extra neutral alcohol or rectified spirit which is used in the manufacture of that alcoholic liquor for human consumption, there shall be levied a tax under this act not exceeding maximum up to 20%. That means central government has reserved the power to impose CGST in case of intrastate supply up to a maximum of 20%. That means equal amount of SGST also will become applicable. But under CGST Act and SGST Act, they have the power only to tax intrastate supplies. But interstate supplies also will happen. On interstate supplies, IGST will be collected. So in IGST also, we should have a similar charging section. Yes, we have. So if you read subsection 1 of section 5 of the IGST Act, it says that whenever there is an interstate supply, what is happening? Interstate supply is happening. There shall be levied except, here also except alcoholic liquor for human consumption, and also undenatured extra neutral alcohol or rectified spirit which is used in the manufacturing of alcoholic liquor for human consumption. There shall be levied a tax called IGST under this act at a rate not exceeding 40%. Why? Because IGST will be a collective figure of CGST and SGST. So that is what 9 subsection 1 and 5 subsection 1 say respectively. Then if you look at subsection 2 in both the sections, if you look at subsection 2 of section 9 says that notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1. What does it say? It starts with a non-obstante clause. Subsection 2 says notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, which means ignore this subsection 2 will have an overriding effect on subsection 1. So subsection 2 says that notwithstanding anything mentioned in subsection 1, whenever 5 petroleum products are supplied. What are supplied? 5 petroleum products are supplied. So what are that 5 petroleum products? Tell me. Petroleum crude, petrol, diesel, natural gas, aviation turbine fuel. So when these 5 products are getting supplied, for the time being now we will not impose GST. GST will be imposed from a notified date. GST will be imposed from a notified date. Under CGST Act also they have included that subsection 2. So notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, the CGST will be imposed on the 5 petroleum products from a date which will be notified in the future whenever intrastate supply of these 5 petroleum products are happening. Now you will find same exact provision here also. Under subsection 2 of section 5 of the IGST Act also they say the same thing. Whenever interstate supply of that 5 petroleum products is happening, the GST will not be imposed currently. GST will be imposed at a future date which will be recommended by the GST Council. Understood? So by way of subsection 2, they have excluded that 5 petroleum products from the GST purview currently, not permanently. Currently they have eliminated it. Then we have 9 subsection 3 and 5 subsection 3. So both the section has what that 9 subsection 3 and 9 subsection 4 says is the government will have power, the government has reserved the power that they can notify or they can specify category of goods or services or both, supply of goods or services or both. So under 9 subsection 3, the government has reserved the power. The central government is having the power to notify specified categories of goods or services or both when they are getting supplied by the supplier to the recipient. Here supplier will not collect the amount of GST. Recipient will have the liability to deposit that amount of GST. That means what? RCM. Through 9 subsection 3, the central government has reserved the power that they can release a notification and they can specify the goods or services, and those goods and services which are specified on that GST will not be collected by the supplier from the recipient and paid to the government. Recipient himself is required to deposit that amount of GST with the government. So that CGST power they have retained under section number 9. The same power has been reserved even in the case of interstate supplies also. The same power has been reserved in the case of interstate supplies also by way of subsection 3 of section 5 of the IGST Act. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable everybody? Next. Then subsection 4 we have 9 subsection 4 and 5 subsection 4. So what does that 9 subsection 4 and 5 subsection 4 says is the government has reserved the power where they can notify specified registered recipients. They can notify certain specified registered recipients, and if these certain specified recipients, registered recipients, if they are receiving specified category of goods or services or both from an unregistered supplier. From whom? From an unregistered supplier. in those cases also recipient will have the responsibility to pay the GST with the government. That means RCM once again. Here also RCM, here also RCM. Able to understand? But the difference, if you pay close attention, the difference between subsection 3 and subsection 4 is, in the case of subsection 3, they did not talk anything about supplier, whether he is registered or not. What simply they told, they will notify. Under subsection 3, the government will have the power to notify certain goods or services, and as a recipient you are receiving it. What is the status of the supplier doesn't matter. Since that good or service has been notified by the government, on that GST will always be required to be paid by the recipient under reverse charge mechanism. Whereas subsection 4 says that if you are a registered recipient and if you are receiving specified categories of goods or services, but if you are receiving such goods or services from a supplier who is unregistered, then as a recipient you will have the liability to deposit the amount of GST with the government under reverse charge mechanism. Able to understand? So basically the government has reserved the power to impose follow the recovery mechanism under reverse charge mechanism, either by way of 9 subsection 3 or 9 subsection 4 under CGST Act. The same provision has been retained even by the government in case of interstate supplies by way of subsection 3 and subsection 4 of section 5 of the IGST Act. Able to get the context here? Come on, charging sections once again, 9 subsection 1 and 5 subsection 1. What does that say? 9 subsection 1 says if any intrastate supply has taken place other than alcoholic liquor for human consumption and that its raw materials, then maximum the central government can impose GST up to 20%. Equal amount of SGST also will be there. Now 5 subsection 1 says that in case of interstate supplies, the central government will have the power to impose IGST at a maximum rate of 40%. Subsection 2, in both the cases, under both charging sections, they have excluded that 5 petroleum products from the GST purview. 3 and 4, under 3 and 4, government has reserved the power to notify certain goods or services, and in case of 9 subsection 3, they will notify certain goods or services. When received by the recipient, they have to compulsorily deposit the GST under reverse charge mechanism. Under subsection 4, they will notify specified registered persons, they will notify specified categories of goods and services. When that registered recipient receives that notified goods or services from an unregistered supplier, then also it will get covered under RCM. Then we have subsection 5. We have what? Subsection 5. Now here is where the interesting discussion is going to come. So what does this subsection 5 say? So subsection 5 says, see, I told you, even as a part of the previous discussion also, I told that 2 modes of recovery is there. Government can recover the amount of taxes in 2 ways. What are the 2 ways? One is either forward charge mechanism, other one is reverse charge mechanism. In forward charge mechanism, what will happen? Supplier will collect the amount of GST from the recipient and deposit that GST amount with the government. Whereas under reverse charge mechanism, what will happen? Recipient himself will directly deposit the amount of GST with the government. One thing is clear here, whether it is forward charge mechanism or reverse charge mechanism, the person bearing the burden of the taxes is going to be same. Who is going to bear the burden of the taxes? Always and always it is going to be a recipient only. But who is depositing with the government is going to change. So I told you broadly 2 modes of recovery, either forward charge mechanism or reverse charge mechanism. Now I am going to tell you one more mode of recovery. Now in this mode of recovery, what will happen is neither the supplier will pay the amount of GST nor the recipient will pay the amount of GST. There is one extra mechanism where neither the supplier will pay the amount of GST nor the recipient will have will pay the amount of GST. Then who will pay the amount of GST, sir? Who will pay the amount of GST is e-commerce operator will pay the amount of GST. Who will pay? E-commerce operator will pay the amount of GST. Today, as you all are aware, that e-commerce has become a part and parcel of our life. So let us say there is an Amazon platform. So Amazon is an e-commerce operator, no? So there will be a supplier. There will be suppliers who will be registered with that Amazon platform. Now there will be recipient. Let us take your typical scenario. Let us say you wanted to purchase one mobile phone from Amazon. So what you will do, you will go to the Amazon platform and you will start searching for it. You will select a mobile phone. But whatever mobile phone that you are seeing on the Amazon platform, that was registered on that platform by some supplier. Let us say there is some supplier, Mr. A. He registered with Amazon and he listed his products on the Amazon. Now if one customer, while scrolling through the Amazon, he liked one product, he placed an order. Now what this order will be placed with Amazon. Now Amazon will transfer that order to the supplier. Now supplier will dispatch the goods directly to the recipient. Yes or no? So here who is supplying the service or goods or service? Supplier. Who is receiving it? Recipient. In between, e-commerce operator is nothing but what? A connecting point, a mediator. And also through the e-commerce platform we receive services also, not just goods. Let us take Redbus. Redbus is also an e-commerce operator. If you want to travel from one location to another location, you are a recipient of service. You open the Redbus app. There a list of suppliers buses will be shown to you. Now you will select one particular travels operator which you are comfortable with, and you will book the bus tickets with that travel operator. So there passenger transportation service is happening. Who is the supplier of passenger transportation service? Redbus is not Redbus is not provider of passenger transportation services. The travel operator is supplying the services of passenger transportation. You are the recipient. E-commerce operator is what? Just a connecting point between the two. So under 9 subsection 5 of the CGST Act, under 5 subsection 5 of the IGST Act, the government will notify certain category of goods or services if they are supplied through the e-commerce operator. Neither the supplier will pay the amount of GST nor the recipient will pay the amount of GST. But who will pay the amount of GST? E-commerce operator will pay the amount of GST. Able to understand? Let us say if here 1 lakh worth of supply is happening between the supplier and e-commerce operator. Now this supplier will give invoice. Let us say the supplier will give the invoice or something. Sorry, this is I am telling supply of services also, right? But 9 subsection 5 will become applicable only for services. 9 subsection 5 will become only for services. For goods it will not become applicable. So if I rephrase my 9 subsection 5 of the charging section, so under 9 subsection 5 the government has reserved the power to notify what? Certain services. If these services are provided through e-commerce operator, then neither the supplier will pay the amount of GST nor the recipient will pay the amount of GST. Who will pay the amount of GST? E-commerce operator. But under 9 subsection 5 only what will be notified? Services only will be notified. What will be notified? Services. Let us say Redbus example only I am saying. So in the Redbus there is one travel operator who is a supplier. Now there will be one customer who will be receiving the travel operating services. So supplier is providing that travel or passenger transportation services through that e-commerce platform. Let us say the ticket price is 1000 rupees. But in this case what will happen? Redbus will give the invoice. Who will give the invoice? Redbus. Redbus will give the invoice. In that invoice Redbus will say the ticket price. On that they will collect the amount of GST. Who will collect the amount of GST? Redbus. So here the responsibility has shifted from supplier to the e-commerce operator. But once again, when I say e-commerce operator is required to deposit the amount of GST, e-commerce operator will not be depositing that money from his own pocket. What even e-commerce operator will do? Ultimately, he will also collect from the recipient and deposit that amount with the government. Able to understand? So in all the 3 cases, forward charge mechanism, reverse charge mechanism, or 9 subsection 5 or 5 subsection 5. Whatever may be the mode of recovery, either forward charge mechanism, either reverse charge mechanism, or recovery through the e-commerce operator, in all the 3 cases, the ultimate burden is going to be only on recipient. Just through whose hands the money is going to the government, that is changing, but ultimate burden is always going to be on recipient. So government will notify, government has reserved the power to notify services under 9 subsection 5 or 5 subsection 5, where they will notify certain services. If these services are getting provided through e-commerce operator, always and always e-commerce operator will pay the amount of GST. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable? So 5 subsections of charging sections. One quick recap we will do, then we will proceed further with the registration chapter. So this is very important. Why? Because at various instances I will be giving the references. 9 subsection 3, 9 subsection 4, 9 subsection 5. So like that, at various instances I will be giving the references. Next time when I refer to these sections, immediately these provisions should strike your mind. That's why I have told you well in advance, so that we will have a smoother discussion. Okay, right. So 9 subsection 5, 9 subsection 1. What does that say? Whenever you are making an intrastate supply, the central government will have the power, other than alcoholic liquor for human consumption, the central government can impose a CGST not exceeding 20%. Equal amount of SGST also will be there. The same logic for interstate supplies, but IGST can be collected up to a maximum rate of 40%. through subsection 2, they have excluded that 5 petroleum products currently from the GST purview. Subsection 3, subsection 4, they will talk about reverse charge mechanism. Subsection 5, they will talk about those services where neither the supplier nor the recipient but the e-commerce operator will pay the amount of GST to the government. But ultimately, whatever will be the mode of recovery, always and always the person who bears the heat of the taxes is going to be recipient. Understood? This discussion, will you remember? You have to remember. Very fundamental discussion, you have to remember it. Okay, so if you look at the CGST provisions, 7 we have completed, 8 we have completed, 9 we have completed. Section 7, 8, 9, 3 sections we are done. So now we will go to the registration chapter. Now we will talk about registration. So when a person will become liable for registration, when a person will not become liable for registration, what procedure he has to follow, what compliances he has to do if he is registered, if he violate any principles, what will happen to his registration, will it be cancelled? So all that formalities are contained in section number 22 to section number 30. All that one by one we will pick it up and we'll try to understand it. See, this particular chapter, registration, not that important from the examination perspective. Very rarely they ask a question. Even if they ask a question also, very basic things they will try to ask. This chapter they test it more at the inter level. At the final level they test it, but very little bit of testing they will do. Especially in MCQs they will test, if at all they wanted to test it. But MCQs are also very important. 2 marks, that could change our entire thing. So we don't want to take any chance. Even this registration chapter also will try to understand it in a clear manner. Okay, right. So first I will start with discussion regarding section number 22. So section number 22 will talks about when a person will become liable for registration. What section number 22 is talking about? When a person will become liable for registration. So let us say, for example, I am a business person. I have recently started the business. Just the GST department doesn't say that the moment you have started your business, you have to get yourself registered with the GST department. No. Why? Because getting the GST license is not an easy task. Even if you got the registration also, there will be so many compliances which you are required to take care of. You are required to file monthly returns, you are required to issue documents like invoices, etc. And also you have to collect the amount of GST, pay the amount of GST. It is going to be a compliance burden. So if you say to the people, from today if you are starting business, from day 1 itself you are required to register, people will stop doing the businesses only. Why? Because it will be a compliance burden. So that's what even GST department has told. Okay boss, we will not make you liable for registration for every business person. Once you have attained a reasonable level of success in your business, once you have grown your business to some extent, then only we will ask you to register yourself. So what I wanted to say here is, under section number 22, subsection 1, the department told that a person will become liable for registration. A person will become liable for registration when his aggregate turnover exceeds a applicable threshold limit. This terminology, once again, you have to become very, very comfortable with that. So if I take you through that provision, what exactly 22 subsection 1 says is, if you read it, every supplier, first of all, they are answering the question, who is required to register? What they are saying, every supplier of goods, services or both is required to obtain registration. So this question answers, first point answers, who is required to get registered. They are telling what? Supplier. Sir, where they are required to get registered? That is answered in the second point. In state or union territory, from wherever he is making a taxable supply. I will come to that second point later. But in fact, second point is answering the question where you have to get yourself registered. Okay sir, you are telling every supplier of goods or services or both is required to get registered, and you are also telling in every state or union territory from wherever I am making a taxable supply I am required to get registered. But the next question comes, when? You answered who, you answered where, but when a person will become liable for registration? They say that section number 22 subsection 1 says that if your aggregate turnover exceeds a specified threshold limit. So they have linked the registration requirements with the aggregate turnover. So when your aggregate turnover exceeds the applicable threshold limit, then you become liable for registration. See, before we could see what are the limits and all, first we have to become comfortable with what is the meaning of aggregate turnover. Very, very important term, very, very fundamental term. Various chapters we are going to come across this term aggregate turnover. We will try to understand this in a very comprehensive manner. In a very detailed manner, we'll try to understand what is the meaning of this aggregate turnover. So let us try to understand what is an aggregate turnover. So they have defined aggregate turnover something like this. If you see, When I say aggregate turnover, it is defined under section 2 subsection 6. See, one more point I would like to say it here. They have defined aggregate turnover at one place, section 2 subsection 6. But to this aggregate turnover, for different purposes, they do different adjustments. Aggregate turnover is defined at one place. Under section 2, they have defined that aggregate turnover. One normal definition they have given. But for different provisions, different adjustments will be done to this aggregate turnover. So in registration, we will follow this definition only. Aggregate turnover as given under section number 2 only we will follow. But we will have something called composition levy. In that composition levy also, the provisions will be linked with the aggregate turnover. There we will start with this aggregate turnover, but we will make some changes. We will make some adjustments. So that's what I'm trying to say here. One fundamental definition is that for aggregate turnover, but at different places, for different purposes, different adjustments we will do. So what is that fundamental meaning of the term aggregate turnover? So it says that what will be included in the aggregate turnover? They say all taxable supplies. Whatever taxable supplies you are making, all that taxable supplies will be included in the aggregate turnover. Number 2, exempt supplies. That is also your turnover only, no? That is also your business or not? So when you are making exempt supplies, you might not be paying GST, but that is also your turnover or not? Yes. And also I have told what will get included in the exempt supplies. Come on, 3 things. It will include wholly exempt supplies. Then it will include nil rated supplies. It will also include non-taxable supplies. Agreed that they are exempted. On them you are not required to pay GST, but still it is your turnover only, no? When you open the financial statements, when your turnover, will you include this or not? Yes. And it also includes export of goods or services or both, not just domestic sales. Even if you are doing exports also, even that exports also you have to include it. Not just that, even interstate supplies of the persons having same PAN. What is that? Deemed distinct persons. If you have multiple registrations under same PAN, that will be you will be considered as a deemed distinct person, no? So even that also will be included, even with consideration or without consideration. If it is with consideration, anyhow it will fall under supply definition under section 7 subsection 1 clause A. If it is without consideration, it will fall under section 7 subsection 1 clause C. Able to understand? I do feel that there is no need for giving this line separately. There is no need for giving this line separately. Even interstate supplies between the persons having same PAN also included in aggregate turnover. You need not include it. Why you need not include it? Anyhow it will get covered under taxable supply definition. If there is consideration, 7 subsection 1 clause A. If there is no consideration, 7 subsection 1 clause C. Anyhow by section 7 it is becoming supply. See, this is where aggregate turnover differs. But anyhow they have given a separate point. Let us keep it as is. So tell me, what is included in aggregate turnover? Number 1, all taxable supplies. Number 2, exempt supplies. Number 3, exports. Number 4, interstate supplies of the persons having same PAN. See, this is a last point where turnover as per GST Act and turnover as per financial statements will have a difference. This is one such point where which will create a difference in the aggregate turnover we are calculating for GST purposes and aggregate turnover which will be there in our financial statements. Yes or no? Why? Because let us say, for example, if I am a business person, if I am having business in multiple places, let us say I am having business in Mumbai, I am having business in Delhi, I am having a business in Maharashtra or Maharashtra, anyhow Mumbai is covered, no? Okay, let us take I have 2 places of business. Now, when I prepare my financial statements, I will consider all the sales which I have made from Mumbai. I will also consider all the sales which are made from Delhi. And if there is any inter branch transactions are there, from my Mumbai branch to Delhi branch I have made some supplies, from Delhi branch to Mumbai branch I have made some supplies. If you remember, while preparing the financial statements, that inter branch transactions will be eliminated, that will be knocked off, that we will not consider. So in the financial statements, whatever turnover you will find, that will be only outward supplies to outsiders, not inter branch transactions. But when you calculate the aggregate turnover as per GST, what you will do, even see, when I say in the financial statements, when I say turnover, here taxable supplies will be there, exempt supplies will be there, even exports also will be there. So in fact what we should add is, we should also add that supplies between persons having same PAN also, which will not be a turnover for financial statements, but which will be included in aggregate turnover for GST purposes. Okay, so if I ask you a question, will it be always aggregate turnover under GST will be equal to turnover in financial statements? May not be. May not be. Why? Because the main logic for that is this point, whatever I have told. Understood? So whatever it is, in the aggregate turnover, 4 items will be included: all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, export of goods or services or both, or interstate supplies of persons having same PAN. Okay, next. Sir, what will be excluded? Now they are saying some things which are required to be excluded. See, when you are calculating turnover, will you calculate the turnover inclusive of GST or exclusive of GST? That aggregate turnover figure should always be exclusive of GST. So we should not consider the inclusive GST figures for calculation of turnover. Exclusive of GST, whatever figure is there, that we have to consider. Taxes should not form part of, not all taxes I am saying, only GST and GST compensation cess. Those taxes should not form part of my aggregate turnover. And one more thing here, value of inward supplies on which tax is payable under reverse charge mechanism. Sir, what are they trying to say? Let us say, for example, there is a supplier, Mr. A. He's an advocate, he's a lawyer. He is providing legal services. What services? Legal services to a recipient who is Mr. B. So we will learn in the charge of GST chapter, legal services man advocate will get covered under reverse charge mechanism. Let us say 1 lakh worth of supply has been made. Now on this 1 lakh worth of supply, 18% is the rate of GST. So 18,000 is going to be the rate of GST. But as I was saying that this service is covered under reverse charge mechanism. So on this 1 lakh worth of supply, who will pay the amount of GST? Mr. B will pay the amount of GST 18,000 to the government. So now my question is, on this 1 lakh worth of supply, who paid the amount of GST? Supplier or recipient? Recipient paid the amount of GST. Now this 1 lakh rupees should be included in whose turnover? In our example, should it be included in the turnover of Mr. A or should it be included in the turnover of Mr. B? It will form part of whose turnover? Understood the question whatever I am asking here? There was a supply made which is getting covered under reverse charge mechanism. On that supply, GST will be paid by recipient. Now my question is, this supply will be this is an supply which has been made. This will be included in whose turnover? Mr. A's turnover or B's turnover? It will be included in the supplier's turnover only. Maybe the recipient is paying the GST under reverse charge mechanism, but when I say aggregate turnover, when I say something as turnover, I am talking about outward supplies, not inward supplies. Logical, no? When I ask you what is your turnover, will you tell about your sales or your purchases? I am asking about your sales. So even though, see, let us say for example, if I am calculating this aggregate turnover, this person's aggregate turnover I am calculating. So while calculating that aggregate turnover, should this 1 lakh be included in his aggregate turnover? No. Sir, he paid the GST. No. Let him pay it. But turnover means I am talking about outward supplies. So if there are any inward supplies on which a person has paid the GST under reverse charge mechanism, that will not get included in his turnover. That will get included in the supplier's turnover. Able to understand? So two things which they are asking us to specifically exclude. What are the two things which they are asking us to exclude? Number one, it should be exclusive of taxes. Number two, it will not it should not include the inward supplies on which a tax has been paid under reverse charge mechanism. Then few more things we have regarding aggregate turnover. Number one, it should be computed on all India basis. It is an aggregate turnover. Aggregate means what? Cumulative. So if I have multiple places of business, let us say I am doing business in Maharashtra state, I am doing business in Delhi state. So I will calculate the turnover in each state and I have to add it up together. What I have to do? I have to add it. So under my same PAN, if I have multiple registrations, the turnover of all that registrations will be added together and I will compute that turnover on all India basis. Not for each state wise. I will aggregate, I will add up the turnover on all India basis. If I'm having multiple registrations under same PAN, for each registration whatever turnover is there, I have to add it up all together and I will arrive at the total aggregate turnover. And few more special points they are trying to say it here. When I say aggregate turnover, it includes all supplies made by taxable person, whether on his own account or on behalf of his principals. Or on behalf of his what? Principals. Do you guys remember principal, agent, para number 3? Yes or no? So let us say for example, there is a principal. Now this principal is supplying the goods to agent. Now this agent will make further supply of goods to ultimate customer. So now, as I have told, this agent will get covered under para number 3 when the invoice will be given in his own name. Let us say, for example, he is having separate business. Mr. A is having a separate business. So from his business, he made some 10 lakhs worth of supplies, outward supplies. Now he is acting as an agent on behalf of principal. Now on behalf of his principal also he made some supply. Let us say on behalf of his principal he supplied 1 lakh worth of goods. Invoice was given in his own name only, but on behalf of principal. So should this 1 lakhs also be added in the turnover of agent? Yes, it should be added. So when you are calculating aggregate turnover, it should include all the supplies made on your own account, or if you have made supply on behalf of your principal, that also should form part of your turnover only. That also should form part of turnover only. Now if you look at from the principal's case, principal has also made a supply of goods to agent, no? But as per para number 3, what did we see? Supply of goods between principal and agent, even without consideration, also will be deemed as supply. So that whenever the goods are transferred from principal to agent, there also supply has taken place. That supply will get added in the principal's turnover also. Able to understand? But here, let us say, for example, if agent has sold an amount of goods of 1 lakh rupees on behalf of the principal, in the principal's turnover, only 90% we will take. 90,000 only we will add. Why only 90,000, sir? Why? Because this logic I will try to explain when we look at the value of supply chapter, rule number 29. In the value of supply chapter, we have rule number 29. I'm telling you why this is. See, I told you, sir, even if without consideration, how can we impose GST, sir? I raised this question mark in your mind. Sir, you are telling even without consideration also, if you are making a supply, you are saying I am liable to pay the amount of GST. But on what value I have to pay? What did I say? That value we will determine under value of supply chapter. So in this specific case, I am telling that valuation rule. So rule number 29 says that when the supply of goods is happening between principal to agent without consideration, so the principal can consider the value as 90% of the price at which agent is selling it to the final consumer. So you need not remember this at this point of time in your mind. Just I am telling you, this will come in principal's turnover also, but 90% of the agent's value we will take it. Why? The logic you will get to know it in rule number 29. Understood? So few more special points we have covered. Number 1, it should be computed on all India basis, and your aggregate turnover will include supplies made on your own account. It will also include supplies made on behalf of your principals. Not just that, here there is one more point, one more explanation they have given. Let us say for example, I am a principal. Now I have a job worker. I sent some goods to the job worker. What do you mean by job work? Let us say for example, I have some goods. Once again, ready-made garments example I will take. So I have some plain cloth. So on that plain cloth, some printing is required to be done. So what I have done is I have sent my cloth to a job worker who will do the printing. I sent a plain cloth. He did the printed. He converted that into printed cloth. Now what will happen is, what even principal can do is, after the cloth has been printed, let us say principal got an order. To supply some 1000 meters of that printed cloth. Now what this principal can do is, instead of bringing that printed cloth once again back to his premises and then dispatch to the customer, what he can do is he can directly dispatch that goods from the job worker's premises to the ultimate customer. Can they do it or not? Yes, they can do it as per GST. So as a principal, when you have sent the goods to the job work and the goods are lying with the job worker, instead of bringing that goods back to the principal's premises, the principal can make the supply directly from the job worker's premises. Let us say from the job worker's premises, the principal made a supply amounting to 10 lakh rupees. 10 lakhs worth of supply were made from the job worker's premises. Now this 10 lakh rupees should be included in whose turnover? Should it be included in the job worker's turnover, or should it be included in the principal's turnover? It should be included in the principal's turnover, not the job worker's turnover. Able to understand it? So that's what that extra line what they are saying here. Value of goods after completion of job work supplied directly from the premises of the registered job worker will be included in the aggregate turnover of principal, not the job worker. That will form part of principal's turnover, not the job worker's turnover. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable, everybody? Shall I proceed further? Right. So why we have understood about aggregate turnover till now? Why? Because under section number 22 subsection 1 they have told that every supplier of goods or services is becoming liable for registration when his aggregate turnover exceeds the applicable threshold limit. So that's why we have understood what is the meaning of the term aggregate turnover, right? So let me say, for example, I'm a business person. I'm into business of selling of garments. So in one particular year till date, I have supplied 15 lakhs worth of goods. So my turnover from taxable supplies is 15 lakh rupees. I also have one petrol pump. Where I am selling the petrol and diesel. Let us say from my petrol pump proceeds, I have sold 20 lakhs worth of goods. What will be my aggregate turnover? Aggregate turnover will be 35 lakhs here. Why? Because it includes taxable supplies as well as exempt supply. When I said exempt supply, it will also include non-taxable supply. Let us say instead of petrol pump, I am running a bar where I am selling alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Then what is my aggregate turnover? Then also same 35 only. Why? Because when I said non-taxable supply, what will come under non-taxable supply? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, undenatured extra neutral alcohol or rectified spirit, and not just that, 5 petroleum products. All of this put together, I call it as non-taxable supply. Able to understand? Even whatever turnover I am making from sale of alcoholic liquor for human consumption, that will also get included in my aggregate turnover. Why? Because it will fall under non-taxable supply. If it falls under non-taxable supply, it will get covered under exempt supply, and your aggregate turnover must include even exempt supplies also. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable, everybody? Right. So we have seen what is an aggregate turnover. Now comes the next question. What is the next question? Applicable threshold limit. That means when I have calculated my aggregate turnover, if my aggregate turnover exceeds a specified threshold limit, an applicable threshold limit, then only I will become liable for registration. Till the time my aggregate turnover is within that applicable threshold limit or specified threshold limit, I need not get myself registered. Now the question comes, sir, what is that applicable threshold limit? What is that applicable threshold limit? So now I wanted to tell you one more point here. See, when GST has been brought up in India, there are some special category states are there. Special category states, especially that northeastern states and those which are economically backward states. Those governments told, boss, for our special category states, we want some special powers. Because these are economically backward states, they don't have that much business activity. They have a very little business activity. So that's why when it comes to special category states, there will be some separate provisions which will become applicable. They have some relaxations, reduced limits and all they will have. Okay. So now what are all that special category states? How many special category states we have for GST purposes? We have 11 special category states. How many? 11 special category states. Sir, what are they? So I will say here, just man H, a mnemonic kind of thing. So I'm very bad at creating mnemonics, but somehow I took the help of the chat GPT and able to work it out. So just man H. So it is the mnemonic for 11 special category states. Sir, what are that? So when I say J, J stands for Jammu Kashmir, U for Uttarakhand, S for Sikkim, T for Tripura. Then when I say M, in M I have 3, Manipur, Mizoram, Meghalaya. Then I have A, in A I have 2, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh. N, Nagaland I have. H for Himachal Pradesh. These are the 11 special category states. Okay, so Jammu Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram, Meghalaya, Assam and Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, and then finally Himachal Pradesh. These are the 11 special category states where the government has given power to them to specify separate rules for them. These states can demand for special powers, special limits and all. Okay, right. So initially what the department told is, boss, we will keep the limit of 20 lakh rupees. 20 lakh rupees. When the aggregate turnover is up to 20 lakh rupees, you are not required to undergo registration. And if your aggregate turnover has exceeded the applicable threshold limit of 20 lakh rupees, you become liable for registration. But as I have told you, special category states can come and request for special provisions. No. Now what happened is, out of all that 4 special category states, 4 special category states have come forward. So which are that 4 special category states? MMNT I call it. What do I call them? MMNT I call them. So these 4 out of 11. So out of 11, what has happened here? 4: Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Tripura. These 4 states came and told, boss, 20 lakhs is a too much figure for us. In our states, people will do small business. If I keep the limit of 20 lakh rupees in my state also, everybody's turnover will be less than 20 lakh rupees only. No one will get registered. From where I am going to make the revenue? So these 4 states went ahead and requested the government, and they have told that for our states, 10 lakh rupees of limit will be enough. For our 4 states, what will be enough? 10 lakh rupees of limit will be enough. So that's why, in case if you are making a taxable supply, listen carefully, I will give you one structure, overall structure I will give you. You need not remember, I will give you one comprehensive structure. So if you are making a taxable supply from any of these 4 states, which states? MMNT, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. If you are making a what? Taxable supply, your applicable threshold limit will be reduced to 10 lakh rupees. You become liable for registration if your aggregate turnover exceeds 10 lakhs. If you are not making any taxable supply, from any of these 4 special category states, then what will happen? Then the applicable threshold limit will be 20 lakh rupees. You are not liable to get registered unless and until your aggregate turnover exceeds the applicable threshold limit of how much? 20 lakh rupees. But here there is one more limit. Now government felt, if you are exclusively engaged in the supply of the goods, even 20 lakh rupees limit becomes very smaller. I'm not talking about services. If you are a business, I will tell you one system. Don't worry about all this remembrance. I will give you one system. Like the way we have built the system for import of services. Now I will give you one excellent system just to follow the concept, whatever I said. No need to write anything. I will tell you when to write. So initially what happened? MMNT 10. Remaining they have given limit of how much? 20. But what the government has felt is in services, margins are very higher. In service sector, margin is very high, net profit margin is very high. But in the goods, people who are into goods, there the profit percentage is very minimum. So even though they might be making 20 lakh rupees worth of turnover, maximum in the goods we can make 10% margin. So might be they are making only 2 lakh rupees of income out of it. Now for those people also, if you say, if you are exclusively engaged in supply of the goods, for you also, if I keep the limit of 20 lakh rupees, it will look like injustice. It will create so many hardship. So that's why government considered the need, and they have told, okay, we will do one thing. If you are a business person, if you are not making any supply of service, if you are only engaged in supply of goods, then since your margins are very low, we will give you one relaxation. We will enhance the threshold limit for you. What they have told? We will enhance the threshold limit for you. And they have increased that threshold limit from 20 lakhs to 40 lakh rupees. They have increased the threshold limit from what? 20 lakhs to 40 lakh rupees. Able to understand? Now I will tell you the scenario. Now you can write it along with me. So what is the system? How you have to determine what is the applicable threshold limit? Listen carefully. First step. In case if you are checking whether a person is liable for registration or not, step 1. In the same steps you have to follow. Whatever steps I'm telling you as a system. Nothing front, nothing backward. In same order you have to do as it is. So in case, listen carefully, I can give you time to copy. Listen first. So first step, in case if they are asking you, if they gave you in the exam they have given you a question where they have given you details of the turnover. Now they are asking you to check whether you are liable for registration or not. First thing what you need to check is, I need to check whether the business person is making a taxable supply. What supply? Taxable supply from MMNT. You have to check. First question you have to ask, is he making a, you will calculate aggregate turnover. First thing what you will do is, you will calculate the aggregate turnover and keep it aside. Then you will check whether the person, whether the concerned person is making a taxable supply from MMNT, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. If the answer is yes, then applicable threshold limit will be 10 lakh rupees only. Whether you are engaged in supply of goods or you are engaged in supply of services. Now, I told that government gave 40 lakh rupees of limit, no, if you are exclusively engaged in the supply of goods. Now what happened is, UP MATs, there are some 6 states which came forward and told, even though in our states, if a person is exclusively engaged in supply of goods, we don't want that 40 lakh rupees of limit. We are happy with 20 lakh rupees limit only. Of limit only. So how many states came forward? 6 states come forward. What are they? UP MATs. What are that UP MATs? Uttarakhand, Puducherry. Then we have Meghalaya. Then UP MATs, Arunachal Pradesh. Then we have Telangana. Telangana also came forward and told. And finally, Sikkim also told. So that means we have 11 special category states now. Out of that, 4 told, not even 40, not even 20. 10 is fine for us. And out of them, remaining, who and all are the remaining? So now we have, if you see, Sikkim, falling under UP MATs. So let me write it here clearly. UP MATs. So U stands for Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand told what? We don't want 40. We want 20 only. So Uttarakhand gone. Then Puducherry. Puducherry is not a special category state, but still they told what? We don't want enhanced limit of 40. 20 is fine for us. Next, Meghalaya. Meghalaya also told, okay, we don't want 40. We are happy with 20. Then A for Arunachal Pradesh. So Arunachal Pradesh is also a special category state. They also told, boss, we don't want 40. 20 is fine for us. Then T for Telangana. Telangana is not a special category state, but still they told what? We don't want 40 lakh rupees of limit. 20 is fine for us. Then S for what? Sikkim. So now what happened? Sikkim also came and told, we don't want enhanced limit of 40. How much is fine? 20 is fine. 20 is fine. So how many balance union territories are, how many balance special category states are left? Jammu and Kashmir. Then we have Assam. Then we have Himachal Pradesh. They told, okay, whatever is applicable for other states, we are happy with that. Other states related provisions only. So once again, if you come back to the system, first question, what you will ask, my dear students, where you will check whether any taxable supply is made from MMNT. If the answer is yes, what is the applicable threshold limit? 10 lakh rupees only. Whether you are engaged in supply of goods or you are engaged in supply of services or you are engaged in supply of both, 10 lakh rupees is only the threshold limit. Then if the answer is no, that means you have calculated aggregate turnover, you checked whether I am making any taxable supply from MMNT, the answer is no. Then what you will do? You will check, okay, if you are not making taxable supply from MMNT, the next question which I will ask is whether any taxable supply is made from what? UP MATs. If the answer is yes, then applicable threshold limit will be how much? 20 lakh rupees. Whether you are engaged in supply of goods or supply of services or supply of both, your applicable threshold limit will be how much? 20 lakh rupees only. Next, there comes the next one. If for the above 2 questions, if I got negative responses, that means I'm not making any taxable supply from MMNT. I'm also not making any taxable supply from UP MATs. Then what will happen is, if a person is exclusively engaged in supply of goods, applicable threshold limit is going to be 40 lakh rupees. On the other hand, if a person is engaged in supply of goods or supply of services or supply of services or supply of both, that's what I meant here. So if a person is engaged in supply of services or supply of both, then applicable threshold limit will be 20 lakh rupees. Able to understand? The same system as it is, you have to follow. Ignore all the concept whatever I have told, background and all you ignore. This is what has to be printed in your brain. So if at all they are asking a question whether a person will be liable for registration or not, they might ask a question in MCQs, or it could be linked with a comprehensive question. Somewhere they will try to link these provisions. They might not ask it as a standalone question, right? So how to determine what is the applicable threshold limit? Point number 1, we have to check whether any taxable supply is made by the business person from MMNT. What is MMNT? Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. If the answer is yes, what will happen? Whether you are engaged in supply of goods, whether you are engaged in supply of services, or you are engaged in supply of both, applicable threshold limit is going to be always and always it's going to be 10. Number 2, you are not making supply from MMNT. You are not making taxable supply from MMNT. Next question, what I have to check? Am I making any taxable supply from UP MATs? What is UP MATs? Uttarakhand, Puducherry, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, and Telangana and Sikkim. So these 6 states you are making a taxable supply. In that case, whether you are engaged in supply of goods, or you are engaged in supply of services, or you are engaged in supply of both, the applicable threshold limit will be 20. Able to understand? If the answer is no, that means you are not making taxable supply from MMNT, you are not making taxable supply from UP MATs. Straight away, in all other states or union territories, if you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, applicable threshold limit will be 40. If you are engaged in supply of services or supply of both, applicable threshold limit is going to be 20. Able to understand? But here there are some exceptions. There are some what? Exceptions. Exceptions for this 40 lakh rupees of enhanced threshold limit. Exceptions also I will tell. But before that, we will do some examples. Exceptions means what? That means you are not making a taxable supply from MMNT. You are not making a taxable supply from UP MATs. You are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, but still you can't enjoy that enhanced threshold limit of 40. That means limit will get reduced to 20 only. When, sir? What are that exceptions? That we will try to cover it. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable, everybody? But before that, I will give you a few illustrations. After I have written exceptions and all, then you can copy it. First, we will try to solve the illustrations till now. Okay, right? I will give you a few scenarios. Let us say, for example, there is a business person. He is making supply. He is making taxable supply from Andhra Pradesh. Taxable supply amounted to 6 lakh rupees. And he is also making supply from Tripura. Taxable supply amounted to 5 lakh rupees. Now we have to decide whether this person is liable for registration or not. Let us say he is also engaged in supply of goods only. He is completely engaged in supply of goods. So what steps you have to follow? Now I am asking you a question whether this person is liable for registration or not. So first, what we will check? First, you have to calculate the aggregate turnover. Tell me, what is the aggregate turnover? So in Arunachal Pradesh, we have 6. In Tripura, you have 5. Total aggregate turnover is 11 lakh. Next step, we have to determine what is the applicable threshold limit. Now come to the system. Point number 1. Is he making a taxable supply from MMNT? Is the answer yes? Yes. The answer is yes. Yes, he is making a taxable supply from MMNT. Is he applicable threshold limit is 10 only. So has the aggregate turnover exceeded the applicable threshold limit? Yes, it has exceeded the applicable threshold limit. Is he liable for registration? Yes, he is liable for registration. Where he has to get the registration? Where he has to get himself registered? So if you see here, in every state or union territory, wherever he is making a taxable supply. Once your aggregate turnover has exceeded the applicable threshold limit, you become liable for registration here also. You become liable for registration here also. So you become liable for registration in all the states or union territories from wherever he is making a taxable supply. Able to understand? I will ask you one more question. Listen carefully. So there is a person who is making a taxable supply from Andhra Pradesh. He made a taxable supplies amounting to 10 lakh rupees. He made a exempt supply amounting to 2 lakh rupees. Then in the state of Manipur, he is making a taxable supply he is making an exempt supply amounting to 4 lakh rupees. Or let me put it this way, 5 lakh rupees. Okay, 4 only will do. 4 lakh rupees of turnover. What turnover he has made? Exempt supply. Now whether this person is liable for registration or not. First step, we have to calculate aggregate turnover. What is aggregate turnover? In AP total 12, in Manipur we have 4. Total aggregate turnover comes to 16 lakh rupees. Now we have to determine what is the applicable threshold limit. Question number 1. Is he making any taxable supply from MMNT? Is he making a supply from Manipur? Yes. But the limit will get reduced only when he is making a taxable supply. Yes, in the given case, this person is making a supply from MMNT, but the limit will not get reduced to 10. The limit will not get reduced to 10. Why? The limit will get reduced only when you are making a taxable supply. From MMNT, if you are not making taxable supply, if you are making exempt supply only, limit will not get reduced to 20. So first step answer is no, he is not making a taxable supply from MMNT. So 10 will not become applicable. Second question, is he making a taxable supply from UP Mats? Is he making a taxable supply from UP Mats? No. Now let me tell you one more step. He is engaged in supply of services. First question is, I am telling you the fact, he is engaging in supply of services. So first step no, second step no. Now directly come to the third step. So is he exclusively engaged in supply of goods? No, he is engaged in supply of services. Applicable threshold limit will be 20. Here aggregate turnover is less than applicable threshold limit. Is he liable for registration? No, he is not required to take any registration. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable everybody? Shall I proceed further now? Right. Come on. One more example I will give you. Let us say Telangana. A person in Telangana, he is making a taxable supply amounting to 10 lakh rupees. He is making an exempt supply amounting to 4 lakh rupees. And he is also making a supply from Andhra Pradesh. In Andhra Pradesh, he is making an exempt supply amounting to some 10 lakh rupees. Is he liable for registration? Now let us ask the questions once again. First of all, what is an aggregate turnover? In Telangana you have 14, in AP you have 10. Total turnover, total aggregate turnover, how much? 24 lakhs. Now we have to check what is the applicable threshold limit. What is the applicable threshold limit? Number 1, is the first point answered? Is he making a taxable supply from MMNT? No. Second point, is he making a taxable supply from UP Mats? Yes, he is making a taxable supply from Telangana. So whether he is engaged in supply of goods or supply of services or supply of both, applicable threshold limit will be 20. Has aggregate turnover exceeded? Yes. Is he liable for registration? Yes. Where he will get himself registered? In every state or union territory from wherever he is making a taxable supply. In every state or union territory from wherever he is making a taxable supply. Tell me where he will get himself registered. He will get registered himself only with Telangana. He is not required to get registered with AP. Sir, he is making a supply, no? But what did I say? You are required to get yourself registered even if your aggregate turnover has exceeded applicable threshold limit. You are required to get yourself registered only in such a state or union territory from wherever you are making a taxable supply. Sir, here in Andhra Pradesh, I am making a supply. I am not required to be registered. No. Boss, you are making supply, but you are not making a taxable supply. Understood? Clear and comfortable everybody? So one more last example we will do. With that we will wind up this example session. Because we have built a system, no matter in how many ways they ask the question, we will follow the same thing. Right? So one more last question we will do. Let us say a person is exclusively engaged in supply of goods. He is exclusively engaged in supply of goods. So he is making exempt supplies, or let me put it this way, he is making supplies from Nagaland. In Nagaland, he is making an exempt supply amounting to some 10 lakh rupees. He is also making supply from, let us say, other states. Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu also he is making a supply. So in Tamil Nadu, he made an exempt taxable supply amounting to 15 lakh rupees. And also he made an exempt supply amounting to 5 lakh rupees. Is he liable for registration? Is he liable for registration? Once again, we have to ask the questions. So in Nagaland, turnover is 10. In Tamil Nadu, turnover is 20. Total amount, total aggregate turnover comes to how much? 30. Now next step, you have to determine what is the applicable threshold limit. Question number 1. Is he making a taxable supply from MMNT? Is he making a supply from MMNT? Answer is yes. But he is not making a taxable supply from MMNT. So will the limit get reduced? No, limit will not get reduced. Question number 2. Is he making a taxable supply from UP Mats? No, he is not making taxable supply from UP Mats. Even second point is also unanswered. Now you have to come to the third point. Now you have to ask a question. Is he exclusively engaged in supply of goods? I told you what? He is exclusively engaged in supply of goods. Now, since he is exclusively engaged in supply of goods, applicable threshold limit will be 40. Since the aggregate turnover is less than applicable threshold limit, he is not liable for registration. Understood? Now if I extend the discussion from here, see, this person is not making taxable supply from MMNT, is not making taxable supply from UP Mats. He is also exclusively engaged in supply of goods, but still he will not be entitled to enjoy 40 lakh rupees of limit if some conditions are violated. If I link from this example, even though he is not making a taxable supply from MMNT, even though he is not making a taxable supply from UP Mats, he is exclusively engaged in supply of goods only, but still he will not be able to enjoy the enhanced threshold limit of 40. He will be able to enjoy threshold limit of only 20. When, sir? What are that exceptions? So if you come here, so this point I have already told, applicable threshold limit and all. So now, so initially, later they told notification, which says that it exempts any person exclusively engaged in supply of goods and whose aggregate turnover in the financial year does not exceed how much? 40 lakhs from requirement of obtaining registration. However, there are some exceptions to that. So what do you mean by exception here? Like as I was saying, even though you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, even though you are not making any taxable supply from MMNT and UP match, the limit of 40 lakh rupees will not become applicable. That means you get to enjoy the normal limit of 20 lakh rupees. When, sir? Number one, if you are a person required to take compulsory registration. We are going to see subsequently section number 24, where we will see a category of persons who are required to undertake compulsory registration. If you are falling under section number 24, you have to get compulsory registration irrespective of your turnover. In that case, whether you are making 40, 20, 10, what matters? Nothing matters. So in case if you are a person liable for compulsory registration, you can't enjoy that, and you can't enjoy any threshold limit if you ask me, because you are liable for compulsory registration. 10, 20, 40, nothing will become applicable for you. B point, I will come to that later. C point, if a person is making intrastate supplies in Uttarakhand, Puducherry, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Telangana, Sikkim, nothing but what? UP mats. This we have already seen. If you are making supply from UP mats, what will happen? Limit will get anyhow reduced to 20. Similarly, if you are making any intrastate supply in special category states of MMNT, there also 40 you can't enjoy. Why? Because your limit will get reduced to 10. And if you are making any interstate supply, if you are making any interstate supply, if you are making a supplies to another state, then also you can't enjoy the limit of 40. This point is unnecessary. Why? Because anyhow, if you are making interstate supplies, you become liable for compulsory registration under section number 24. So this is a repeated point. No need for this point. Why? Because this scenario is already covered in A point. If you are making interstate supply, anyhow you become liable for compulsory registration. Next one. Person who has opted for voluntary registration, or such registered persons who intends to continue with that voluntary registration. Now, there will be some category of persons who always want trouble in their life. They will not be happy if their life is going smooth. They always want some trouble in their life. So that category of person is only this voluntarily registered person. You are just started the business. You don't have turnover exceeding the specified threshold limit. You are making a very limited amount of turnover. Your life is going peacefully. No GST department is coming. No one is asking. You are not required to give any invoice. You are not required to file any returns and all. But this person had that itching. Hey, my competitor has got the registration. If I take the registration, I also will become a big person. So they are calling the trouble in their life. So if you voluntarily go and ask for registration, GST department will not hesitate. GST department will be very happy. Why? Because one more bakra has come into their list. So there is a person who has voluntarily taken the registration, even though you are not liable for registration. Then what is the purpose of checking the limit for you? Then what is the purpose of checking that limit? Not just 40, 20, 10. No limit will be checked. No. You yourself went voluntarily and took your registration. So enjoy the trouble. So for you also limit will not become applicable. Not just that, here one more point. This is one list which you have to remember. And this list I am going to ask you at one more place. At composition levy, I am going to ask you this list once again. At that point of time, you are required to tell me back this list. Give it back to me, whatever I have given it to you. Okay, right. So what is that? What are that one more categories of persons who can't enjoy the threshold limit of 40? Persons engaged in making supplies. If you are a person who is engaged in making supplies. Sir, what do you mean by making supplies? When I say making of supplies, whether you could be manufacturing it or you are not manufacturing, just you are trading. Just you are trading, whether you are manufacturing or trading. So either you are only dealing or you are manufacturing on your own. If you are dealing in any of these products, then you can't enjoy that enhanced threshold limit of 40, even though you are exclusively engaged in the supply of goods. So what are they? Number one, what are the products which you should not be making supplies? Ice cream and other edible ice, whether or not containing cocoa. Pan masala, all goods of chapter number 24, that is tobacco and manufactured tobacco constituents. Fly ash bricks, fly ash aggregates, fly ash blocks. Bricks of fossil meals or similar siliceous earth. Building bricks, earthen or roofing tiles. 7 products they have told. Come on, Repeat, we have to remember in the classroom itself. Number 1, ice cream and all other kind of edible ice, whether contains cocoa or not. Number 2, pan masala. Number 3, tobacco and tobacco related products or tobacco substitutes, whatever it is. Fly ash bricks, fly ash blocks, fly ash aggregate. Bricks of fossil meals or similar siliceous earth. Earthen building bricks or earthen or roofing tiles. If you are engaged in making supplies of any of these 7 products, then you can't enjoy that enhanced threshold limit of 40. Repeat once again, what are that 7 products? Ice cream and other edible ice. Number 2, pan masala, tobacco and other tobacco substitutes, fly ash bricks, fly ash blocks, fly ash aggregates, bricks of fossil meals or similar siliceous earth, building bricks, earthen or roofing tiles. Able to understand? So if you are engaged in making supply, when I say making supply, either you are manufacturing or you are trading, then you can't enjoy that enhanced threshold limit of 40. You deserve only 20 lakh rupees of limit. Able to understand? So if I complete the thing whatever we are drawing the system, so exceptions, what are the exceptions? Number 1, if you are liable for compulsory registration, you are liable for compulsory registration under section number 24. Number 2, if you are engaged in making supplies, so when I say making supply, it could be manufacturing or it could be trading. So what and all you are manufacturing or trading? Ice cream or other edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and related products, then fly ash bricks or blocks or aggregates, then bricks of fossil meals, bricks of fossil meals or similar siliceous earth, then building bricks, then earthen or roofing tiles. Then which other persons can't enjoy that enhanced threshold limit of 40? Come on. So what else they have told? If you are making a supply from UP Mats or MMNT, that I am not writing it separately. Why? Because anyhow we are asking that question in the first and second point itself. So I am not writing that once again. Next, if you are making an interstate supply, this is anyhow a repetition. If you are making an interstate supply and you become liable for compulsory registration under section number 24. Then if you have taken a voluntary registration, what you have taken? Voluntary registration you have taken. So then also you can't enjoy that enhanced threshold limit of 40. Clear? That's all. This system you have to follow. If you could follow this system, you are never going to commit any mistake. Okay, clear? Right. So now if you want to copy this, you can copy it. I'll wait for a few minutes. Just write it down. Better you write it down so that you get used to it. Not if you want to copy, you have to copy. I will wait. Please write it down. Done? Right. So anything else is missing out? Yeah, one point I have to cover. See, if I'm a person, I will tell you one scenario here. You tell me what will happen. See, there is a person, business person. He is not making any taxable supply from MMNT. He is also not making taxable supply from UP Mats. He is also completely engaged in supply of goods. So what should be the applicable threshold limit? 40 lakh rupees should be his applicable threshold limit. Now I will tell you one typical scenario. So in one case, let us say he is making a turnover of 39 lakh rupees. So he is not liable for registration. Now also he is not engaged in making supplies of any of that restricted 7 products also. He is not even falling under exceptions. But this fellow, what he has done is, since he is doing that business, he will make money out of it. Some circulation money and all will be happening. So he is doing all the transactions through bank. He is having a bank account with, let us say with SBI, he is having a bank account. Whatever money he is getting from the business, he is keeping all that money in bank. Now when you are keeping that money in the bank will pay you interest. The bank will pay you interest. But as I have told, that interest is exempted generally. But whatever it is, this person is giving the money for use to the bank, for which you are receiving a separate consideration in the form of interest. And if you go by the definition of services, should this activity fall under services or not? Should this activity fall under services or not? Exempt, keep it aside. But should this activity fall under services or not? Yes. Why? Because activities relating to use of money for which a separate consideration has been charged. So that means he is making supply of service. So he is making supply of service. In business, he is mainly doing goods, but he is also giving that money for use to the bank, for which you are receiving a separate consideration in the form of interest. That means you are performing supply of services also. Now what one GST officer told us, he slapped a notice on this person saying that this person has made violation because he did not take the registration. Now this fellow is arguing, boss, I am not making taxable supply from MMNT, I am not making taxable supply from UP Mats, I am also not engaging in any such activity which is falling under exceptions. I am entitled to enhanced threshold limit of 40. But this useless fellow GST officer says, no, you are not completely engaged in supply of goods. You are giving the money for use to the bank and bank is paying you interest or discount. So you are making supply of services. How can you say you can enjoy 40 lakh rupees of threshold limit? Applicable threshold limit is 20 lakh rupees only for you. Right. So previously the class was interrupted. To continue with the example, so I hope you are able to get the facts. Anyhow, let me quickly do it. Let me quickly revise it so that we can reconnect. So there is a business person. As I was saying, there was a business person. He is not making any taxable supply from MMNT. He is also not making any taxable supply from UP Mats. He is only engaged in supply of goods. And also he is not falling under any of that exceptions also. He is not liable for compulsory registration. He is not engaged in making of specified supplies. Also he has not taken voluntary registration. And he has made a turnover of 39 lakh rupees. So that means he can enjoy the applicable threshold limit up to 40 lakh rupees. Practically speaking, he is not liable for registration. But what he has done is, he was running the business and he is keeping his money in the bank account, and from that bank account he is collecting interest. So if you go by the services definition, whatever we had in the supply chapter, so there they have told that when you are giving money for use to another person, for which you are charging the separate consideration in the form of interest or discount, that will fall under services definition. That will fall under services definition. So now one proper officer, what he has interpreted is, he has sent a notice to this person saying that he is liable for registration and he did not take the registration. He imposed tax on him, penalty on him, everything on him. He started imposing and he started harassing. Now what is the point of view is, this proper officer says this business person is not only engaged in supply of goods, because since he is giving that money, since he is keeping that money in the bank for which he is receiving interest, so he is such a person who is doing supply of goods as well as supply of services. So he will be eligible for threshold limit of only 20, not 40. This was the argument of the proper officer. This was the argument of the proper officer. Okay, understood. Here PO is having excellent interpretation skills. He is a master of interpretation. Excellent interpretation he has done. 100% valid interpretation. But there's a problem here. What is the problem here? If this is interpreted in this manner, no one in this country will be able to enjoy this 40 lakh rupees of enhanced threshold limit. Even though the government has tried to provide the benefit for the people who are engaged in the supply of the goods to enjoy the enhanced threshold limit of 40, but no one will be able to enjoy it. Why? Because every person will keep his money in the bank account, and from there they are going to get the interest. So that means every person will be considered as engaged in supply of goods as well as supply of services. No one will be able to enjoy that enhanced threshold limit of 40. So that's why what the government has told us, since it is a practical difficulty, the government has released a notification, and they clarified that even though you are engaged in making a supply of, making exempt supply of, giving loans for which you are receiving consideration in the form of interest or discount, agreed you are making a supply of service, but we will deem as if you are making only supply of goods and you become eligible for enhanced threshold limit of 40. Able to understand? So that's what they are trying to say it here. So you'll be able to see one paragraph. Yeah, this one. For purpose of section 22 subsection 1, a person is considered to be engaged exclusively only in supply of goods, even if he is engaged in exempt supply of services by way of extending deposits or loans or advances, in so far as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount. So that's what even I have also told. Even though you are engaged in making supply of, giving money, extending loan or deposit for which you are receiving interest, agreed you are making supply of service, but still you will be considered as exclusively engaged in supply of goods only, and you can enjoy that enhanced threshold limit of 40 lakh rupees. Understood? So this is what regarding all the discussion here. So here even I have presented it in the form of a table. So who will enjoy the 10 lakh rupees of limit? Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. So which states have 20 lakh rupees of limit? UP match. All other states. See here they have mentioned separately Jammu Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir, Assam and Himachal Pradesh. But I need not mention it separately. Why? Because anyhow they are getting combined with other states. So that's why I did not bring into this separate discussion Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh. Why? Because they are enjoying the treatment the same as any other states. So that's why I merged with all other states. Even you need not remember this separately also. Just you can blindly follow the system, whatever I have told you, and trust me, you will never write wrong answer for applicability of registration. Just if you blindly follow, and in the same sequence you have to follow, same order you have to follow. Right. Next, few more clarifications. Registration is required only for a place of business from wherever you are making a taxable supply. Sir, taxable supplies are made from a state or union territory. I am making a taxable supply from state or union territory. From there, am I required to get registered? Yes. Sir, there is one state. In that state, I am doing business, but in that state, I am making only exempt supply, or I am making non-taxable supply. I am not making any kind of taxable supplies, only exempt and non-taxable supplies I am doing. Am I required to get registered in that state also? No, no registration will be required. Next, sir, I am receiving a supply in a state, but not making any supply from there. Let us say, for example, I am a business person. Okay, I have a place of business in Maharashtra. From this Maharashtra, I am making outward taxable supplies. There is another place. Let us say in Delhi also I have my place of business. In that state, I am purchasing taxable goods. What I am doing? I am purchasing taxable goods. But my outward supplies are all exempt supplies or non-taxable supplies or nil rated supplies. So you tell me, am I required to get myself registered in Maharashtra? From Maharashtra, I am making outward taxable supplies. Let us say its aggregate turnover exceeded the applicable threshold limit also. Is he required to get registered with Maharashtra state government? 100% yes. Is he required to get registration with the Delhi government? No. Why? Because he is not making any outward taxable supply. If you have inward taxable supply, but if you are not making any outward taxable supply, still you are not required to take any registration in that state. Why? Because if you look at 22 subsection 1, they told you are required to get registration from every state or union territory from wherever you are making a taxable supply. They did not say in every state or union territory in which you are receiving a taxable supply. They did not say that. What in fact 22 subsection 1 told, in every state or union territory from wherever you are making a outward taxable supply, in that state or union territory only you are required to get registered. If in a state you are receiving taxable supplies, but if you are not making any outward taxable supply, no need to take any registration in that respective state. Next, few more clarifications. Temporary services in another state without any fixed establishment for services offering like repairs and maintenance, transportation, security, erection, commissioning and construction, there also registration is not required. Let us say, for example, let me put it this way. I'm a person who is engaged into business of repairs. I do repairs. Let us say, for example, I'm doing repairs. Okay, just I will tell you a scenario which I might have come across. See, I have a lift at my premises. I have a lift at Hyderabad. I have a building in Hyderabad. So in that Hyderabad, I have a lift at my premises. I have a lift facility. Now this lift has got some repair. Now there was one technician. This technician usually resides in Mumbai. Now I called this technician to come and do the repair at Hyderabad. His office, everything is there where his office is there in the Mumbai. But in Hyderabad, he doesn't have any fixed establishment. Just I called him, boss, I'm having a lift at my premises. He's a good technician. I called him to come and do the service of lift at my Hyderabad, and he will go back after doing that repair. So now you tell me, in Hyderabad, is he required to get registration? Not required. Why? Because he's not having any fixed establishment in India. See, anyhow, that will become a interstate supply. IGST will be paid. Hyderabad will get that share of 50%. All that will happen. But since he is not having any fixed establishment in Hyderabad, you are not required to take any registration. Let us take my case only. I have to take some class. So I have to go to Chennai and take 2 days of class there, and I will come back. So you tell me, I don't have any fixed establishment in Chennai. Am I required to go and get registered for the 2 days of class also? Not required. Able to understand? So that's what they say here. Temporary services in another state. Temporary, not permanent services. Temporary services in another state. They're only talking about services, my dear students, not goods. Services. Temporary services in another state without a fixed establishment for services provided offering like repairs and maintenance, transportation, security, erection, commissioning, construction contracts. So there no registration will be required. However, if you have a place of business there, a office also you have, a branch you have, then you are required to get compulsorily registered. Next, only liaison or marketing office with no taxable supplies, then also registration is not required. If let us say, for example, I belong to Mumbai, there I have my business. In Delhi, I have set up one marketing office. Just I will respond back to the customer queries. I don't make any outward taxable supply. I am just having a liaison office. Am I required to get it registered? Not required. So one thumb rule you remember, from wherever you are having fixed establishment and from wherever you are making a taxable supply, there only you are required to register yourself. Next one. Threshold limit will be reduced to 10 lakhs only when taxable supply is made from 4 special category states. This anyhow I have covered in the form of examples. In the 4 special category states, if you are making supply, but if you are making an exempt supply, will the limit be reduced to 10 lakh rupees? No. Only when you are making a taxable supply from MMNT, then only limit will get reduced to 10 lakh rupees or 20 lakh rupees of UP MATs, whatever it is. Understood? Next. So with this, we have successfully completed section number 22, subsection 1. Who is liable for registration? But there are other cases where a person will become liable for registration. Under section 22 subsection 3, there are some persons who are notified who become liable for registration. Under 22 subsection 3, there are some persons who are notified who are liable to get registration. Under 22 subsection 4, there are some persons who are required to get, who are liable for registration. Who are they? Now, if I talk about 22 subsection 2, this is an ineffective provision now. This provision is no longer required. So what they actually say here is, every person who on day immediately preceding the appointed day. Come on, tell me. Did I tell you what is the meaning of appointed day? On first class itself I have told. What is the meaning of appointed day? Come on. I told you. I told you that I am going to ask a question on this. Exactly. The date on which the GST Act has come into force. 1st of July 2017, that is what the appointed day. So every person who on immediately preceding the appointed day, that means as on 30th of June 2017, if a person is already registered or he is holding a license under an existing law, like as on 30th of June 2017, if you are already registered under excise duty, you are already registered under service tax, you are already registered under VAT, you are already registered under CST, then there will not be any checking of turnover and all will be done. You become liable to be registered under this act with effect from appointed day. With effect from 1st of July 2017, you become automatically liable for registration. But so many years have gone by the time of that appointed day, so this provision is no longer required to be read today. Okay, so this was a transition provision, I will say. Since new act is coming, this is one of the transition provision which they have kept it. So anyhow, this is not relevant. Now coming to the next point, which they say that on transfer of business, succession, either the transfer might happen by way of succession or by way of ownership change or by way of death of a sole proprietor, as a going concern by the registered person, transferee successor must also register. Sir, what do you mean by this? Let us say, for example, there is a business person who is already registered under GST. Now he is transferring his business as a going concern. Or if it is happening, if it is succeeding, that means let us say, for example, this person has expired, this business is getting carried on as a going concern by his legal representative. Sir, can this a transferee or can this successor can carry this a transferred business under existing GST registration? No, my dear students. Why? Because GST registration is pan specific. GST registration is what? Pan specific. So if that business was transferred to a new person, the new person with a new pan is operating that business, old person has to cancel the registration. That is, transferor or successor has to cancel the registration, and the transferee or successee has to take the new registration. Able to understand? See, let us say, for example, there is a business person. He is not a registered person. He is not a registered person. If that person is transferring his business as a going concern, will the new person become automatically liable for compulsory registration? No. Then they can enjoy the threshold limit. What I'm saying, only when the person, whoever is transferring the business, is already a registered person, and if he is transferring his business as a going concern, or his business is getting succeeded by his legal representatives, in that case, whenever going concern, that to registered person is transferring, in that case only the transferee or successee is required to get compulsorily registered. Now he can't say, I will wait till my turnover exceeds the applicable threshold limit. You can't say that, because you are acquiring a business of a already registered person. Now you become liable for compulsory registration. Understood? So then we have 22 subsection 4. What does that say? On business transfer via amalgamation or demerger on order of a court or tribunal, transferee must register with effect from date of issuance of ROC certificate of incorporation. So what they're saying, in case, let us say, for example, A Limited, B Limited, two companies are there. Now these companies are getting amalgamated, not by their voluntary choice. These companies are getting amalgamated because of a order of court or tribunal. Court or tribunal has passed an order, and they are required to create a new company called AB Limited. Now incorporating this company, ROC will give a certificate of incorporation, no? So with effect from that certificate of incorporation, this new company is required to get itself registered separately. And this A Limited, B Limited, these registrations will get cancelled. They have to apply for cancellation of registration, and this newly amalgamated entity is required to take a compulsory registration. Understood? Here if you pay close attention, they need not put the condition that transferee should be a registered person. In the previous clause, in the previous subsection, they have clearly told if the business is transferred as a going concern by registered person, then only compulsory registration. But here they did not mention whether the transfer is required to be registered person or not. That means even if two companies are there which are unregistered, they are getting amalgamated by way of a order of a court or tribunal into a new company, that new company is required to be compulsorily registered under section number 22 subsection 4. Able to understand? Same logic will become applicable even in the case of demerger also. Let us say a company XY Limited, it is getting demerged by way of a order of a court or tribunal into X Limited, Y Limited separately. Now ROC will give certificate of incorporation incorporating these two companies with effect from the date of incorporation. This should obtain separate registration, this should obtain separate registration, and old registration of this company will get cancelled. Okay, here also it doesn't matter whether this company which is getting demerged is a registered person or unregistered person, because they did not specifically mention anywhere in that clause. But in 22 subsection there, they have specifically told when the business is getting transferred or succeeded by a registered person, then only it will happen. Understood? So with this successfully we have completed section number 22. Done. Okay, so can we repeat the provisions of section number 22? 22 subsection 1. Every supplier of goods or services or both, he is required to get himself registered in state or union territory from wherever he is making a taxable supply when his aggregate turnover exceeds applicable threshold limit. 22 subsection 2, if before the appointed day, if you are already registered under existing law, you have to get yourself registered under GST. Subsection 3, if a registered person has either transferred the business or it has been succeeded as a going concern, the transferee or successee is required to get himself registered. Subsection 4, if any company is getting amalgamated or demerged by an order of a court or tribunal with effect from the date of incorporation of that amalgamated or resulting companies, that new companies are liable for registration. Understood? So section number 22 we are done. So now what we will try to do is we will try to proceed ahead and understand section number 24. Now what just now which section we have completed? 22. Now what we are covering? Section number 24. Sir, what about 23? I will explain. Don't worry about it. Section number 23 will be explained, but first what we will do is section number 24 we will try to wind it up. Sir, what is this section number 24 talking about? So what they are saying, section number 24 talks about compulsory registration. Sir, what do you mean by compulsory registration? What do you mean by compulsory registration? In the section number 24, they have identified certain categories of persons. These persons are required to get themselves registered. The 10 lakh rupees, 20 lakh rupees, 40 lakh rupees, that turnover limits will not become applicable for them. Turnover limits will not become applicable for them. Even you might have started the business today itself. If you are falling under section number 24, you become liable for compulsory registration. No turnover, nothing will be checked. And if you become liable for compulsory registration, you have to get yourself registered, pay GST, file returns, issue invoices, and comply with all other provisions of the GST Act. So let us try to understand who are that lucky persons who are required to get themselves compulsorily registered. Let us see. First one, persons making any interstate taxable supply. What they are saying? If you are a person making interstate taxable supply, then you become liable for compulsory registration. What do you mean by interstate supply? First of all, when the location of the supplier and the place of supply both are falling in two different states or two union territories or one state and union territory, or even international transactions also will come here. Either you are doing export import, then you become liable for compulsory registration, the act is saying. And one more thing also here you have to remember, only when you are making an interstate taxable supply, which means what? If you are making a interstate supply, but if you are making an interstate exempt supply, then you will not fall under section number 24. So only when you are making an interstate taxable supply, let us say I have a place of business in Tamil Nadu. From Tamil Nadu, I am making the supply of the goods to another person. Let us say I am making supply to Karnataka. Location of the supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Karnataka, interstate supply. No one will check my turnover. I will become liable for compulsory registration. Or even if I am making interstate supply of services, initially what they have told, if you are making interstate supply, when I say supply, it could be supply of goods also, supply of services also. Let us say I am a chartered accountant. I am sitting here. I provided the services, tax filing services to one of the client, where place of supply has fallen into another state. I become liable for compulsory registration. Okay, so initially that's what they have told. First category of person who is liable for compulsory registration. Come on, participate. A person whoever is making interstate taxable supply. But this created a few hardships. Number one, first hardship was created for suppliers of services. See, today services are intangible. Now I can sit here and start providing services to any person across the India or even across the world also. Let us say today our service only chartered accountant, cost accountant services. So if you want to provide audit services, if you want to file return filing services, if you want to do financial consultancy services, you need not travel to other place. Just you need to have a laptop, you need to have a working internet connection. You sitting here, I can supply service anywhere. Yes or no? And today interstate supply of service is becoming very common. And that is how service industry is flourishing. But if the GST department comes and says, if you are making interstate supply of service, you become liable for compulsory registration. That will create hardship on small businesses or not. So considering the nature of the services, government gave a relaxation. We'll do one thing. If you are making interstate supply of services, what? If you are making interstate supply of services, if you are making interstate taxable supply of services also, we will give you relaxation. We will not make you liable for compulsory registration. You can enjoy the threshold limit of 10 or 20 lakh rupees, depending on where you are making a taxable supply. Understood? So first initially they have told any person making an interstate taxable supply liable for compulsory registration. But later, keeping in mind the needs of the service sector, they have given relaxation to a person making interstate supply of services. He can enjoy the threshold limit of 10 or 20. So ultimately, if I have to give you one conclusion, if you are a service provider, whether you are engaged in interstate supply of services, intrastate supply of services, you continue to enjoy the threshold limit of 10 or 20 lakh rupees. Sir, where that exception is there? If you see, I am asking you to go to section number 23 subsection 2 point B and C. Now come here. So this is section number 23. So here we have section number 23 subsection 2. There if you see B point, what they are saying, persons making interstate supplies of taxable services up to an amount of 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees in case of MMNT. So persons making interstate supplies of taxable services are exempt from registration if aggregate turnover is less than or equal to 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees in case of MMNT in a financial year. Understood? Clear and comfortable everybody? Now see, after this relaxation, now who is left out under first point? A person whoever is making a interstate supply of taxable goods, then he will become liable for compulsory registration. Now when it comes to goods also, if a person is making interstate supply of goods, he became liable for compulsory registration. But because of that, one industry is getting affected a lot. One industry is getting affected a lot. One sector is getting affected a lot. So that sector which is getting affected is those people who are making supply of handicraft products. What products? Handicraft products or notified handmade goods. These people are suffering. How they are suffering, I will tell you one logic. Let us say for example, Rajasthan. See, Rajasthan is famous for bangles. There so many people will be there who will have small shops where they will make handmade bangles. And that Rajasthan bangles are popular all over India, not in Rajasthan. If at one place a product is very popular, that place will not pay any attention to it. So if there is a bangle maker in Rajasthan, so Rajasthan bangles are very popular, but not in Rajasthan. Where they are popular? In rest of the parts of the state, in rest of the parts of the India, they are popular because no one in Rajasthan will buy that bangles. So if you bring it to the other states, treating it as handicraft because they are handmade bangles, people will start buying it. So now a person in Rajasthan, he is manufacturing handicraft bangles, handmade bangles he is manufacturing. If he has to sell it, he can't sell it in his state. Now what he has to do, let us say for example, this person found one bangle dealer. So that dealer is located in, let us say, Delhi. Now this notified handicraft, this Rajasthan bangle maker, he supplied that handmade goods to a dealer who is in Delhi. From there the bangles will be sold, their sale will happen. But if you pay close attention here, he is a business person, he is making a supply, that too interstate supply. Now he will get attracted under that first point of section number 24 or not, because he is making a interstate taxable supply of goods. He must become liable for compulsory registration. Now, for these small bangle makers, because of that provision, they are becoming liable for compulsory registration. Now, if they take the registration, being a registered person is not easy in India. You have to file returns, you have to collect the taxes, pay the GST, issue the invoices. You tell me, the small vendors, will they be able to handle all these compliances? Will they be able to handle all these issues? Definitely not. Then ultimately what they will do, they will stop altogether dealing in the notified handicraft products or handmade goods. But these notified handmade products, handmade goods are actually the status of India. Our country is known for many notified handmade goods or handcraft industries, but this will kill that entire industry, no? So that's why the government has given relaxation. Okay, we will give you one relaxation. If you are a person, you are making interstate supply of goods, but if those goods are notified handcraft goods or notified handmade products, even though little machinery is involved, fine, but predominantly they should be made of hand. So then we will not make you liable for compulsory registration. You can enjoy the threshold limit of 20 or 10 lakh rupees. You can enjoy the threshold limit of what? 20 or 10 lakh rupees. We will not make you liable for compulsory registration. To make this handicraft industry survive, they have given this exception. Able to understand? So where that exception is given. So once again, if you come back to 23 subsection 2, see here, persons making interstate taxable supplies of what? Notified handicraft goods up to a amount of 20 lakh rupees of turnover or 10 lakh rupees in case of MMNT, you are not required to get yourself registered. So if you read it here, persons making interstate taxable supplies of below goods are exempt from registration. Which one? Notified handicraft goods or notified products which are made by craftsmen, predominantly by hand, even though little machinery is involved. Not majorly machinery, majorly by hand with little use of machinery permitted. But there are some conditions which you are required to fulfill. So what are the conditions? You can stay away from registration only up to a aggregate value of turnover of 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees. If you are making interstate supplies and if your turnover has exceeded 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees in case of MMNT, you are a good sized businessman, you have to take compulsory registration. So you can enjoy that restriction of not getting registration only up to a turnover of 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees in case of MMNT. And one more condition, that person whoever is making a supply of notified handicraft goods, they must have obtained a PAN. They must have a compulsory PAN and they have to generate an e-way bill. What is it? They must generate an e-way bill. Even though they are not registered, they have to generate e-way bill. This question, a question on this point I will ask you once again. Once again, I'm telling you well in advance. See how good I am. I'm telling you the concept. I'm telling you which question I will ask. I'm telling you where I will ask the question also. But still, you useless fellows, you will not answer only when I ask that question. Okay. So next time, will you respond? Yes or no? So I have told you one point. If you are a person who is making interstate supply of notified handicraft goods or notified handmade products, you can stay away from registration up to a turnover limit of 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees. But one condition, you are required to have a PAN and you must generate an e-way bill. This point will you remember? Very important. Next. So whatever it is. So we have covered one category of the person who is liable for compulsory registration along with exceptions. Comfortable with the first point? Next. Coming to the next one. CTP, making a taxable supply. If you are a casual taxable person and if you are making a taxable supply, you are liable for compulsory registration. So now who is a CTP, sir? I will tell you now in a brief manner. Detailed discussion we will have it in the same chapter at a later point of time. Sir, who is CTP? CTP is a person who don't have a permanent place of business in one state, but he is coming to make some supply. I will tell you one simple example. With that example, I will end it. Let us say I am a small dealer. I belong to some other state. So I am into dealing of ready-made garments. Let us say for example, my business is located in Andhra Pradesh. I got to know that there is one business expo, ready-made garments expo is happening in Chennai. Chennai belongs to Tamil Nadu, where I don't have place of business. So now I took my goods, went to that expo, participated in that expo. That expo has happened for 1 week. I had a stall in that expo and there I have kept all my goods and I have sold that goods in the Chennai expo and I came back. I sold goods in the Chennai expo and I came back. So now I will become a CTP for which state? For Tamil Nadu state, I will become a CTP. Casually I am coming and making a supply and coming back. I'm not having a fixed place of business there. So now I will be called as a CTP. Now since you are a CTP for Tamil Nadu state, you become liable for compulsory registration. Why this logic is, see, GST is a destination based tax, yes or no? Revenue should go to that state wherever consumption, wherever ultimate supply is happening. I'm a person from Andhra Pradesh. I went to Tamil Nadu. I sold the goods there. What is destination? Tamil Nadu. That GST revenue should have gone to Tamil Nadu state government, but I'm not a permanent resident there. No, I went, participated there in the expo, and I came back. Here, what did the Tamil Nadu state government got? Nothing they got. That means they have lost the revenue, since the GST being a destination tax. The revenue should have gone to them, but you are not registered there. No, you don't have any registration there. No, then how come the GST can be collected from you? So that's why they have brought up this provision. If you are a CTP, whether you are like whatever is a turnover or not doesn't matter. Whether you are registered in other state also doesn't matter. But in this case, in this state, if you don't have a fixed place of business and if you are coming and participating in some expo or something, in this state you become liable for compulsory registration. Understood? But here also, because of this provision, once again some category, some industry is suffering. Which industry is suffering? Same notified handicraft industry is suffering. Why? Because that's what the Rajasthan bangle makers also will do. Since they are not able to sell their products in their own state, they will find where handicraft expos will happen. See, even in our cities also sometimes handicraft expos and handicraft exhibitions will happen. So these Rajasthan bangle makers, they go and participate in that expos happening in the other state. From there they will have the stall, from there they will sell it. But this will once again become a compliance burden. If I tell them you become liable for compulsory registration, once again compliances will become very heavy. This will altogether kill that handicraft industry. So that's why they have given relaxation here also. Generally, every CTP is liable for taking a compulsory registration, but a few CTPs have been exempted. So there is one exception. For that exemption, we need to refer to section 23 subsection 2 point D. Come here, look at the point D. So CTP making interstate taxable supplies of notified handicraft goods up to 20 lakh rupees. So if you are a CTP, if you are making interstate taxable supplies of below, they are exempted from registration. What goods you are supplying? Notified handicraft goods or notified products. When made by craftsmen predominantly by hand, blah blah blah, all these things are there. What are the conditions which are required to be prevailed? What are required to be fulfilled? Number one, CTPs must avail the benefit of notification 3 by 2018. Nothing but they must first enjoy this benefit. That means they are not taking registration. You are a normal person, you don't have any registration at all. You are a CTP, you don't have any registration at all, because you are making interstate supplies of notified handicraft products. So you must be enjoying that relaxation. That means you are not registered under GST. Even though you are making interstate supplies, your turnover is within the 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees. Number two, the aggregate value of such supplies computed on all India basis should be either 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees. Your turnover must be in that threshold limit. Finally, here also you should have obtained upon and you should have generated an e-way bill. Understood? So two cases where even though person is unregistered must generate an e-way bill. What are the two cases? If you are a normal person making interstate supplies of notified handicraft goods or notified handmade products, you are required to generate an e-way bill even though unregistered. Similarly, if you are a CTP making an interstate supply of notified handicraft goods or notified handmade products, there also compulsorily you have to generate an e-way bill. So two cases I have told where you have to generate an e-way bill even though you are not registered. Understood? Right. Next, coming to the few more points here. Who are liable for even compulsory registration? I will tell you fourth point first. NRTP. Even NRTP is also liable for compulsory registration. Sir, who is this NRTP, sir? Who is this NRTP? Same like CTP only. The difference is CTP means a person from other state is coming and participating in this expos and all. NRTP means a person from another country, not from another state. A person from another country is coming and participating in some expo or exhibition in India, he will become NRTP. When the government did not leave our own people, why they will leave the foreign nationals? Quite logical, no? Why they should be given a route to escape? So that's why, not like the way CTP has been made liable for compulsory registration, even NRTP is also liable for compulsory registration. Here no exceptions, no relaxations, nothing. Why? Because even here you can't say notified. notified handmade products, because those are not handmade products of our country, they're handmade products of foreign country. Let the foreign industry go to hell, we are least bothered. So Indian government will be concerned towards protecting our industry only, no, our industry first. So that's why for NRTP, like the way we have for CTP, like the way we have seen exception for handicraft goods or handmade products, that relaxations and all are not there. Understood? So three categories of persons I have told who are liable for compulsory registration. Number one, interstate person making interstate taxable supply. Number two, CTP. Number three, NRTP. Now, one more category of person who are required to undergo compulsory registration is persons who are required to pay tax under a reverse charge mechanism on their inward supplies. You become liable for compulsory registration. You become liable for compulsory registration. Sir, what are they trying to say here? See, before starting of this chapter, I told you that 9 subsection 3, no, what I said, the government will notify certain goods or services which are provided by supplier to the recipient, and if those goods and services are notified, this recipient will be required to pay the amount of GST with the government. But if you have to pay the GST with the government, first you must be registered, no? The government has to identify you that you are a GST payer. How the government can identify? Only when you are registered. So that's why what they have told is, if you are a person receiving the goods or services on your inward supplies, if you are receiving those goods or services which are notified by government, on which RCM will become applicable. Now, irrespective of your turnover, irrespective of what you are doing, you become liable for compulsory registration. Because if you have to pay the tax to the government has to identify. The only way by which the government can identify a taxpayer under GST is by way of GST registration. So if you are a recipient who is liable to pay GST under reverse charge mechanism on your inward supplies, you are liable for compulsory registration. Able to understand? So then one more thing here. Here we have one relaxation. Here we have one relaxation, not from supplier, not for recipient. For supplier, we have some relaxation. Let us say you are such a supplier. You are such a supplier and you are making some supplies of either goods or services. And whatever your outward supplies are there, if all that supplies are covered under reverse charge mechanism. You are a supplier, you are making outward supplies. All your outward supplies are covered under reverse charge mechanism. That means on whatever supplies you are making, GST will be paid by your recipients. You are not having even a single supply, single outward supply on which you are required to pay the GST under forward charge mechanism. You are not having any single service on which you are required to pay tax under forward charge mechanism. Then they have exempted those suppliers also from taking registration, no matter whatever is turnover. It could be 100 crores also, doesn't matter. The logic is very simple here. What is the purpose of taking GST registration? What is the purpose of taking GST registration? The purpose of taking GST registration is to pay the amount of GST with the government. But here, what is happening? You are a supplier. Your turnover is so much. But still, whatever outward supplies you are making, on all that outward supplies, anyhow are all getting covered under RCM. Anyhow, recipients are discharging the GST on your outward supplies. You are not here having even one such a single outward supply on which you are required to collect the amount of GST from the recipient under forward charge mechanism. Then what is the purpose of getting you registered? Nothing, no? So that's why they have given a relaxation. So let us say, for example, there is an advocate. See, legal services are covered under RCM. There is an advocate. That advocate is providing legal services only. Apart from that, he is not making any service. So from making legal service, let us say, for example, he has earned some 50 crore rupees. Very reputed lawyer. All the legal services he is providing. So he has received 50 crore rupees. Is he required to take registration? No. He is doing only legal services. He is not required to take any registration. Let us say, for example, there is an advocate. He is a lawyer. He is providing legal services. Apart from that, let us say he is also providing some training. He is also training some new lawyers for consideration. So these legal services will get covered under RCM. But in addition to that, he is providing training services to new lawyers. This is not getting covered under RCM. Now will he become liable for registration? Yes, he will become liable for registration if his aggregate turnover has exceeded the applicable threshold limit. Because in this case, this person is making some supplies which are covered under RCM, but all his supplies are not covered under RCM. There are few supplies which are made by him which are covered under forward charge mechanism. So on that services he is having an obligation to pay the GST to the government. Now if your turnover has exceeded the applicable threshold limit, you have to take registration. Understood? So that's what they tried to clarify it here. So persons who are required to pay tax under reverse charge, related exception we have. Related exception is refer section number 23 subsection 2 point A. So if you look at point A, you will be able to find it. What they are saying, persons making only reverse charge supplies. So now once again, this is from the supplier's perspective they are talking. Compulsory registration is on recipient. Exception is related to supplier. So persons who are exclusively supplying goods or services where tax is payable by the recipient under reverse charge mechanism under 9 subsection 3 or 5 subsection 3 of the IGST Act, they are exempted from GST registration. One important point here, except for supply of metal scrap. So what is the supply of metal scrap? I will give a brief about it here. Listen, important. This will try to connect it at some other place in the future. Listen to it. Little bit complex. See, if there is a supplier who is unregistered and if he is making a supply of metal scrap, what he is supplying? Metal scrap he is supplying to a recipient who is a registered person. To a recipient who is a what? Registered person. Now this will get covered under reverse charge mechanism. This will get covered under what? Reverse charge mechanism. So if there is a supplier, if he is unregistered, if he is making a supply of metal scrap, the recipient himself will pay the amount of GST. Now let us say this supplier is only making a supply of metal scrap to all the recipients who are registered persons. In that case, everywhere RCM is getting applicable. Now this supplier will fall under that exception or not? You are a supplier making all your outward supplies under reverse charge mechanism only. In that case, what did I say? What is the exception? What is the exemption I have given? If you are such a supplier who is making a outward supply where everything is getting covered under reverse charge mechanism, then you will be exempted from registration, but that exemption will not become applicable for supplier of metal scrap. That exemption will not become applicable for supplier of metal scrap. That means, let us say this person is making a supply of metal scrap. It will get included in his turnover only. If his aggregate turnover has exceeded that applicable threshold limit, whatever is applicable for him, then he has to take registration, even though till that point of time he is making supply of only metal scrap. Still, that exception will not become applicable. The moment his aggregate turnover has exceeded applicable threshold limit, then what will happen? He will take registration. Now once he takes registration, let us say now the supplier has taken registration. Now he is making supply of metal scrap to a recipient. Now no longer RCM will become applicable. Now it will get covered under forward charge mechanism. Now it will get covered under forward charge mechanism. Since you are registered, you only should collect the amount of GST and pay it to the department. And not just that, here the recipient is also required to collect the amount of TDS if he is falling under section number 51. Even the recipient will collect something what? TDS provisions. Anyhow, we will discuss it later when we take up the TDS chapter. But just try to understand here there is even linkage with the concept of TDS. Understood? This also I will ask you once again in the TDS chapter. So what is the whole summary? First, I told if a person is receiving supplies, inward supplies on which is required to pay the GST under reverse charge mechanism, compulsory registration, exception is given to supplier. If you are such a supplier who is exclusively engaged in making supplies, those which are covered under RCM, irrespective of your threshold limit, you are not required to take registration. But that exception will not become applicable for suppliers of metal scrap. If you are an unregistered person, if you are making supply of metal scrap to a registered person, it will get covered under RCM. So if you literally go by the exception, irrespective of your turnover, you are not required to get any registration. But here it will not become applicable. So if your aggregate turnover has exceeded applicable threshold limit, you will become registered person. Once you take registration, then no longer RCM will become applicable. What will become applicable? FCM will become applicable, and their TDS provisions also might have scope there under section number 51. Understood? Clear and comfortable, everybody? Right. So like this we have covered 4 cases where you are become liable for compulsory registration. Along with that, a few exceptions also we have covered. 4 exceptions also we have covered. Not 4, I think 5 cases where a person is required to undergo compulsory registration we have covered. 4 only, yeah, 4 only we have covered. Then if I quickly, fifth point, I will take it up tomorrow. It will take some time. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. These are just reading. We'll try to quickly read it. So another category of person who is required to take compulsory registration is a person whoever is required to deduct TDS under section number 51, whether or not separately registered. That means even though you have a normal registration already, but if you are taking TDS, for deducting the TDS, you have to take a separate registration. So, but who is required to deduct TDS? When the TDS is required to be deducted, we have a dedicated chapter. Payment of taxes concept we have. In the payment of taxes, there will be a concept of TDS also. There we will try to understand it. So, but for the time being now, what you are required to remember, a person whoever is required to deduct TDS under section number 51, whether he is already registered or not, he is required to take a separate registration as a TDS deductor. Next. One more category of person who is required to get registered is persons who is making taxable supply of goods or services. This point also I will talk about it later. 7th point, regarding point number 7, we have one associated circular. This also I will teach you tomorrow. Next, few more cases. 8th point, every person supplying online information and databases access retrieval services from a place outside India to a person in India other than registered person. Nothing but OIDR service provider. Netflix you take. Netflix is a person outside India. They are providing service. Whatever service they are providing, that will be called as online information database access retrieval services. And they are providing that services to a person in India who is unregistered. Today, even you can also go and take the Netflix subscription. So there, the supplier outside of India is providing online internet access database access or retrieval services to a person in India who is not registered. Now that Netflix is required to get compulsorily registered, Amazon Prime is required to get compulsory registered, Google is required to get compulsory registered. If you take YouTube Premium, so there Google is providing services. They are also outside of India. They are providing OIDR services to an unregistered recipient. Google will take registration. Or you are subscribing to any cloud, Google Drive paid version you are taking. So then also the supplier outside of India is providing you OIDR services to an unregistered recipient. Those all people are required to undergo compulsory registration. They have separate registration process altogether. But here you have to remember OIDR service provider is required to undergo compulsory registration. Next, ISD, input service distributor, is also required to undergo separate registration, whether he is already registered or not. ISD is also required to undergo compulsory registration. Sir, who is this ISD? In ITC chapter, I will tell you. Who is input service distributor? This will try to understand in the case of input tax credit. Next, every person supplying online money gaming from a place outside India to a person in India. We have already understood what is online money gaming. If a person outside of India is providing online money gaming services to person in India, they are also required to undergo compulsory registration, or such other class of person or persons as may be notified by government. This is a residuary clause where government have reserved the power. Not just the above, to the above list, if they want to add any extra persons, they can add it. Clear? So what we have seen, one quick recap: category of persons who are liable for compulsory registration, person making interstate taxable supply. CTPs, NRTPs, a person who is required to pay the GST under reverse charge mechanism. Then we have seen person who is required to deduct TDS under section number 51, and also the persons who are a person outside of India providing OIDR services to unregistered recipients. Input service distributor, person supplying online money gaming services from a place outside of India, or such other class of persons as may be notified. 2 compulsorily registered persons are pending. One is e-commerce operator. Regarding e-commerce operator and associated persons, we have compulsory registration requirements. Apart from that, one agent related discussion is also there. Some agents are also required to undergo compulsory registration. So point number 5 and point number 7 is pending, which we will try to take up in our next session. Okay, tomorrow as usual class is at 8 only. Okay, so today I had some meeting, that's why I have delayed it. Tomorrow as usual 8 to 1 we will have a session. Okay, so tomorrow we'll try to complete the registration chapter. Tomorrow definitely I will complete the registration chapter. I hope so it will happen. See what usually happens, my past experience, whenever I say something with conviction, it will not happen. So this I have experienced a lot, especially in the classes and all. I experienced it a lot. I should not have told it, but somehow it came out of my mouth. Okay, we will try to complete the registration chapter in the tomorrow session. We will also try to do the question bank. Question bank handout has been provided to you. So in case if we complete the registration chapter and the question bank, if we still have the time left, which should not be available, in case if it is available, we will start the charge of GST chapter. Okay, right. So that's all for now. Thank you. Bye. Take care. Yeah. Good morning. So in the previous session, we have started discussing about the registration chapter. So in that registration chapter also, some important provisions we have covered in the previous session. So let us have a quick recap of what and all we have covered. Thereafter, we will try to proceed further and understand the remaining things now. So first, I told you the scope of this chapter. In this chapter, we are going to talk about when a person will become liable for registration, when he is not liable for registration. If at all he becomes liable for registration, what process he is required to follow in order to get the registration done, and when his registration will get cancelled. So like that, multiple provisions are going to be there here. And as I've told, the scope of this chapter is going to be, we are going to cover sections starting from section number 22 till section number 30 we are going to discuss. So there we have picked up the first section for our discussion, which is section number 22, which is talking about what are the circumstances where a person will become liable for registration. So 22 subsection 1 says that a person who is liable for registration, every supplier of goods or services or both, where he is required to get himself registered in every state or union territory from wherever he is making a taxable supply, and when he is required to get himself registered when the aggregate turnover exceeds the applicable threshold limit. So to make this provision in a complete manner, so we have understood first of all what is the meaning of the term aggregate turnover. So what is aggregate turnover? It includes value of all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, and even exports and interstate supplies between the persons having same PAN. And however, it excludes the tax component, CGST, SGST, IGST, or compensation cess. It also excludes the value of inward supplies on which tax is required to be paid under reverse charge mechanism, and it has to be computed on all India basis, and it includes the supplies made on your own account or on behalf of your principal also. And I have told you one special point regarding job worker. In case if the principal has transferred the goods to the job worker, and from the job worker's premises, if the goods are getting directly supplied, will it get included in whose turnover? Principal's turnover, not in the job worker's turnover. So that's what aggregate turnover. Then talking about applicable threshold limit, that is where the main concept is going to lie. So what is the applicable threshold limit? So applicable threshold limit, I have told you one scenario, one system which you are required to follow to determine what is the applicable threshold limit. Number one, if a person is making a taxable supply from MMNT, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, applicable threshold limit will be 10, whether he is engaged in supply of goods, supply of services, or supply of both. No, then we need to check whether this person is making a taxable supply from UP match. So if the answer is yes, then the threshold limit is going to be 20 lakhs, whether he is engaged in supply of goods, supply of services, or supply of both. If not, so then in all other cases, if the person is exclusively engaged in supply of the goods, he can enjoy the enhanced threshold limit of 40 lakh rupees. However, if he is engaged in the supply of the goods as well as supply of the services, the threshold limit will remain 20 only. But however, that enhanced threshold limit of 40 lakh rupees also will not become applicable. That means even though you are engaged in the supply of the goods, you are not making any taxable supply from MMNT, you are also not making any taxable supply from UP match, still you will not be able to enjoy the enhanced threshold limit of 40. There are few exceptions. What are that exceptions? If you are a person liable for compulsory registration, or if you are making supplies means whether you are manufacturing or you are trading. So if you are making supplies of ice cream or other edibles, pan masala, tobacco, fly ash bricks, fly ash block, fly ash aggregate, bricks from fossil mills or siliceous earth, and building bricks or earthen and roofing tiles. Then if you are making a interstate supply and if you become liable for compulsory registration, then also you can't enjoy the threshold limit. And also if you have taken voluntary registration, then also there will be no requirement to check for any threshold limit. So this is how you need to determine applicable threshold limit. So thereafter I told one extra point there. Even though a person is engaged in making an exempt supply of a giving money for use in the form of loans and advances, for which he is receiving the consideration in the form of interest, agreed he is making supply of services, but for the purpose of that enhanced threshold limit, he will be considered to be engaged only in making supply of goods, and he can enjoy that enhanced threshold limit of 40. So this is what broadly the discussion under 22 subsection 1. So then we have covered 22 subsection 2, which says that if a person is already registered under existing indirect tax laws on day before the appointed day, with effect from the appointed day, they have to get compulsorily registered under the GST Act. Next, subsection 3 we have seen. If a registered person is either transferring his business or his business is getting succeeded by someone, then the transferee or successee is required to get himself registered with effect from the date of such a transfer. Then we have seen subsection 4. If there is any amalgamation or merger happening by way of order of a court or tribunal, now the resulting companies or amalgamated companies are required to undergo registration with effect from the date of issuance of certificate of incorporation by the ROC. So this is what section number 22 is all about. So then section number 23 we did not discuss it yet. We have started discussing section number 24, which is actually talking about when a person will become liable for compulsory registration. So a few cases, majority of the cases we have covered, only 2 cases are pending, so that too we are required to discuss today. So who and all are those persons who are required to undergo compulsory registration? Number 1, if you are making a interstate taxable supply. So if you are making an interstate taxable supply, you become liable for compulsory registration, but 2 exceptions have been given here. Number 1, if you are a person making interstate supply of services, that threshold limit of 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees will become available for you. Similarly, if you are a person making interstate supply of notified handicraft goods or notified handmade goods, which are predominantly made by hand, there also you can enjoy the threshold limit of 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees, but there are conditions. You are required to obtain PAN and you must generate an e-way bill. Then second category of persons who are required to undergo compulsory registration, CTP. If you are a CTP, you become liable for compulsory registration, but one relaxation has also been given here. If you are a CTP making interstate supply of notified handicraft goods or notified handmade goods, and then also you are not required to get compulsorily registered, you can enjoy the threshold limit of 20 or 10, and even you must have a PAN and you have to generate the e-way bill. And also NRTP is one more category of person who is required to get himself registered compulsorily. Thereafter, I have told, if you are a person receiving inward supplies on which you are required to pay the GST under reverse charge mechanism, then irrespective of your turnover, you are required to get yourself compulsorily registered. Related exception is there for supplier, not for recipient. Related exception is there for supplier. If you are a supplier, if you are engaged in making such a supplies where all your outward supplies are becoming taxable under reverse charge mechanism, then you will not be liable for registration. However, this exception will not become applicable for supplier of metal scrap. That metal scrap related discussion also I have told you here. So that exception will not become applicable to supplier of metal scrap. Then few more categories of persons. If you are a person required to deduct TDS under section number 51, then you will be liable for compulsory registration. Then if you are a supplier of OIDAR services from a place outside India to a person in India who is other than a registered person, you are required to undergo compulsory registration. And if you are a person providing online money gaming services from a place outside of India, then also you will be liable for compulsory registration in India. Or what else? Anything else have you missed out? If you are an input service distributor, so if you are an input service distributor, whether or not separately registered, you become liable for compulsory registration, or such other class of persons or persons as may be notified by the government on the recommendations of council. Understood now? So there are 2 points which are pending for our discussion that we will try to do it now. So let us come to the 7th point. So what is that? Person who is making a taxable supply of what? Goods or services or both on behalf of a taxable person, whether as an agent or otherwise. Nothing but, if I have to put it in simple terms, they are making a mandatory responsibility for an agent to get registered himself compulsorily. So what they are saying, if you are acting as an agent and if you are making supply of goods, here there are some intricacies involved, listen carefully. So let us say, for example, there is one principal and he has appointed one agent. Now this principal is making supply of goods to the agent, and that agent is making a further supply on behalf of his principal. Now they say that this agent also will become liable for compulsory registration, provided, if you read the provision carefully, they say if you are an agent making taxable supply, you should be making what? Taxable supply of goods or services on behalf of a taxable person. On behalf of a what? Taxable person. So agent will be required to get compulsorily registered when, if he is making a taxable supply of goods or services on behalf of a principal or on behalf of a taxable person. So that means you have to remember this point. Agent will get liable for compulsory registration only when his principal is a taxable person. When I say taxable person, what do I mean by it? A person who is already registered or a person who is liable for registration, that person we will call him as taxable person. So agent will become liable for compulsory registration only when his principal is a taxable person, and also the supply whatever he is making is a taxable supply. Only when these two conditions are satisfied, then only that agent will become liable for compulsory registration. Okay, right. Now if you see it here, there is one circular which I will tell you. Yeah. Liability to register in respect of services provided by commission agent as per APMC Act for sale or purchase of agricultural produce. See, APMC committees will be there, like agriculture produce marketing committees will be there. So there will be some people called APMC agents. APMC agents. So now what this agent will do is, on behalf of some agriculturist, so agricultural farmers will be there, no, they will have their agricultural produce, so they bring it to the market, but they are not able to find their customers. So now let us say one APMC agent has come, he has come to the agriculturist. Let us say, for example, this agriculturist is growing some sugarcane. So this agent has agreed to make a supply on behalf of a principal. Who is a principal here? Farmer, agriculturist, and he has agreed to make a supply of sugarcane. He has agreed to make a supply on behalf of the agriculturist of what? Sugarcane. So now, is this agent required to undergo compulsory registration? Is this agent required to undergo compulsory registration under section number 24? You tell me. What did I say? When the agent will become liable for compulsory registration? Only the supply whatever he is making is a taxable supply, and also the person whoever is on whose behalf he is making a supply should be a taxable person. He is neither. Here both the conditions are getting violated. The supply whatever he is making is not an taxable supply, and the person on whose behalf he is making a supply is also not a taxable person. Agriculturist is exempted from registration, which we are about to see in the subsequent discussion. Able to understand? Or let me give it another way. Let us say, for example, there is one principal. He's a very small principal. Recently he has started the business. He has made only 5 lakhs worth of turnover. Now he has appointed on agent. This agent is required to make a supply on behalf of that principal. Now on behalf of that principal, this agent is supplying, let us say, mobile phones. He is supplying. What is supplying? Mobile phones, which is the taxable supply, which is not accepted. So now you tell me, will this agent become liable for compulsory registration? Will this agent become liable for compulsory registration? No. Why no? Two conditions. The supply which he is making on behalf of the principal should be a taxable supply. Okay, agreed. Here it is a taxable supply. And the person on whose behalf he is making a supply, that person also should be a taxable person. What did I say? I provided you extra information. This is a small trader. Even his turnover is 5 lakh rupees. So his aggregate turnover is not exceeding applicable threshold limit. So this person is not a taxable person. Then this agent is also not required to be registered. Clear, everybody? So that's what they have tried to clarify it here. So A sells agricultural produce using services of B, a commission agent under APMC Act. If invoice is issued by Mr. A, if invoice is given by principal, B will not be treated as agent under para number 3 schedule 1. Do you remember that discussion? When agent will get covered under para number 3 schedule 1? Only when the invoice has been given by the agent in his own name. If invoice is given by Mr. B, in our example Mr. B is an agent, then he is an agent covered under para number 3 of schedule 1, making it a deemed supply even without consideration. The registration requirements of commission agents in such cases is as follows. Number 1. Under section number 24, mandatory registration of commission agent is required only if the principal is a taxable person and the supply whatever he is making is a taxable supply. Since most APMC commission agent acts on behalf of agriculturists who are not a taxable person, they are not liable for registration, for compulsory registration under section number 24, unless they fulfill other conditions, like they are getting covered under 22 subsection 1, or they are receiving any inward supplies on which they are required to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism. So unless they get covered under other provisions, they will not become liable for compulsory registration just because they are acting as an agents here. So that's what they say. Commission agents dealing in sale or purchase of agricultural produce are exempt from GST registration and they are not liable for registration under 23 subsection 1 clause A, which we are about to discuss next. Commission agents liable to pay tax under RCM for other services must mandatorily register. That means these commission agents, if they're by way of this being an agent, they're not liable for compulsory registration. But if they're receiving any inward supplies on which they're required to pay tax under RCM, then they will become liable for compulsory registration. Because of other circumstances, they might become liable, not because of acting as an agent. Understood? Clear everyone? Right. Next one. So one more point we have left out. So let us try to understand what is that one more point. ECO related provisions we have pending. E-commerce operator. So what is an e-commerce operator, my dear students? Who is an e-commerce operator? So e-commerce operator basically means an online platform where the person might sell his own goods or he might list others' goods as well. So those kind of people we call them as e-commerce operator. Today the e-commerce operators have become the part and parcel of our life, without whom we can't imagine our life now. So even because of this quick delivery platforms whatever we have got, like especially this Instamart, Blinkit, Zepto, so because of this people even have stopped going to the local stores also. So basically you see, as I was reading somewhere, if you want to survive in this AI market, if you want to build business, if you want to become if you want a surviving business, if you want such a business which is going to make tons of money, your business should be related to some addiction. Number one, you should be creating some addiction, then you will be able to survive. Like for example today social media, if you look at the top richest companies in the world, they are all into the social media business. So by way of social media, what they are creating addiction. Number two, second category of companies which can survive is make the people lazy. If you are successful in making the people lazy, your business will survive. So they should feel comfortable. Even being lazy also, they should be able to feel very much comfortable. So if you are able to make the people more and more lazy, the future of that business is going to be flourishing. So that's what even happened to this quick commerce platforms also, especially in our India. So they have got more acceptance than in the foreign countries. So this Instamart, Blinkit, Zepto and all. So these are all quick delivery platforms we call it. So whatever it is, this e-commerce platform has become the part and parcel of our day-to-day life. Now they have told that since e-commerce operators are doing very good amount of business, they made this e-commerce operators also liable for compulsory registration. They made e-commerce operators are also liable for compulsory registration. Sir, which kind of e-commerce operators are required to undergo compulsory registration? So if you see it here, they say every e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS under section number 52. So there are a few e-commerce operators, or there are e-commerce operators who will be required to collect something called TCS under section number 52. When e-commerce operator will collect a TCS, and in what circumstances they will do, from whom they will collect, what is that mechanism of TCS and all, we have a dedicated chapter e-commerce operator. There I will try to explain about that TCS provisions. But for the time being now, what I want you to remember is every e-commerce operator who is required to collect what? TCS under section number 52, they will be liable for compulsory registration. Not just that. If you remember, I told you about 9 subsection 5 and 5 subsection 5. Do you remember? Charging section breakup I have told. So what did I tell you in 9 subsection 5? There are certain services which are notified by the government. If those services are provided by the supplier to the recipient through an e-commerce operator, neither the supplier will pay the amount of GST, nor the recipient will deposit that amount of GST. Right. For those services which are notified under 9 subsection 5, neither the supplier will deposit the amount of GST nor the recipient will deposit the amount of GST. The responsibility for collection and paying the GST to the government rests with whom? E-commerce operator. Now you tell me, if the e-commerce operator is required to pay the amount of GST, first they should get themselves registered or not. So that's why. So those e-commerce operators who are required to pay tax on notified services under 9 subsection 5, those e-commerce operators are also required to pay the amount of GST. So two e-commerce operators, those e-commerce operators who are required to collect TCS under section number 52, and those e-commerce operators who are required to pay the GST under for services notified under 9 subsection 5. And they have told one more point, not just e-commerce operators, those persons who are supplying goods or services other than those notified under 9 subsection 5 through the such e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS under section number 52, those suppliers are also required to get themselves registered. So what they are saying, so let us say there is an e-commerce operator. So if this e-commerce operator, listen carefully, little complicated, this discussion is, complete clarity you will get once I take up e-commerce operator. There I will bring back and link it, but here I will tell you a scenario, a overall structure I will tell you. So first they have told that if there is an e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS under section number 52, what will happen? These people will be required to register compulsorily. Now what they have told is, if there is a supplier who is making supply of goods or supply of services or supply of both through that e-commerce operator which is required to collect TCS, even that suppliers also required to undergo compulsory registration. Not just the e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS under section number 52, every supplier of goods or services who is supplying the goods or services through that e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS under section number 52. So even that suppliers are also required to get themselves registered. Compulsory registration. So this is what the department has told. This is what initially has been covered under section number 24. Number 1, when it comes to e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS and who is required to pay tax for services notified under 9 subsection 5. Not just that, any supplier who is making supply of the goods or services through an e-commerce operator, they are also required to get compulsorily registered. That's what department has told. But see, as I have told you, e-commerce has become an inevitable part of our life. E-commerce has become an inevitable part of life, and today many people, if you have to survive today, the market has become such that if you have to survive, you have to compulsorily get yourself registered with some e-commerce operator. Because just imagine, from our perspective as a customer, instead of going and visiting a store, we are always comfortable in opening some app and placing an order. So that's why it has become very much necessary for even small businesses also to get registered with the e-commerce platforms today. But section number 24 is saying, if you register yourself with e-commerce operator, you will become liable for compulsory registration. So once again, it will create hardships or not? Yes. So that's why government has given some relaxation, not to the e-commerce operator. They did not give relaxation to e-commerce operator. They gave relaxations for whom? Those suppliers who are making supply of goods or services through an e-commerce operator. Sir, for whom they have given relaxation. Number one, see, if you are a service provider, you can enjoy the threshold limit up to 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees. No, whether you make a interstate supply or you make an intrastate supply. Do you remember it or not? Initially they told under section number 24, first point says if you are person making interstate supplies, you become liable for compulsory registration. But there they have given relaxation. If you are an interstate supplier of services, then you are not liable for registration. You can enjoy the threshold limit of 20 or 10. The same relaxations have been given even for the supplier of services. If you are a supplier providing the services through the e-commerce operator, whether you are making interstate supply or you are making intrastate supply, you are not liable for compulsory registration. You can enjoy the threshold limit of 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees in the case of MMNT. So whatever relaxation they have given to normal service provider, the same relaxation they have given even to the service provider who is making the supply of the services through e-commerce operator. So if I have to put it in one simple term, if you are a supplier of the service, whether you are making intrastate supply, whether you are making interstate supply, or whether you are making supply of services through e-commerce operator, you can enjoy the threshold limit of 20 or 10 lakh rupees. Okay, so sir, where that exception has been provided. So if you come here, so see, persons making supply of services through an e-commerce operator other than those specified under 9 subsection 5. So other than those specified under 9 subsection 5, this is not relevant. When I take up that 9 subsection 5, you will get the clarity. So automatically it will be excluded. So person making supply of services through an e-commerce operator with aggregate turnover up to 20 lakh rupees. So person supplying services other than those specified under 9 subsection 5 through e-commerce operator who is liable to collect TCS under section number 52 are exempt for compulsory registration if aggregate turnover is less than or equal to 20 lakhs. In case of MMNT, aggregate turnover is less than or equal to 10 lakhs. All service providers, so that's what the conclusion I have given ultimately. All service providers, whether supplying intrastate, whether supplying interstate, or they are making supply of services through e-commerce operator, they are all exempt from registration if aggregate turnover is less than or equal to 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees for Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland and Manipur. Able to understand? Then, so relaxation they have given for supply of goods, supply of services. Now what mistake supplier of goods have done? Even for supplier of goods also you are giving relaxation. So supplier of, if you are a normal supplier of goods, if you are making intrastate supply, you can enjoy the threshold limit up to 20, 40, 10. No. So that relaxation has been given only for what? Intrastate supply of goods. That relaxation has not been provided for interstate supply. If you are making an interstate supply of goods, you become liable for compulsory registration. But if you are making an intrastate supply of goods, you can enjoy the threshold limit of either 40, 20 or 10. Now, just because if I am making supply of goods through e-commerce operator, if I become liable for compulsory registration, it will be a hardship for me or not? So whatever relaxation which you have given for a normal person, whoever is making supply of goods, the same relaxation should be given to the person making supply of goods through e-commerce operator or not? Yes. So that's why, so what they have done is, persons making intrastate supply of goods through e-commerce operator with aggregate turnover up to the threshold limit. That threshold limit could be 40 in some circumstances, that threshold limit could be 20 in some circumstances, that threshold limit could be 10 in some circumstances. So persons making supply of goods through e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS under section number 52 with aggregate turnover in, see, one more thing they say, with aggregate turnover in preceding as well as current financial year not exceeding the threshold limit under section 22 subsection 1, they are exempt from registration. Simple. Whatever relaxation that has been given for a normal supplier of goods, the same relaxation has been provided even for the supplier of goods making supply through e-commerce operator. But here they are required to comply with some conditions. If you are a person making supply of goods through e-commerce operator, if you want to avoid compulsory registration, you are required to fulfill some conditions. Sir, what are that conditions? Number one, you shall not make any interstate supply. Quite obvious. Why? Because even if a normal supplier of goods is making a interstate supply, he become liable for compulsory registration. So even through e-commerce operator also, you should not be making any interstate supply. Number 2, you shall not make supply of goods or supply of goods through e-commerce operator in more than one state or union territory. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Let us say, for example, I have a place of business in AP. Okay, I have a place of business in Telangana, Tamil Nadu, sorry. I have also place of business in Karnataka. Okay, so now let us say from AP I am making a sales to within AP only. I have a place of business in AP and I am making sales only in AP. Whatever store in my AP is there, that I will sell it only in AP. On the other hand, in Tamil Nadu, I have one store. There also, I will make only sales to the people of Tamil Nadu. In Karnataka, I have a store. There also, I will make the supply of the goods only in the state of Karnataka. So that means I'm having a place of business in AP, but I'm making a intrastate supply. If I'm having a place of business in Tamil Nadu, there also I'm making a intrastate supply. I'm having a place of business in Karnataka, there also I'm making a intrastate supply. Am I making any interstate supply? No. So if you are a normal supplier of the goods, you can enjoy the threshold limit of 40 if you are exclusively engaged in the supply of the goods, because you are making only intrastate supply. You are not making any interstate supply. You can have places of business in multiple locations, but if you are not making any interstate supply, you will not get covered under section number 24. You remain under section number 22(1) only. But they have not given this relaxation for e-commerce operator, which means, let us say, for example, if I'm having a place of business in AP, I'm making supply of goods to the people in AP only, but that is happening through the e-commerce operator. I'm having a place of business in Tamil Nadu. There I'm making supply of goods through e-commerce operator only in the state of Tamil Nadu. So I'm having a place of business in Karnataka. There I'm making supply of goods to people of Karnataka, but through e-commerce operator. Then you will not become eligible for 22 subsection 1. You will fall under section number 24, compulsory registration. So that's what the meaning of this point. They say here, they shall not make supply of goods through e-commerce operator in more than one state. If you are making supply of goods through e-commerce operator, and if you want to enjoy that threshold limit of 40, 20 or 10, you should be supplying the goods through that e-commerce operator only in one state. In other states, you should not be associated with the e-commerce operator. That means, let us say, for example, if I take the same case, so let us say I'm making supply of, I'm having a place of business in Tamil Nadu, I'm having a place of business in Karnataka. In every state I'm making intrastate supplies only. I'm making intrastate supplies only in the state of AP through the e-commerce operator. Will I be able to enjoy the threshold limit? Yes, because you are making supplies through e-commerce operator in only one state. Okay, right. So two conditions. Condition number 1, you should not make any interstate supply. Number 2, you should not be making supply of goods through e-commerce operator in more than one state or union territory. Number 3, he shall be required to have a PAN. Compulsorily you must have a PAN issued under the Income Tax Act. Number 4, he shall, before making any supply of goods through e-commerce operator, before you make any supply through the e-commerce operator, you should come and declare some details on the common portal. So what details I have to declare, sir? What is my PAN? What is the address of place of business, state or union territory in which such person seeks to make such supply, in which state you are making the supply, which will be subjected to validation, which details will be verified on the common portal. Now you will get a doubt, sir, he is not a registered person, no? How he can share the information? Generally, written furnishing, data submission, all will happen only when you are a registered person. So if you are registered, you will get a number called GSTIN. That is the identification number for you. Using that GSTIN, you can submit all the information. But you are saying supplier of goods, he can enjoy exemption through an e-commerce operator up to a threshold limit. But you are asking, before making supply on the common portal, he has to declare his PAN, he has to declare his address, he is also required to disclose his state or union territory where he is making a supply. Sir, how he can share that information, sir? How the government will identify him, sir? How the government will identify him is, they will grant an enrollment number to these supplier of goods who are making supply of goods through e-commerce operator and who are taking the relaxation from compulsory registration, they must get one number called enrollment number. So you have to give your PAN details. After validation, they will give you that enrollment number. He shall not be granted more than one enrollment number in a state or union territory. You can get only one enrollment number. You can't get multiple applications. It is also PAN based. No supply of goods shall be made by such persons through e-commerce operator unless such persons have granted an enrollment number on the common portal. So if you want to make supply of goods through the e-commerce operator, and if you don't want yourself to get compulsorily registered, you can make supply only when you have an enrollment number. Practically what will happen is e-commerce platform itself will not register you. If you are not showing them the enrollment number, they will not allow you to make the supply over their platform. Next, where such persons are subsequently granted registration under section number 25. For example, you are enjoying the threshold limit. In case if your aggregate turnover has exceeded the applicable threshold limit, now you will make an application for registration. No, once you get your registration, then enrollment number will be invalid. Then enrollment number will not have any validity. Why? Because you are already a registered person now. Going forward, you can quote your GSTIN. So the process of this whole enrollment number and all is because government wants to track whether these persons turnover has exceeded or not. Why? Because in e-commerce platform, multiple places, multiple supplies you will do. So government wants to have a track whether really your turnover is within the threshold limit or not. So to track that, they have asked you to get the enrollment number. Able to understand? So that's all. So this is what regarding the persons making supply of goods through e-commerce operator. So very simple. Once again, I am telling you e-commerce operator provisions, a quick revision we will do. Which kind of e-commerce operators are required to get themselves registered? Those who are required to collect TCS under section number 52. Number 2, those who are required to pay tax for services notified under 9 subsection 5. And initially they told every person whoever is making the supplies through the e-commerce operator required to collect TCS under section number 52, they all will become liable for compulsory registration. But keeping in mind the need of the hour over a period of time, they have given relaxation. To whom they have given relaxation? Number 1, if you are a supplier of services through the e-commerce operator, no procedure, no conditions, nothing. If you are an e-commerce operator providing supply of services, you can enjoy the threshold limit of 20 or 10, whether you make an interstate supply, whether you make an intrastate supply. On the other hand, if you are making supply of goods through the e-commerce operator liable to collect TCS under section number 52, then also you can enjoy the threshold limit of 40, 20 or 10, whatever is applicable. Provided you have to comply with some conditions. What are that conditions? Number 1, you should not make any interstate supply. Number 2, you should not make supply through the e-commerce operator in more than one state or union territory. Number 3, you must have a PAN and you must have a PAN under Income Tax Act. And before you make a supply through the e-commerce operator, you have to declare on the common portal your PAN, your address, state or union territory where you want to make the supply through the e-commerce operator. And how you can submit all that information? You will get something called an enrollment number. And you will get only one enrollment number, not more than one. And before you make a supply, if you want to make a supply, or unless and until you get that enrollment number, you will not be permitted to make the supply through the e-commerce operator. If at all in the future, if your aggregate turnover exceeds the threshold limit and you have obtained registration, then enrollment number will no longer be valid, will cease to be valid. Clear? That's all. So this is what regarding compulsory registration. So with this we have completed section number 24. Who are the persons required to undergo compulsory registration? Now what we will try to do is we will try to talk about section number 23, persons who are not liable for registration. Section number 22 says normal circumstances where a person will become liable for registration. Section number 24 says circumstances where a person will become liable for compulsory registration. So in between we have one section, section number 23, which is exempting certain categories of the persons from taking compulsory, from taking registration altogether, even though their aggregate turnover has exceeded. So let us try to understand who are those people who are exempted from taking registration. So first we will talk about section number 23 subsection 1. So under section number 23 subsection 1, two categories of persons are notified who are exempted from registration. In that one we have already covered. First point, if you see, persons who are engaged exclusively in business of supplying goods and or services which are not liable to tax or which are wholly exempt from tax. Let us say you are a business person. Your aggregate turnover has exceeded the applicable threshold limit. But whatever supply you are making, that is completely an exempt supply or that is a non-taxable supply. Then is there any purpose of taking the GST? No. So that's why even though your aggregate turnover has exceeded 40, 50, 100, whatever it is, let us say for example, I'm running a petrol pump. Only petrol pump I'm running. Inside that petrol pump also I'm selling only diesel and petrol. So I ran business. Will the turnover of a petrol pump increase 40 lakh rupees? Happily, easily the turnover will increase. So my aggregate turnover has exceeded 40 lakh rupees. Generally, in every state or union territory, from wherever I am making a taxable supply, I have to get myself registered. But I am running a petrol pump. I am not making any taxable supply. Why? Because petrol and diesel is a non-taxable supply. You are not required to undergo registration. So that's why, if you see, I will tell you one scenario. If you look at petrol pumps, inside the petrol pumps there will be air filling facility, nitrogen, air and all they will fill. That they will say free of cost. That they will not say that they will not collect any charge from you. That air filling will be free. Why do you think that air filling is free? In your tires, air filling they will do it for free. Why do you think they will do it? Why they will do it is in case if they charge consideration, no, they become liable to take the GST. Why? Because petrol, diesel and all is an exempt supply. But if you charge a consideration by filling an air, that will become a taxable supply. On that exemption is not there, that will be a taxable supply of services. So your 99% or 95% of the revenue might be coming from petrol and diesel. That 1% of the revenue will come from filling of air. But since you are making a taxable supply, you become liable for registration, and you have to take the registration and pay the GST, file the returns, and all that headache is going to come. So that's why they will give the air free, not because of doing some charity and all. If they start charging for that, they will be making a taxable supply. Then till now they used to enjoy that exemption from registration. Now they will become liable for compulsory registration. Now inside some petrol pumps, you will be able to find the supermarkets. You'll be able to find supermarkets where they will sell FMCG goods and all. So, but if you pay most of the attention, that bill you will get it in a different name. Next time when you go to a petrol pump, no, you do one thing. So you get a bill, you fill diesel or petrol in your vehicle and ask the bill of that petrol pump. They will give you petrol pump bill. And inside that, if the supermarket is there, go and do the shopping. There also they will give you bill. Just observe the name of the entities in both. You will find different names. So what this petrol pump people will do, petrol pump. Let us say for example, if the husband is running a petrol pump, that supermarket store business, he will run it in his wife's name. Why? Because even if he runs that supermarket business in his own name, once again he is making a taxable supply. He become liable for registration. All unnecessary compliance burdens. Clear? Right. This is what tax planning. This is how you have to do the tax planning. This is not evasion of the taxes and all whatever I have told. This is better interpretation of the provisions. That is where people will come for your assistance. So if you know how to interpret the section, so that is where you are going to create the value. Understood? Right. So that's what they say. Persons engaged exclusively in the business of supplying goods and services are not liable for tax, or which are not liable to tax or wholly exempt from tax. They are not required to undergo registration. Then an agriculturist to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. So what they're saying, if you are a what? Agriculturist, and if you are making a supply of produce from what? From cultivation of land, then you are not liable for registration, no matter how much turnover you are making. So first of all, who is an agriculturist? See, exemption has been given for agriculturist. Who is an agriculturist, sir? So if you see it here, they have defined it. Agriculturist defined under section number 27. So an individual or HUF. So only who can enjoy the agriculturist status? Only individual or HUF who undertakes cultivation of land, either by using their own labor, they themselves are going and working on the farm, or by using the labor of family, you are taking the assistance of your family, or by servants on wages payable in cash or kind, or by hired labor under personal supervision or personal supervision of any of the member of the family. So an individual or HUF who is doing cultivation of land either using his own labor, by using the labor of your family, or you are doing that using servants for whom you are paying the wages, and those agents are supervised either by yourself or your family member, only you will be called as agriculturist. Let us say three of our friends, we have collectively created one partnership firm. In the partnership firm, we are carrying out agricultural activity where we have appointed servants, and in that under our supervision they are carrying out the agricultural activity. Let us say three people are there, we have created a partnership firm, we wanted to grow sugarcane. So we have appointed some people, we have appointed some labor, those labor will work in the field, and from that we get the sugarcane crop, we will sell it in the market. Are we exempted from registration? No, you are not exempted from registration. Why? Because agriculturist status can be enjoyed only by individual or an HUF, not the partnership firm or any other kind of organization. And one more thing they say here, if an agriculturist will be exempted from registration only to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. To the extent you are making supply of produce out of cultivation of land, till that point of time only you can enjoy that exemption. Sir, what do you mean by this? Let us say, for example, there is an individual who is an agriculturist. Now he is growing the crops and he is selling sugarcane. Sugarcane is an agricultural produce or not? So he is selling the sugarcane. So from sugarcane, let us say he made a turnover of 10 lakh rupees, or let me put it this way, he sold the sugarcane and made some 20 lakh rupees of turnover. Now, what he is also doing is, since he is anyhow into sugarcane industry, he ran a sugar mill, that sugar factory and all. So from there, let us say for example, Jaggery also he sold, amounting to some 30 lakh rupees. Jaggery also he is selling, amounting to 30 lakh rupees. Will he liable for registration? Yes. Why? Because agreed he is an agriculturist, but he is not just making supply of produce out of cultivation of land. Supply out of produce of cultivation of land is sugarcane. But apart from that, he is also making something other than cultivation of land. That means he is selling the jaggery also. And if you see here, his aggregate turnover has come to 50 lakh rupees. Assuming he is eligible for higher threshold limit of 40, so his aggregate turnover has exceeded the applicable threshold limit, he will become liable for registration under section number 22 subsection 1. Able to understand here? See, what will be your answer? Just let me give you a different scenario. What will be your answer if I say this person is registered, this person is making supply from Andhra Pradesh, sugarcane he sold 20 lakh rupees, jaggery he sold 10 lakh rupees. Apart from that, he is not making any other supply. Now, will he become liable for registration? No. Why? Because, okay, he will not get covered under 23 subsection 1 because he is an agriculturist making supply of produce other than cultivation of land. Then he will be governed by 22 subsection 1. So 22 subsection 1, when it will become applicable? When your aggregate turnover exceeds the applicable threshold limit. So here aggregate turnover is 30. What is the applicable threshold limit? He is not making supply from MMND, he is not making supply from UP Mats, he is exclusively engaged in supply of goods. 40 lakh rupees is his applicable threshold limit. Since his aggregate turnover is within the applicable threshold limit, he will not be liable for registration. Understood? Clear and comfortable, everybody? So two categories of persons they have mentioned in 23 subsection 1. A person who is engaged exclusively in the business of supplying goods or services which are either wholly exempt or they are not liable to tax. Second one, an agriculturist only to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. So note point, if you see here, if they make any supply other than from produce of cultivation of land, registration is required subject to the threshold limit. That's what even example I have given you, right? So these are the persons who are exempted from registration under 23 subsection 1. Apart from that, under 23 subsection 2, the government has reserved the power on recommendations of the council to notify categories of the persons who will be exempted from registration. So under 23 subsection 2, government has reserved the power. Tomorrow if we want to give any notification, we will notify and grant them relief from a registration, and using that power only all these things they have given. That's what we have already covered. Like if you are a person making interstate supply of services, if you are a person making only reverse charge supplies, if you are a CTP making notified handicraft products, and if you are making supplies through e-commerce operator, if you see here, all of this we have covered. Everything we have covered, but I did not cover it here along with the Related compulsory registration exceptions I have covered. Clear everyone? So these are the people who have been exempted from taking registration. So with this we have successfully completed section number 22, we are done. Section number 23 we are done, and even section number 24 also we are completed. Okay, so now going forward we have 25, 26, 27, 28, which will be talking about the procedural formalities relating to registration. That procedural formalities we will try to cover it. Okay, so but before that we'll take one break. After the break we'll come back and continue our discussion. Okay, right, we'll resume our discussion. So in the previous session we have successfully completed section number 22, 23, 24. Three sections are talking about when a person will become liable for registration, when a person will not become liable for registration, and when a person will become liable for compulsory registration. So since we have understood who is liable, who is not liable, now if at all a person has become liable for registration, if at all a person has become liable for registration, what procedure he is required to follow? What procedure he is required to follow in order to get that registration in his name? So that procedure we are going to discuss now. So when it comes to procedures, we have three sections associated with the procedures: 25, 26, 27. 25 will actually talk about procedure for registration. 26 is going to talk about something called deemed registration, and 27 is going to talk about special procedure for registration of CTP and NRTP. So three sections immediately we'll try to complete. Thereafter we have one more section, section number 28 also, which is talking about amendment of registration. So these four I will keep it under procedural formalities. So 25 procedure for registration, 26 deemed registration, 27 CTP or NRTP, and 28 amendment of the registration. So all this we will try to cover it. So first we will take up the discussion regarding procedure for normal registration, not for CTP and NRTP. A normal person, how he is required to get himself registered, that procedural formalities we will try to have a quick look. So first of all, where and by when to apply for registration. See, I have told you when a person will become liable for registration. If at all a person has become liable for registration, within what time he has to apply for registration? Within what time he has to apply for registration? That is very, very important, because as we all are aware, in taxation laws everything should be time bound. If you don't keep a time limit, what will happen is people will never comply. So that's why even when you have become liable for registration, there is a maximum time limit within which you are required to apply for registration. Sir, what will happen if I don't apply for registration within the specified time limit? There will be some consequences. So what are that consequences? We'll try to see it later, but I want you all to remember that there will be certain consequences if you don't make an application for registration within specified time limit. Sir, what is that time limit? So in case if you are a person liable for if you are a person liable to be registered under section 22 or 24, 22 threshold limits and all, or 24 compulsory registration. So in case if you are a person who has become liable for registration under section number 22 or 24, where you are required to submit an application for registration, this point we have already covered. In every such a state or union territory, wherever he is making a taxable supply. Sir, within what time limit? They say within 30 days from the date on which he become liable for registration. From whatever date he became liable for registration, from that date within 30 days you have to submit an application for registration. Let us say your aggregate turnover has exceeded applicable threshold limit as on 15th of March. Within what time you are required to submit an application? Within 30 days. So how to calculate that 30 days? In March total we have 31 days. The date when you become liable, that also you have to exclude it. So if you take out 15, on 15 I become liable for registration. By 31st of March, 16 days are already over. Now 14 more days you have in April. On or before 14th of April you are required to submit an application for registration. You have to submit. Next, let us say for example, in case you become liable for registration under 22 subsection 3. What is 22 subsection 3? Registered person transferred his business. So whatever is the date of transfer, that is the date when you become liable for registration. From that date of transfer, within 30 days, you are required to submit an application for registration. 22 subsection 4, which says if you are undergoing an amalgamation or demerger as per the court or tribunal's order with effect from the date of certificate of registration given by ROC, from that date you become liable for registration. No, so the date when you got that registration certificate, from that date within 30 days you are required to submit an application for registration. Or if you are becoming liable for registration under section number 24, let us say you have made an interstate supply, you become liable for registration. Within 30 days of making such interstate supply, you have to submit an application for registration. So time limit is very, very important. So that's what they say here. If you become liable for registration under section number 22 or 24, then you are required to obtain registration in every such a state or union territory within how many days? Within 30 days from the date you become liable for registration. However, if you are a CTP or NRTP, there also you are required to get yourself registered in every state or union territory, but here the time limit is going to be different, at least 5 days prior to commencement of business. In case of CTP or NRTP, government will not wait for 30 days. Why? Because I told you CTP example, you are going to another state to participate in the big exhibition or expo, there you will make some supply. There also if the government says within 30 days, no, so within 30 days exhibition will be over, you will sell, you will go back to your respective state also. So government can't wait for that long. So that's why in case of a CTP or NRTP, those people are required to submit an application at least 5 days prior to commencement of business. So let us say your exhibition is going to start on 20th of April, 5 days prior to it. That means on or before 15th of April, it's 15th of April itself, you have submitted an application for registration at least 5 days prior to the commencement of business. Next, in case person making supply from territorial waters of India, this point I have already told in the introduction. So what is territorial waters? So we have India definition. Territorial waters means what? 12 nautical miles, up to 12 nautical miles from the shore, we call it as territorial waters. So if someone is making a supply in the territorial waters, let us say for example in Goa territorial waters, there will be casinos where they will supply services, supply restaurant services. So they also become liable for registration, but with which state they will submit an application for registration? Which state? Nearest to coastal line. So whatever state is there which is having to the nearest to coastal line, there they have to submit an application for registration. Here also within 30 days. 30 days time limit is going to remain common. So that's what they say, person making supply from territorial waters of India, where the question here is where they are required to submit an application in coastal state or union territory where nearest point of baseline is located. Within how many days? Within 30 days from the date which he become liable for registration. Within 30 days you are required to submit an application. Understood? Next, state-wise registration. Sir, can I get one single registration of GST all over India? No. Why? Because GST is a destination based tax. So that's why GST registration is state specific. That's why in every state or union territory wherever you are making a supply, you have to submit an application for registration. There is no concept of centralized registration. GST registration is state specific. So that's what they say. And if you have multiple places of business in a single state, within a state, if you have multiple places of business, are you required to mandatorily obtain separate registration? No, you can operate them under single registration. But in case if you want multiple registrations, will the government grant that registration? Yes. But in case if separate registration has been granted, you will be deemed to be a distinct person under section number 25. This we have discussed in the supply chapter itself. If you have multiple places of business in multiple states, can you operate all of them under single registration? No, you have to take a separate registration. And if you have taken separate registration, you will be deemed to be a distinct person. So that's what they say here. GST registration is state-wise. It is not centralized. Businesses with branches in multiple states require separate registration for each state. Within a single state, generally an entity is granted one registration, where at least one place will be mentioned as principal place of business and other will be mentioned as additional place of business. Generally one registration will be granted, but if you want more than one, you are always welcome to get it. Next, separate registration for different places of business within a state or union territory may be granted if you want. So taxpayers with multiple places of business in one state may choose to get separate registration by filing for each place of business separate application GST REG 01. If separate registrations are obtained, tax must be paid even on supplies between registered places of business because they will be deemed as distinct persons. And rule number 9 and 10 regarding verification will apply. What are that verification rules? We will see subsequently. Next, composition levy in case of separate registration. This point I will try to explain when I take up that composition levy. When I take up the composition levy, there I will try to explain it. Okay. Now, see, I told that if you have multiple places of business, you can operate them under single registration. No, for that one exception is there. Sometimes you have multiple places of business within same state, but you will be compulsorily required to get separate registration. When is that is, let us say within a same state. In Tamil Nadu, you are having a place of business. Let us say in Tamil Nadu, you have one place of business from where you are doing the business. Let us say in Tamil Nadu, they have declared one SEZ. One area they have declared it as SEZ within the Tamil Nadu state only. In SEZ also, you have a place of business. You have a place of business. Both are within same state only. One place you have in outside of SEZ. One place of business you have within SEZ. But both are in the same state of Tamil Nadu. Generally what I told, if you have multiple places of business within the same state or union territory, you can operate them under single registration, but that relaxation will not become applicable here. Here mandatorily you have to get separate registration for place outside of SEZ, and mandatorily you have to get separate registration for the place in SEZ, even though they are within the same state. This is one exception. Okay, this anyhow we will cover it later when we take up the SEZ related discussions and all in the subsequent chapters, but now itself I am telling you well in advance. Okay, so one exception, that multiple places of business within the same state can operate under single registration. For that one exception is there. Within the same state you have one unit in SEZ and other unit in outside of SEZ. You must get compulsorily separate registrations. Next, voluntary registration. Regarding this also I have spoke about it or not. So sometimes people voluntarily need to have a trouble in their life. So these are this category of persons. You did not exceed the applicable threshold limit. You are not falling under section number 24. But still if you voluntarily want to go and get yourself registered, will the department grant you registration? 100% they will grant you registration. But once you get yourself voluntarily registered, all the provisions of the GST Act will become applicable. You have to issue invoices, you have to file the returns, you have to pay the GST, everything will become applicable. You can't say I have taken voluntary registration but still I will pay GST only when my turnover exceeds the applicable threshold limit. You can't say that. You have invited the trouble, you have to bear it. So that's what they say. A person not liable for registration either under section number 22 or 24 may even opt for voluntary registration. Once obtained, he must comply with provisions and pay tax even if turnover is below threshold limit. Then they are defining distinct persons or establishments of distinct person. Do you want me to explain it once again? We have already understood in a detailed manner with a clear examples under supply chapter. Next, PAN is compulsory for obtaining registration. You must have a PAN card. Why? Because GST registration is a PAN specific. One must have PAN card for obtaining what? GST registration. Able to understand? But one exception is there. In one case, department will allow GST registration even without PAN also. What is that? NRTP. So for a NRTP you will not be able to have PAN because he is a non-resident. No. So since in the case of NRTP there is no availability of PAN card, they can submit some other documents. What are that other documents which will be submitted? I will talk about it later. One more relaxation has been given. A person who is required to deduct TDS is required to undergo compulsory registration. No. Even those people who are required to get registered because they have to collect TDS, instead of submitting PAN they can submit TAN. What they can submit? They can submit TAN instead of PAN for those people who are required to get registered themselves for deduction of the TDS. So that's what they say here. An NRTP may be granted registration on the basis of other prescribed documents. What are they? We are going to see in the subsequent part. A person required to deduct TDS under section number 51 in lieu of PAN, that means instead of PAN, he can submit a tax deduction and collection account number, TAN in short we call it, issued under income tax in order to be eligible for grant of registration. Next, unique identity number. Now, for some people, the department will grant something called UIN. What is it? UIN, Unique Identity Number. See, here we have to understand few differences here. If you get yourself GST registered, if I am a business person, if I submit an application for registration, I will get one GSTIN. I will get one number, alphanumeric number, which I call it as GSTIN. This GSTIN is a unique number by which GST department will identify you. And what is the purpose of getting that GSTIN? To make the payment of taxes. The main purpose of granting the GST is to make that person eligible to make the payment of taxes. Now, what government has done is, let us say in India we have foreign embassies, foreign country related embassies and consulates will be there. Let us say in India we have an US embassy. Now this US embassy will provide various functions. Like if you want to travel to US, first you have to go to an US embassy and get your visa approvals and all done. So this US embassy will be providing various outward services. What they will be providing? They will be providing various services. Like for example, if I want to go to US, first I will go to US embassy, get a slot booked there, some interview will happen, then they will give me visa, then I can travel. So this US embassy will provide various outward services on which they are not required to pay any GST. That will be exempt, on which they will not be required to pay any GST. But this US embassy will receive various input services or also or not. Like for example, in the US embassy at Chennai, they need some air conditioner. They went to the store and they purchased an air conditioner. Inward supply. And for running their office, they need some stationery. They went to the shop and they purchased some stationery. Or they received some services. For example, they are receiving housekeeping and security services for maintenance of their office. On all that input services, would they have paid GST or not? I told on outward supplies there is no tax, but when they purchased inward supplies or inward goods, on that they would have paid GST or not? Yes. Now generally they should be eligible to take the input tax credit. Even if they take the input tax credit also, can they make use of it? If they have received inward supplies on which they have paid GST, will they be able to avail ITC on it? No. Even if they take the ITC also, no use. Why no use? They don't have any output tax liability. If they don't have any output tax liability, there is no purpose of input tax credit only. So that's why what the department has done is, they have identified these kind of organizations and they will grant them one unique number called UIN. Unique number called what? UIN. Now what these embassies can do is, when they go and purchase their inward supplies, they can mention this UIN number. They can mention this what? UIN number. Now these suppliers will mention on the invoice that UIN number. And those suppliers, when they file the returns also, they will mention the UIN number to which they have made their outward supplies. Now what GST department will do is, periodically from the returns data, they will identify how much amount of GST this embassy have paid on their inward supplies. That amount they will give it as a refund. That amount they will give it as a refund. That is the whole purpose of giving the unique identity number. For not everybody they are going to give this UIN. And the whole purpose of UIN is not to collect the taxes. Here you have to understand difference between GSTIN and UIN. The purpose of GSTIN is for the government to collect taxes. But the purpose of UIN is not for collection of taxes. The purpose of UIN is to give back the refund of the taxes whatever they have paid. Okay. Sir, why all these privileges, sir, for these people? Because if we give them the privilege in India, they will also give privilege to our embassies which are located outside of India. Tit for tat. So if we give them privileges in India, similarly when our embassies are located in abroad, they will also grant us similar advantages. That is what the whole purpose of UIN. Understood? So let us try to understand what they try to say here regarding UIN. Specialized agency. First they are telling for whom this UIN will be granted. Specialized agency of what? United Nations organization or multilateral financial institution. and organizations notified under United Nations Privileges and Immunities Act. These are all basically some international organizations. And consulate or embassy of foreign countries, US embassy, US consulate, UK embassy, UK consulate, and any other persons as may be notified by commissioner. They are required to obtain something called UIN from the GSTN portal. Not everybody, my dear students, only specialized agency of United Nations organization, multilateral financial institution, and organizations notified by United Nations, embassies, consulates of foreign countries, or any other person as may be notified by commissioner. They have to make an application and get a number called UIN. It is needed. What is the purpose of UIN? It is needed for claiming refund of taxes paid on notified supplies of goods and or services received, and for such other purposes as may be notified. Say GSTN is state specific, UIN is not. You need not obtain with every state separate UIN. You can obtain one single UIN that will remain valid all over India. One more point of difference between GSTN and UIN. So UIN granted is a centralized UIN. It shall be applicable to whole territory of India. You need not obtain with every state separate UINs. Persons having UIN is not considered as a registered person. I told you what is the meaning of taxable person, no? Taxable person means what? The person who is already registered or who is liable for registration. Can I consider the person whoever has got UIN to be a taxable person? No. He will not be considered as a registered person, because the purpose of granting UIN is altogether different. So those people who have got UIN, they will not be considered as registered person. So since they are not registered person, they also don't fall under taxable person definition. These minute details are important. Next, proper officer may assign a UIN and they will issue a certificate. UIN certificate also they will give in form GST REG 06 within 3 working days of receiving the application. So UIN, if you want UIN, within 3 days you are going to get it. You have to submit an application and within 3 days they will give you UIN certificate in GST REG 06. Next, one more concept here. Suo Moto registration by the proper officer. What do you mean by Suo Moto? In taxation, this terminology is quite common. On your own, on its own, I can say, which means sometimes these authorities, even though you don't make any application, even though you don't approach them, sometimes they initiate the action on their own. That I call it as Suo Moto action. So what do you mean by Suo Moto registration by the proper officer? What do you mean by Suo Moto registration? Generally, applicant, the business person, will submit an application and he will be granted the registration. In some circumstances, what will happen is, you are not making an application, the proper officer himself is taking the lead. He himself will initiate the action. Even though you don't submit an application for registration, the proper officer himself will initiate the action from his side to register you. When, sir? When it will happen is, let us say I am a business person. My aggregate turnover has exceeded applicable threshold limit, but I am not making an application for registration. Somehow proper officer got the information. He came for a search, he came for an inquiry, he came for some survey. As a part of his inquiry, as a part of his survey, as a part of his search, whatever it is, he found that I am liable for registration, but I did not submit an application for registration. Then what he will do is, he will Suo Moto grant the registration to you. He himself will grant you the registration certificate and make you liable to pay the amount of GST. So that's what they have told you, where pursuant to any survey, if any survey was conducted, or any inquiry was conducted, or any inspection was done, or search or other proceedings happens. As a part of these proceedings, PO finds it. See, at various instances you will find PO. PO means what? Proper officer. If PO finds that a person is liable to registration, but he failed to apply for registration, such officer, what he will do first? He will grant a registration on temporary basis and he will issue an order. He will pass an order. Okay, this person is registered. Now, okay, sir, I am a business person. PO came to my office, did the inquiry. He gave me the temporary registration order. Now, what I should do? He gave me order, temporarily registering me. What I should do? Now you have two options at your disposal. accept to your mistakes, agree to your mistakes, you submit an application for registration. That is temporary registration granted by PO. So you agree to your mistakes. Within 90 days of that PO's order, you submit an application for registration and make your permanent registration. But your registration will be effective not subsequently. Your registration will be effective from the date on which PO has granted temporary registration. Able to understand? So once you got temporary registration from the proper officer, two options: either agree to your mistakes, submit an application for registration within 90 days of that order given by the PO. No sir, I want to challenge it. PO is wrong. I am making exempt supply. He is considering it as taxable supply, or he is wrongly applying me the applicable threshold limit. I am not liable for registration. Then you need not be bound by the PO's order. You will be given an option. You can file an appeal. What you can do? You can go for an appeal. So that's what they say. Such person to whom that order has been given by PO, he shall either submit an application for registration in prescribed form within how many days? Within 90 days from the date of grant of temporary registration. Or what he can do? He can file an appeal. Now, when you go for appeal also, two things can happen. When you go for appeal also, two things can happen. What two things can happen when you go for appeal? Either court might favor department or court might favor person. If the court is favoring you, court has also agreed that no, you are not liable for registration. PO is only wrong. Happy. Your registration, you are not registered. You can continue doing your business. In case if the court upheld the order of the department only, that means court is also telling no, you are wrong. You are liable for registration. Now what you should do? Within 30 days of receiving the order, now you should submit an application for registration. Okay. So in case, that means in case if you have gone for appeal, if appellate authority upholds liability to registration, that means even appellate authority has also considered that you are liable for registration. You must apply for registration within 90 days from the date of issue of such appellate order, within 30 days from issue of appellate order. So rule 9 and 10 shall apply regarding verification and all, and GST and granted shall be effective from the date of order of PO. So you are submitting application later, but what will be the effective date of registration? From whenever the PO has granted you the temporary registration, no, from that date itself your registration will become effective. Understood? Quick recap shall we do? Number one, if you become, in case if the PO has conducted any inquiry, search, seizure, and if he finds that you are liable for registration but you failed to register yourself, he will grant an order to register you temporarily and issue an order. Now once you get that order, two options: either you voluntarily submit an application within 90 days, or you can go for appeal. If in the appeal you win the case, well and good. No, if in the appeal the appellate authority has uphold the decision of GST registration, that means they told, even court also decided, even appellate authority also decided you are liable for registration. Within 30 days of such order, you should submit an application for registration. In any case, your application will be effective from the date of grant of temporary registration by the proper officer. Understood? Right. So now we have seen all the formalities. Now we will come to the actual formality, how you are supposed to submit an application for registration. So if you have done the articleship already, this is something which you are already well versed with. So quickly I will take you through how you are required to submit an application for registration, that we will try to do. Just give me 1 minute. Right. So I will give you overview quickly. Thereafter we will try to cover the material. So not that important from the examination perspective. This procedural formality and all not that important, but quickly I will try to take you through it. So as I have told you, when the department has thought of bringing the GST, as I've told you in the introduction chapter, department wanted to have a technology driven GST system. They want to run the entire GST system on technology. So even registration also they have made it through internet. To get the registration, you are not required to go to any GST offices and all. They even wanted to grant you registration through electronic application. Sir, if I want to get the registration, what I should do? So you have to go online, visit the GST portal www.gst.gov.in. You have to come here to the services section. There you will be able to find something called registration option. Under that there will be an option called new registration. When you come and click here in the new registration section, there will be one form which you are required to fill. That form we call it as GST REG 01. What is that form called as? GST REG 01. This GST REG 01 is going to contain two parts, part A and part B. Part A and part B. This GST REG 01 is not applicable for NRTPs. NRTPs will have a separate form. This GST REG 01 is not applicable for TDS deductor. They will have a separate form. This GST REG 01 is not applicable for OIDAR service provider. So there will be special cases. For them this form will not become applicable. But in majority of the cases this form will become applicable. So GST REG 01, a form will open. So there will be two parts where you have to fill both the parts. So first, if you come and look here, the part 1. This is part A, GST REG. When I go and click the new registration, this page will open. So here it is. This is part A basically. In part A, it will ask you basic details. What it will ask you? Basic details. Number 1. So you have to select new registration. So here the drop down option will come. I am a. You have to select. Are you a taxpayer? Are you a OIDR? Are you a NRTP? Accordingly form will change. So I am selecting a taxpayer. Then you have to select from which state or union territory you are applying for registration. Thereafter district. Then you have to mention the legal name of the business as per your PAN card. Then you have to enter your PAN card number. Once you enter your PAN card number here, it will automatically validate whether your PAN card is valid or not. It will validate. Thereafter you have to enter your email address, working email address you have to mention, because next step you are going to get the OTP. Thereafter you have to enter the mobile number. This is also working mobile number for which you will get an OTP. Now whose mobile number and email address you have to enter? You are a chartered accountant. One day client has come to you, asked you to do the registration for him. Will you enter your email address, your mobile number, or your client's email address or mobile number? Clients you have to do, but many chartered accountants or accountants generally, what mistake they will commit, so since it will be troubling for them to go and ask OTP, so when you are doing the compliances for them, you will be required to ask OTPs. So why to trouble the client for asking the OTPs and all, thinking that they will enter their email addresses and mobile numbers. So which is actually wrong. In future so many consequences will be there for that. Tomorrow when you are going and doing the practice, better you always try to give the client's email address and mobile number. Or else generally what is my practice is, what I will do in my offices, for every client we will create a new email ID. One new fresh email ID we will create, which we will use it only for GST filing purposes, so that we don't trouble the client every time for OTP. But we will never share our own email IDs or our own mobile numbers. Mobile numbers definitely you give it for the client's mobile number only, but email, for that what you do is, so that you will also have access to the OTPs, create one new email ID for the client, so you both will have the access. So whatever it is, all these basic details you have to fill. So what and all details are getting filled in part A? Tell me my dear students, what is your status, from which state or union territory you are applying for registration, which district, legal name of your business, PAN card, your email address, and thereafter mobile number. So once you click here on the proceed button, it will ask you to enter OTPs, mobile OTP, email OTP, and then you have to click the proceed button once again. So once your application has been successfully submitted, then you will get one TRN. What you will get? TRN. This is part A. Till here part A. So when you fill part A, you will get one temporary reference number. So now using this TRN, you have to fill part B. Registration application is not yet done. You have submitted only part A. So now you have to fill what? Part B. Sir, what is that part B, sir? Now next time you have to once again come here, enter your TRN number, whatever you have got. Then once again it will ask you for OTP. Once you have entered the OTP, now part B will come. So this is what part B. Part B is very much a detail oriented. You have to share hell a lot of your information. Part B is the actual application where you are giving all your business details and all. So if I give you a brief overview here, first they will ask you to share your business details. So what kind of business you are doing, what are the business addresses and all they will ask. Now, promoters are partners. If it is a sole proprietor firm, only one proprietorship details you will give. If it is a partnership firm, who are the partners? If it is a company, who are the promoters? Their details you are required to fill. After that, authorized signatory. Now, what is this concept of authorized signatory? Whom you are authorizing to take care of compliances, I will say, in a simple manner. One best example I will give you. Let us say my father is doing the business. My father is the business owner. Now what he wants to do is, since he is well versed with the technology, he can handle the OTPs and all. So what he will do is, he can make himself as authorized signatory. That means OTPs will be shared on his number, on his email address. Let us say my father is doing the business. He is not well versed with the technology, but he wants a GST registration. But when you take GST registration, OTPs and all are required to be shared. My father is not that well versed with technology. So what he has done is, he can appoint me as an authorized signatory. He can appoint me as an authorized signatory. That means he can share my mobile number, my email address for the purpose of getting the OTPs and all. Similarly, in the case of partnership firm also, multiple partners will be there. You have to choose one among them as an authorized signatory, basically to whom the OTPs and all will be shared, if I have to put it in simple terms. So authorized signatory details you have to share. If there is any authorized representative, this will be mainly in the case of foreign entities and all, this field will be there. If there is any authorized representative, their details, what is your principal place of business, address, along with the supporting documents like rent agreement, municipal tax receipt, all that details you have to share. Even the even attachments you have to upload. Then additional places of business, then details of what and all goods and services you are doing, state specific information. So all this information you will fill. Now after doing all this, after filling all this information, you have to do something called Aadhaar authentication. What you are supposed to do? Aadhaar authentication you are required to do. So sir, what is the purpose of this Aadhaar authentication? See, previously government used to grant registration without asking you for any Aadhaar details or something. But what people have started doing over a period of time is, they have started taking fake registrations. They will start taking fake registrations, and by taking fake registrations, they have committed various kinds of GST scams, especially input tax credit. So they take fake registrations and they pass on the input tax credit. They used to involve in big scams. But later when the government wants to identify, they were unable to track those people. Why? Because no identity has been established. They submit some documents, they used to grant the registration. So that's why what the government has told is, if you expect us to grant the registration, we want to know that you are a genuine person. We should be able to track you. Sir, what is that one method which the GST department has brought up? So they have told, once you enter all the details, if you expect us to give the registration, you are required to undergo something called Aadhaar authentication. Simply, what do you mean by Aadhaar authentication is, so once you enter, I will tell you the practical process here. Once you enter all the details, let me take you to the Aadhaar authentication tab here. So all this, you can simply download this PDF. Just to go and search registration GST manual. You might have already done the registrations many times, but still, if you want to cover different kinds of scenarios, multiple registrations, new registrations, if you wanted to do, just you can go and search it out in the Google, GST registration manual. This PDF you can get it at any time. Right? So once you have entered all the details, come on. Here we have, see. So once you have entered all the details, now you will come to this Aadhaar authentication. You will select an option. You have to select. It will ask you a question. Do you want to opt for Aadhaar authentication of details of promoter, partner, primary authorized signatory added by you? So now you will be given an option. Either you can select yes or you can select no. So if you select yes, if you are selecting yes here, what does that mean? What does that indicate? That indicates that you are ready to share your Aadhaar database with the GST department. That's what the meaning of opting for yes here. If you come and click yes here, yes, I wanted to undergo Aadhaar authentication. What is that permission you are giving there? You are giving the GST department the permission to access your Aadhaar data, from where they will get your address, your identity and all, they will try to establish. So that's what. You have to come and click here yes. Now it is an option. So if you come and click yes here, if you have opted for Aadhaar authentication, that means you are ready to share your identity Aadhaar data with the department. GST department will be happy, no? GST department will be happy. So if you have opted for Aadhaar authentication, you will obtain some advantage. What is that advantage? Is they will grant you the registration quickly. Within 7 days only they will grant the registration. Quickly they will grant the registration. They will not unnecessarily come and trouble you. They might not come to your premises. Without even coming for physical verification, they will grant you the registration certificate. So application will be processed quickly. You will get your registration done quickly. No unnecessary coming of the PO and all. Because we all know when PO comes what he will ask for. Yes or no? So if you want to avoid all that headache, do the Aadhaar authentication. But government can't force everyone to share their Aadhaar data. Aadhaar data is privacy. Today people are all fighting for their privacy rights and all. Or some people might not have allotted Aadhaar till now. So then what they will do is, they will say here, no, I don't want to opt for Aadhaar authentication. If you have selected no for Aadhaar authentication, now since you are not ready to share your identity with the government needs to establish that you are a genuine person. How they can establish? They have to come and do the physical verification. If they have to come and do the physical verification, will they be able to allocate the registration within a less amount of time? Will 7 days be enough for them? No. Now the department will take their own sweet time of 30 days for coming and doing the verification and then granting you the registration certificate. Able to understand? So if you opt for Aadhaar authentication, what is advantage? Your registration will be processed quickly. Physical verification you can avoid. On the other hand, if you did not opt for Aadhaar authentication, then PO has to come for physical verification and your registration is going to take a lot of time. Okay, this much you are able to remember, right? Now, few more things I would like to share it here. See, if you have selected here, opt for Aadhaar, save and continue, and if you have clicked here, save and continue, the application will be submitted. See, application is submitted, but Aadhaar authentication is not yet done. You have just opted. You opted it and clicked continue. Just you have opted for Aadhaar authentication. Opting for Aadhaar authentication alone will not be enough. You have to complete that authentication process. Sir, how to complete that authentication process, sir? So once you have opted for Aadhaar authentication, what will happen is you will get one email. What you will get, my dear students? You will get one email. In that email, there will be one link. You have to open that link. Yeah, so like this you will get one link. Once you open that link in your email, this page will open where you have to enter your Aadhaar number. So once you enter your Aadhaar number, it will send a Aadhaar OTP to the registered mobile number. If you enter that Aadhaar OTP, then successfully you have done your Aadhaar authentication. Then successfully you have done your Aadhaar authentication. Just opting is not enough. What is required? If you have opted, a mail you will get it to your given email address. That link you have to open, enter your Aadhaar number and even share your Aadhaar OTP. Then the authentication will be successfully completed. Able to understand? Now, one more point I would like to clarify here. See, I am telling you all the things well in advance so that our discussion will flow smoothly. See, I filled part A. I filled part B. Let us say, for example, I filled part B. I opted for Aadhaar authentication and I completed submitting that part B on 15th of March. On 15th of March, I have filled part B. Now, either on the same day or the next day, you will get the mail for Aadhaar authentication. That link will remain valid for 15 days. How many days? 15 days. Let us say on 15th of March I have submitted application. On that same day I have got an email asking for me to do Aadhaar authentication. That link will remain valid for how many days? 15 days. Now within 15 days I can go and do the verification. You need not wait till the 15th day. At any point of time you can go and do the Aadhaar authentication. Let us say I have done my Aadhaar authentication on 20th of April. Now you tell me what will be considered as a date of submission of application. What will be date of submission of application? I filled part B and submitted as on which date? 15th of March. But I opened the link and did the Aadhaar authentication on which date? 20th of March. What will be the date of submission of application? Date of submission of application will be 20th of March. Very, very important. Date of submission is very important. I'm going to connect it. Listen carefully. So if you have opted for Aadhaar authentication and if you have done the Aadhaar authentication, then the date of submission of application will be the date on which Aadhaar authentication has been done. Let us say you have submitted part B, you got the email, this link is going to remain valid till 30th of March. But till 30th of March, you did not do the Aadhaar authentication. Then 31st of March will be considered to be the date of submission of application without Aadhaar authentication. Your application will be deemed to have been submitted as on 30th of March, that too without opting for Aadhaar authentication. From there 30 days department can take. From there 30 days department can take. But if you have successfully opted for Aadhaar, on whatever date you have done Aadhaar authentication, that will become the date of submission of application with Aadhaar authentication. From that date, within 7 days only, department will grant you registration certificate. Able to understand? Date of submission of application is very important, my dear students. From here they can ask you very, very minute MCQs. Clear? So number one, if you have opted for Aadhaar authentication, just opting alone will not be enough. You have to successfully complete Aadhaar authentication. So the date of submission of application will be the date on which you have successfully completed the Aadhaar authentication. If you have opted for Aadhaar authentication, but if you did not complete that authentication process within 15 days, then application will be deemed to have been submitted on expiry of 15 days, that too without Aadhaar authentication. There it can take 30 days of time to further process your application. Able to understand? So this is what some initial formalities which you are required to keep in mind. Now with this background understanding, we will try to complete the process for registration, which I have tried to given in the form of a chart that we will try to do. So all the complexities I have explained. So let us try to have a look at it. So this procedure for registration, whatever I have told, that is coming under 8, 9 and 10. Rule 8, 9 and 10. So procedures given under Rule 8, 9 and 10 applies to person paying tax under composition levy, those seeking voluntary registration, and even for CTPs also it will become applicable. And what is the form for application? GST REG 01. It will contain how many parts? 2 parts. Part A, Part B. However, this procedure will not apply to NRTP. This procedure will not apply to person required to collect TDS and TCS also. It will not become applicable. It will not become applicable for OIDAR services. It is also not applicable for persons applying online money gaming from place outside of India. For them, separate registration process. And facilitation centers assist non-IT savvy persons in submitting application or taking up the issues. See, as I have told, today everything is technology driven. If you are not comfortable using the website of the GST, what you can do is government has set up some facilitation centers. You can go to that facilitation centers and there will be a person who will assist you to complete your registration process. So across various places we will be using this term called facilitation center. Nothing but a center set by the GST department where you can go and do some activities if you are not comfortable with the IT. But today everyone is being comfortable. The usage of the facilitation centers is very, very limited. Next, application for registration by SEZ. See, this point I have already told. A person having a unit in SEZ or an SEZ developer and another unit outside of SEZ in the same state or union territory, they must obtain separate registration for each as distinct place of business. Did I already mention it or not? Right. So now you come to the procedure for registration, part 1. So first what we will do, every person whoever is liable to get registered and a person seeking voluntary registration, they shall before applying for registration declare their PAN, mobile number, email address, state or union territory, where in part A of form GST REG 01. I have shown you practically also. So once you enter all the details, PAN, email number and email address are validated. That means in the back end, the GST software will connect with CBDT database and they will check whether PAN is valid or not. Then your mobile number and email will be verified by way of OTP. So once you submit that OTPs, what will get generated? TRN will get generated, temporary reference number will get generated and communicated to the applicant. Now using TRN, applicant shall submit electronically application in part B along with specified documents. So what will part B contain? It will contain details such as constitution of business, jurisdiction, whether you are opting for composition or not, date of commencement, why are you obtaining registration, your principal place of business, what activity you are carrying, your additional place of business, details of bank accounts, details of authorized signatory, and even Aadhaar authentication. So successfully you will complete all that application. On receipt of application, you will get something called acknowledgement, ARN. You will get what you will get, ARN. They try to say something regarding CTP. This I will anyhow cover it separately. Let us keep that discussion aside. CTP discussion, you keep it aside. So once you have successfully completed part B, what you will get, ARN you will get. Now your responsibility is done. See, registration involves two aspects. One is you submitting application, that is one part. Now second part will start. What is second part? Verification. So whatever information that you have submitted, that will be verified by the proper officer, and he will decide whether to grant you the registration or not. By submitting part B, by doing Aadhaar authentication, you have successfully completed your part. Now comes the department part where verification is going to happen. So once you have submitted it, application will be forwarded to proper officer. Now what steps will be taken by the proper officer? Part 1, your submission. Part 2, verification by PO. Listen carefully. So entire process I have tried to summarize it here in the form of this chart. This chart, if you remember, it will be enough. So once again I am telling you, from the procedural formalities you will not get any direct or descriptive question, but there is a chance of asking an MCQs out of it. If at all descriptive question they want to ask from registration, they will ask you on the limits, when a person will become liable for registration, not liable for registration. From the procedural formalities, if at all they want to ask you, they might ask you a MCQ, but 2 marks is also very much important for us. So that's why I'm telling you all this. Now, so once you have submitted the application to the PO, what PO will do? PO will examine the application. Whatever application you have submitted, whatever documents you have submitted, that will be verified by PO. Number 1, if everything is found in order, that means you have provided correct information, you have submitted all the documents. If he is happy, everything is found in order, then what he will do? He will grant you the registration certificate because he is satisfied, no? So if everything is found in order, PO will grant the registration certificate in form GST REG 06. He will grant you the registration certificate. But within how many days, sir? Within how many days? So if you have done Aadhaar authentication, if you have opted for Aadhaar authentication and you have successfully done the Aadhaar authentication, then PO will grant that registration certificate. Within how many days, my dear students? Within 7 days of date of submission of application, without site verification, if applicant successfully validates his Aadhaar. Understood? Now here they are telling date of submission. What will be date of submission? Not filling of part B, the date on which you have completed Aadhaar authentication. From that date, within 7 days, he will grant you the registration certificate. However, if you have not opted for Aadhaar in the application, in the part B itself, you said no, or you have opted for Aadhaar authentication, but you did not complete it. That link you did not open and enter the OTP. Or sometimes you will do Aadhaar authentication, but based on some risk parameters, system has identified that even though you have done Aadhaar authentication, physical verification is required. Sometimes system will highlight. Let us say, for example, you have taken registration already in the same year, but you have cancelled the registration. Once again, you are applying for a fresh registration. Now the system will identify your account and they will say, even though you have done Aadhaar authentication, but since depending on some parameters, system has identified that physical verification is required. Then PO will carry out physical verification. In that case, 7 days will not be enough, no? There also they will take how much time? 30 days of time. So if you have submitted the application and PO is found order, then he will grant you registration. But within what time? Within 7 days if you have successfully done Aadhaar authentication, but he will take 30 days of time. And he will grant registration certificate after site verification and prescribed documents. When, sir? In case where applicant fails to undergo. You have opted but you did not do. Or if he does not opt for Aadhaar authentication only, or PO deems it fit to carry out site verification. This is when you have done Aadhaar authentication but your account is identified by risk parameters. So in those cases he will grant you registration certificate, but in these circumstances he will take how many days? 30 days. Understood till here? Now, sir, this is one side of the story where PO has found that everything is in order. But sometimes you submitted the application and PO is not happy with the details you have provided. Either PO is feeling that you have provided incomplete details, or you have uploaded supporting documents which are not enough. Like you uploaded rent agreement, but that rent agreement is without signature. Or you uploaded municipal tax receipt that was blurred, vision is not there. So in those circumstances, if your application is not found in order, what PO will do? PO will issue notice. First he will give you show cause notice. Sir, within how many days he will give notice? Within how many days he will give notice? If you have successfully done Aadhaar authentication, within 7 days he will give you the notice asking you to rectify the application. Either you have not opted for Aadhaar authentication, you have opted but not undergone the Aadhaar authentication, or based on risk parameters, PO deems it fit to carry out the physical verification. In these cases, he can take 30 days of time to issue notice. So whatever it is, either within 7 days or within 13 days, within 30 days, he will submit you and he will issue a notice asking you to correct your application. Now what you should do once you receive the notice, if applicant, you are required to furnish a reply. So if he is saying that documents are incorrect, you have to upload the fresh documents. So once you get that notice, if the you will have 7 working days to reply. How many working days? 7 working days you will have to reply. If the applicant has furnished the clarification, information or documents within 7 working days from receipt of notice. See, if the answer is no. If the answer is no, PO gave you notice, he gave you 7 working days of time, but you did not reply. Straight away what will happen is PO will reject your application. He will not grant you registration certificate. In case applicant has submitted a reply within how many days? Within 7 working days. Now here also your reply will be verified. Your reply will be verified. If the PO is satisfactory, if the PO is satisfied with whatever reply you has given, that means you have uploaded correct documents and all, then what will happen is PO will grant you registration certificate in form GST REG 06 within 7 working days from the date of receipt of information or clarification or documents. That means within 7 working days of receiving the reply, if the PO is satisfied, he will grant you registration certificate. If he is not satisfied, that means even after issuing a notice also, once again you are uploading the blurred document only. He will get irritated or not? Definitely yes. He will not give you one more opportunity. If the reply is not satisfactory, once again he will reject that application for registration. And he will record the reasons. In that rejection order, he will give the reasons also why he has rejected the application. Understood? Clear everyone? So second part of the registration process, verification. What will happen? One quick recap we will do. Number 1, first what he will do, he will you will submit an application, it will be forwarded to PO. If everything is found in order, he will grant you registration certificate, but time limit is changing. If you have successfully done Aadhaar authentication, how many days? 7 days. If you have not opted but not done, you have done Aadhaar authentication but system identified you on the basis of risk parameters to do physical verification, then he will take a sweet time of 30 days. On the other hand, if something is not found in order, something is missing in your application, something is wrong in your application, the PO will give you notice. Within how many days he will give notice? If you have successfully done Aadhaar authentication, 7 days of notice. In case if you have not done Aadhaar authentication or not opted, or system has identified your account for physical verification, then he can issue that notice within 30 days. So once you get the notice, you are required to reply within 7 working days. If you submitted a reply within 7 working days, if the answer is no, straight away reject the application. Yes, you have submitted, then PO will check whether he is satisfied or not. If he is satisfied, what he will do? He will grant you registration certificate within 7 working days. If he is not satisfied, he will reject the application. That's all. Now, in some here they say few more things here. You can't punish PO's laziness. If the PO is lazy in performing his duties, you should not punish the taxpayer. So that's why what they have done is, if the PO is not taking the action within appropriate time, application will be deemed to have been approved. If the PO is not taking action within appropriate time, then it will be deemed to have been approved. See, if you have submitted application, if something is not in order, PO is having either 7 days or 30 days of time to issue the notice. But if PO is not taking any action, you have submitted application, you have done Aadhaar authentication. Within 7 days, PO is not taking any action. Application will be deemed to be approved. You have submitted application without Aadhaar authentication. PO is having 30 days of time if he wants to send the notice, but PO is not sending you the notice. Within 30 days, it will be deemed to have been approved. Similarly, PO sent you notice, you furnished a reply. After you furnished a reply, PO is having 7 working days to check whether that reply is satisfactory or not. But PO is not taking any action within 7 working days. Then also application will be deemed to have been approved. So you can't punish the taxpayer for the laziness of the assessing officers. So that's what this says here. If PO fails to take any action in the following cases within stipulated time, application for grant of registration shall be deemed to have been approved. When? In case where registration is to be granted after physical verification, like if you have not undergone Aadhaar authentication, or if you did not opt for it, or your account has been identified on common portal based on risk parameters, and if PO is not taking any action within a period of 30 days, application will be deemed to be approved. In other cases, that means if you have done Aadhaar authentication successfully, within 7 working days, if he is not taking action, it will be deemed to have been approved. Then, in cases where PO issues notice seeking clarification, information or documents, that means you have given a notice, you have furnished the reply also, but within 7 working days, PO is not taking any action on the reply, whatever you have submitted, then also application will be deemed to be approved. As simple as that. Clear everyone? Able to understand? Shall I proceed further? Right. Then, so we have Aadhaar authentication. I told you about Aadhaar authentication. No, who is required to do Aadhaar authentication, what process you are required to follow, that we will talk about it. But before that, they have told one point. As I have told, for ISD you have a separate registration. For ISDs are also required to get themselves compulsorily registered. See, what is this concept of ISD, how they will get registered, that we will try to see it in the input tax credit chapter. In the ITC, we will have a dedicated discussion regarding ISD. But here what they have told is, every person acting as a ISD must obtain a separate ISD registration, compulsory registration, by applying in the same form GST REJ01, even if he is already registered in the same state. And generally offices like marketing security divisions will get registration as ISD. But once again, I am telling you, keep this ISD concept aside, because ISD is altogether a different concept, which we will try to understand it in the input tax credit. Next, sir, Aadhaar authentication. You told Aadhaar authentication. No, can you throw some more light on the Aadhaar authentication? Yes, they have given some information. Let us try to have a look at it. Sir, who is required to undergo Aadhaar authentication? If you are a applicant submitting an application for registration now, if you are a new applicant, along with your application, you are required to do Aadhaar authentication. See, this concept of Aadhaar authentication did not come from the beginning of the act. It was introduced after certain number of years. That means those people who are already registered, they might not have undergone Aadhaar authentication. Why? Because from the beginning of the commencement of the act, there is no concept of Aadhaar authentication. After certain years, they have brought it. Once Aadhaar authentication has come into picture, now if you are making a fresh application for registration, you will do Aadhaar authentication. Sir, but what about the people who are already registered? But what about the people who are already registered? Are they also required to undergo Aadhaar authentication? Yes. Sir, what will happen if they don't undergo Aadhaar authentication? The registration will not be cancelled. Why? Because you have already got the registration. No, they will not cancel your registration, but they will deprive you of some benefits. They will deprive you of some benefits. That means they will take away some benefits from you if you don't undergo Aadhaar authentication. So what are that benefits which I will lose if I'm already registered, but if I did not get my Aadhaar authenticated, what benefits I will lose? So what benefits you will lose is, one main benefit which you will lose is, you will not be eligible to make a refund claim. In some cases, you will be able to claim refund of taxes, especially in case of exports and all. But if you have not done Aadhaar authentication, government will not grant you a refund. And also one more thing, government will not let you revoke your cancellation of registration. If you are, we will see about that provision in the same chapter. So in case if your registration is cancelled because of some reason, you will lose the right to get it back. When? If you have not done Aadhaar authentication. If you are already registered, but if you are not doing Aadhaar authentication. So, but whatever it is, both new registrants who are opting for registration for the first time, or if you are a already registered person, everybody has to undergo Aadhaar authentication. So option to authenticate Aadhaar at registration if you are applying a new registration. link will be sent to mobile or email. You have to open that link, enter the Aadhaar number and enter the OTP. If successful, approval within 7 working days. If Aadhaar authentication is not opted or failed, mandatory site visit, and it will take 30 days of time for the PO to give you registration. And show cause notice also they can raise within 30 days. If officer doesn't act or reply within 7 working days, deemed approval. All this I have already covered it as a part of the previous chart itself. Now, existing registrants, that means regular and composition taxpayers, must authenticate via Aadhaar link on the GST portal or upload the eKYC documents. If you are already registered person, you are also required to undergo Aadhaar authentication on the common portal. Next, sir, who are required to undergo Aadhaar authentication? So if you see here, if you are a new applicant, if they are individuals, the owner himself will undergo his own Aadhaar authentication. If they are non-individuals, let us say partnership firm is applying for registration, company is applying for registration, society is applying for registration, they will not have Aadhaar cards. No, firm will not have Aadhaar card. Aadhaar card is individual specific. So in case application for registration is made by non-individuals, Aadhaar authentication has to be done by Karta or managing director or whole-time director or partners, managing committee members, trustees, and also their authorized signatory. They have to undergo the Aadhaar authentication in case of artificial persons. Sir, what will be the date of submission of application? This I have already told you or not. Earlier of Aadhaar authentication date or 15 days from GST REG 01 Part B submission. Why? Because Aadhaar link will remain valid only for 15 days. If you have done Aadhaar authentication well in advance, that date will be the date of submission. If you are not doing it on expiry of 15 days, your application will be deemed to have been submitted without Aadhaar authentication. Next, risk-based, biometric-based Aadhaar authentication of registration applicants. Sir, what is this? Biometric authentication may be required for high-risk cases along with the taking photographs of the person specified above and verification of original documents at the facilitation centers. Now, this is what newly department is doing. In some cases, what they are doing, in case if you apply for registration, depending on some risk parameters, the department will identify. There, if you do Aadhaar authenticate, there you will not get email. Generally, what will happen if we opt for Aadhaar authentication, we'll get an email. That link I have to open, enter my Aadhaar number and OTP. But in a few states, what they are saying is, in case if you have opted for Aadhaar, but somehow your registration is looking risky, what they will do is they will send an email. In that email, they will not send you a link. What they will do, they will give you one time. They will give you an appointment where you have to go to facilitation center carrying your Aadhaar card and your documents. Now, once you go there they will get the biometric authentication, not OTP. Sometimes we have to get our biometric for Aadhaar verification. So that authentication they will do. Not for everyone, but for a few risk cases. Initially, this was phased out only in Gujarat. But now recently, few of my clients, even in this Guntur also, for few of my clients, this has happened. When they submitted the application, instead of sending the link for Aadhaar authentication OTP, they have sent the link giving you the appointment time where the person has to go to the facilitation center, give his thumb and carry the documents for verification. That also can be done. Next, if Aadhaar authentication is not opted, application will require photograph of individuals or notified individuals. Document verification also will happen if you have not opted for Aadhaar authentication. Sir, persons already registered. If you are a person already registered, Rule 10B, this rule number you have to remember. Rule 10B talks about Aadhaar authentication of persons already registered. Two rules you have to remember always with numbers. Rule 10A, Rule 10B. Very, very important. Why? Because this at various places they will use it. What is Rule 10B, my dear students? If you are already registered persons, you must undergo Aadhaar authentication. How? That Rule 10B says. So Rule 10B says that Aadhaar authentication required for proprietor, partner, karta, managing director, whole-time director, managing employee. Same person. Even if you are an already registered person, these people are required to undergo Aadhaar authentication. Mandatory. Sir, what will happen if I am an already registered person and if I am not undergoing Aadhaar authentication? What will happen, sir? What will happen is you cannot submit an application for revocation of cancellation. You cannot make refund claims. You also can't make refund for exports. You can't submit refund claims. So all these rights will be subjected to Rule 10B. Rule 10B is a rule asking the already registered persons to undergo Aadhaar authentication. This rule number, please do remember, my dear students. Next one. Sir, I am submitting an application for registration, but I have not been given Aadhaar number, sir. I did not apply for Aadhaar card only. I did not apply for Aadhaar card. Some people will be there, no? So sometimes it will happen. We find people 30 years, 40 years, they come to us, I want GST registration. When I ask them PAN card, they say, I don't have PAN card. I don't have PAN card. They will say like that. So these kind of people also will be there, because Aadhaar is not mandatory. It might not be mandatory, and nowadays the issues are coming on privacy related issues. You are sharing the data. See, even they say that COVID vaccine related database has also been hacked, where for getting the COVID vaccine and all, they have asked our Aadhaar cards and all. So no, see, once that data is stolen, because today Aadhaar is linked with every financial transaction, everything. So there, if that data gets shared and all, it will be serious concern. So privacy related issues are coming. So whatever it is, if you are submitting an application, or if you are already registered person, but if I don't have Aadhaar card, sir, what will happen? Will they not grant me registration? No, they will grant you registration, but by doing alternative means of verification. You will be required to submit some other documents, and also your site verification will be done. That is the alternative means of identification, right? So in case of new applicant, if you don't have Aadhaar, what will happen? If a new applicant doesn't have an Aadhaar card, they will be provided with an alternative identification. So what is alternative identification? Physical verification along with some other supporting documents. May face physical verification of business premises or documents if Aadhaar authentication fails or opted out or flagged by risk analysis. And registration will be granted within 30 days, not 7 days. In case of a already registered person, if you don't have Aadhaar card, alternative identification methods will be provided. Such person shall furnish any of the following documents. Like, you don't have Aadhaar, but just you have applied for Aadhaar, you will have that Aadhaar enrollment ID, no? Aadhaar enrollment slip will be there, right? That you can furnish. Or any of these documents, bank passbook with photograph, or voter identity card by the election commission, passport or driving license. Any of this alternative document you can provide if you are already registered person. Next one. Once Aadhaar is allocated, then you must undergo Aadhaar authentication. Till the time you did not get the Aadhaar, you can use any of these documents. Once Aadhaar has been allocated, you have to submit your Aadhaar details. Failure to authenticate Aadhaar or provide required information, registration might become invalid. But here registration will not become invalid if you are already registered person. But what they will do is, they will deprive you of this benefits. They will not let you submit an application for revocation. They will not let you make the refund claims. Clear? Understood. Next. Sir, there are certain class of persons who have been exempted from Aadhaar authentication altogether. Some government has identified few people. If they are submitting an application for registration, or if they are already registered person, they are not required to undergo Aadhaar authentication. Sir, who are that lucky fellows who are not required to undergo Aadhaar authentication? The list is something like this. A person who is not a citizen of India. Why? He will not have Aadhaar card, no. So that's why they have exempted for him. Department or establishment of central government or state government. See, state government, central government, why they need Aadhaar authentication? They themselves are government authorities, right? Similarly, a local authority like municipality or panchayat, or any statutory body, or a public sector undertaking, a PSU, or a person applying for UIN. Able to remember UIN? Who will get UIN? Foreign embassies, consulates, United Nations organizations and all. So these people are not required to undergo Aadhaar authentication. Understood? So this is what the procedure for registration and procedure for Aadhaar authentication. Just have a quick look of all the discussion once, starting from the procedure, this Aadhaar authentication once. Have a quick look. My pencil will run out of charge. I will keep it charged in the meantime. Just take some 5-10 minutes of the time and try to go through once. We have discussed so many points. Okay, so we'll continue now. So we have seen procedure for registration along with Aadhaar authentication. Now we will try to see rule number 10A. See, if you remember, when we have seen the procedure for application, in part B, if you come back to the chart here, if you see, I have told you here, part B is going to contain so many details. One of the detail which is required to be included in the part B is details of bank accounts. So initially they used to say that when you are submitting an application for registration, at that point of time only you are required to submit your bank account details also. But see, for new businesses, it is taking some time for them to get the bank accounts. So it is becoming extremely difficult for them to submit the bank account details along with the application for registration. So government has given relaxation. So what they have told is, when you are submitting an application for registration, no need to provide the bank account details. You can submit the bank account details even after you have submitted an application for registration. So that's what they say here. A registered person can submit their bank account details even after getting that registration certificate. But will there be time limit or not? Yes. So what is the time limit is, you can furnish the bank account details either within 30 days of registration from the date of grant of registration certificate, either within 30 days or before filing GSTR1 or IFF. First month after you get the registration, for the first month you will file the GSTR1 or IFF, no, before filing its date. So either within 30 days from the date of registration or before filing of GSTR1 or IFF, whichever is earlier. Within that time you are required to submit the bank account details. Practically speaking, the system will not allow you to furnish GSTR1 unless and until you submitted the bank account details. So indirectly within 30 days you are required to submit the bank account details. Sir, what will happen if I get the registration within 30 days? If I am now submitting the bank account details, what will happen, sir? Your registration will be cancelled. Your registration will be what? Cancelled. So that's what they say here. A registered person other than TDS or TCS collector. So that means this point anyhow you will keep in the brackets, you keep it aside. This will be covered in the next point. A registered person must furnish bank account details on the GST portal within how many days? Within 30 days of registration or before filing GSTR1 or IFF, whichever is earlier. However, this relaxation is not available to TDS deductor or TCS collector and those who have got the Suo Moto registration. Are you able to remember the Suo Moto registration? PO will do inquiry, PO will do such a survey. In that process, if he finds that you are liable for registration but you have not obtained it, he can grant you Suo Moto registration, no? In those cases, the government will not wait for 30 days. In the registration application itself, we have to submit the bank account details. Similarly, if the TDS deductor or TCS collector, when they are submitting an application for registration, they are also required to submit their bank account details at the time of submitting the application for registration only. Able to understand? So ordinary rule 10A says that you need not submit the furnish the bank account details at the time of submission of application. You can do it later within 30 days or before filing GSTR1 or IFF. However, that relaxation is not applicable. For whom that relaxation is not applicable? Number one, on the basis of Suo Moto registration granted by PO, and also for TDS deductor and TCS collector. They have to submit the bank account details along with the application. So rule 10A, rule 10B, always remember my dear students, rule 10A is furnishing of bank account details, rule 10B is Aadhaar authentication. Okay, right. Next, physical verification of business premises in certain cases. Who will do physical verification? PO will do physical verification. In some cases, before granting registration, he will do physical verification. In some cases, after registration has been granted, then also POs can do the physical verification. So at any time, the need might come. So PO might do physical verification after registration, or even PO can do physical verification before registration. So in case if the PO is doing physical verification after granting of registration, he must complete the verification, and on doing that verification, what he has found, that report he has to upload along with other documents and photographs on GST portal within how many days? Within 15 working days. When physical verification is happening after granting of the registration. Sometimes POs will grant registration, thereafter they find some lead, they find some information that something is wrong, then they can come and do physical verification. But after they have done the physical verification, within 15 days they have to upload the report along with supporting documents along with the photographs. In case physical verification is done before registration, PO must complete verification and upload the report along with other documents and photographs at least 5 working days prior to the completion of time period specified in the said proviso, which means 30 days. 30 days of time you have no for granting registration certificate or for issuing show cause notice. 5 days prior to that 30 days, 5 days prior to that completion of the 30 days, you will be required to upload the report. In case if the application has been submitted now, you have 30 days of time no, either to grant the registration or to issue the show cause notice. At least 5 days prior to that 30 days, you should have completed the physical verification and uploaded that report. Understood? Right. So this is what regarding physical verification. Now finally, once you have submitted the application, once verification is completed, if everything is satisfied, then PO will grant you registration certificate. So on approval, certificate of registration duly signed or electronically verified by the officer in form number GST REG 06 will be issued to you. In that registration certificate, they will include the details of your principal place of business. They will also include the details of additional place of business, and generally they will not send it to you. It will be made available on your common portal. Once you get the registration, you will get the login credentials. When you log in, you can download your registration certificate. Then GST identification number. So one way how the government can identify the GST registered person is they will grant you GSTIN. So a GSTIN, a unique number will be granted. So GST registration number is communicated to the applicant within 3 days after the grant of registration. So once the registration has been granted, within 3 days they will tell you GSTIN also. Then what will be the GSTIN format? As you could see, 15 digits of GSTIN number will be there. First 2 digits will be state code. Thereafter, next 10 digits are going to be PAN of the applicant. Then you will have entity code. This depends on how many number of registrations you are having within the same state or union territory. That entity code will be there. Apart from that, there will be one checksum character. One control digit also will be there. So like that 15 digit GSTIN number will be given, and that GSTIN number must be displayed on your name board and also at the prominent places of your business. That GSTIN number should be presented. So display of registration certificate and GSTIN on the name board. So every registered person must display the registration certificate at the principal place of business and also at each additional place of business, that too in a prominent location. Generally that's what you find on the main door itself. They will attach the GSTIN number and exhibit the GSTIN even on the name board of the entity. Clear? Now comes one more important rule. What will be effective date of registration? Very important. This is having connections at so many places. At many places you will be able to find the connection here. So what will be the effective date of registration? See, do you remember the time limit, my dear students? What is the time limit for submitting an application for registration? Within 30 days from the date you become liable for registration, you have to submit an application. Let us say I became liable for registration on 15th of May. Within 30 days I am supposed to submit an application. Let us say I am submitting the application on 20th of May only. Within time limit or beyond time limit? Within time limit I am making an application. Within 30 days only I am making an application. So once you submit an application, other authentication, verification, all that will take some time or not. Let us say GST department has granted you registration certificate on 10th of June. When did you get the registration certificate? 10th. When you submitted the application? 20th of May. When you become liable for registration? 15th of May. So even though here you got the registration certificate on 10th of June, but that registration will be effective retrospectively. From whichever date you have become liable for registration, from that date itself your registration will come into force. From that date itself the registration will come into force. So what does that mean? In case if you become liable for registration and if you are submitting the application within 30 days, you will get the registration certificate at a later time. You will get the GSTIN at a later time. But that GST registration will be effective from the date when you become liable for registration. That is actually advantageous. Why advantageous is, in case you got the registration certificate here, but if your registration has become effective retrospectively, whatever purchases that you have made from this date to this date, that you can avail input tax credit. That you can avail input tax credit. And also during this span you would have made the supplies, no? From 15th of May till 10th of June you made supplies, but you would not have collected GST. Why you would not have collected GST? Because you don't know your GSTIN. You have effected supplies from the date you become liable for registration till the grant of registration certificate. But you would have made the supplies without charging GST. You would not have passed on the credit to another person. Yes or no? So now since they have given you the registration retrospectively, what you can do is, for whatever supplies you have made from the date you become liable for registration till you got the registration certificate, for those supplies even you can give revised tax invoices. What you can do, even you can give revised tax invoices charging the GST and passing on the credit to your customers also. If you are making B2B supplies, even you can pass on the credit. Able to understand? So that is the advantage. I told you, no, we have to submit an application within time. Sir, what will happen after time limit? Can't I submit application? Yes, you can. But if you submit the application after 30 days, you will lose some benefits. What benefits you are losing? Number one, you will not be able to claim input tax credit from the date when you become liable for registration. Number two, you will lose the benefit to pass on the credit if you don't submit the application within 30 days. Able to understand? More about revised tax invoices, I will talk about it in the tax invoice chapter. But just remember that in case if you have got retrospectively effective registration for whatever supplies you have made from the date you become liable for registration till the date you got the registration certificate, you can issue something called a revised tax invoice. I will ask you question regarding this. When? In which chapter? In the tax invoice chapter, when I am discussing 31 subsection 3 clause A, there I will ask you this question. Okay, so this is what will happen when you submit an application within 30 days. There is other case also. Sir, what will happen if I don't submit an application within 30 days? Let us say I become liable for registration on 15th of May. I submitted my application on 30th of June. Within 30 days or beyond 30 days? Beyond 30 days I have submitted the application. Now also you will submit the verification, you will submit the application, verification will happen, PO will grant you registration certificate. Let us say PO has granted you registration certificate on 15th of July. So on this day he has given GSTIN, but in this case GSTIN will be effective from this date only. From the date of grant of registration only your GSTIN will come into effect. So that means whatever supplies that you have made from the date you become liable for registration till the time you got that registration certificate, on that you can't pass on credit. You can't give revised tax invoices, but still you become liable to pay GST. The taxable person, when GST is payable, when supply is made by taxable person. Taxable person means what? A person who is already registered or a person who is liable for registration. See, even though your registration has become effective from 15th of July, but your liability to pay GST arises from this date only. But you can't issue revised tax invoices. And also, if you have made any purchases from 15th of May till 15th of July, on that you can't avail input tax credit also. Why? Because one of the essential condition for availing input tax credit is you must be a registered person. In this case you got GST and here it was effective from here only. So whatever purchase you have made from here to here, on that you do not have at that point of time you are not registered person, you will not be able to avail the input tax credit. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable everybody? So this is what they try to say it here. So effective date of registration, if application has been submitted within 30 days, the effective date of registration will be the date on which you become liable for registration. If you have submitted an application after 30 days, then the effective date will be date of grant of registration. As simple as that. So that's what even we have seen it here. The same thing I have explained. So with this we have wound up normal registration. Now we will talk about what are the special provisions regarding registration of CTP and NRTP. Okay, so first we will talk about CTP. One point we already know. What is the time limit within which they are required to submit an application? Within 5 days before the commencement of the business itself, they are required to submit an application. First we will see how CTP will get registered. First of all, what is the definition of CTP? How they have defined it. So if you see here, a person who occasionally undertakes. What he will do? Occasionally. That means he is not a regular, daily business he will not do. Occasionally, once in a while, he will undertake transactions involving supply of goods or services or both in the course or furtherance of business, either as a principal or agent or in any other capacity. So a person who is occasionally undertaking the transactions of supply of goods or services or both, that too in the course or furtherance of the business only, and in such a state or union territory where he is having no fixed place of business, he cannot exercise option for composition levy. CTPs can't avail composition levy. Once again, this I will tell you in the composition levy chapter. But till here, you understand only what is the meaning of CTP. So what is a CTP? A person who occasionally undertakes transactions of supply of goods or services or both in the course or furtherance of business in such a state or union territory where he is not having any fixed place of business. Able to understand? Now, see, now I want to elaborate on this aspect. See, CTPs can be of two categories. Let us say there is a business person. He is having a place of business in Maharashtra. He is having a place of business in Maharashtra. Let us say he is already registered in Maharashtra. He is already registered in Maharashtra. Now he is coming to participate in expo happening in Bangalore. In Bangalore, he doesn't have any place of business. He is occasionally coming, participating in the expo, and he is making a supply of goods. Now he will become CTP for Karnataka government or not? So now he must compulsorily registered with the Karnataka government even 5 days prior to the commencement of the expo. CTP. Now let us say another person, another business person is there, small business person. He is into Maharashtra. He is unregistered person. He is a small businessman. He is an unregistered person. Even if he wants to come and participate in the business expo which is happening in Bangalore, then also he will become CTP. Even there also he is required to compulsorily register with the Karnataka government. Why? Because CTP is coming under section number 24, no? So in your fixed place, whether you are registered or not doesn't matter. If in another state, if you are becoming a CTP, you become liable to register with that respective state or union territory irrespective of your turnover, that too 5 days prior to the commencement of business. Able to understand? So the point which I want to highlight here is wherever his fixed place is there, whether there he is registered or not doesn't matter. If he is coming to other state to occasionally undertake the supply of the goods or services or both, then he is required to undergo what? Then he is required to undergo a registration as CTP. Clear everyone? Right. So if you come back here, okay, we have understood what is CTP. Now let us talk about procedure. Let us talk about procedure. Okay, before talking procedure, let us try to cover the NRTP also. Sir, what is NRTP? Who is NRTP? NRTP means same, a person who occasionally undertakes transactions involving supply of goods or services, whether as principal or agent or in any other capacity, but who has no fixed place of business or residence in India. Same. CTP is a person belonging to the same country, but NRTP is a person from outside India. But one important difference is there if you carefully look at the definition. In order to qualify as CTP, he must be making supply of goods or services or both in the course or furtherance of business. He must be making the supply in the course or furtherance of business. Let me tell you one simple example. Let us say I'm a person. I'm in Andhra Pradesh. I have my place of business in Andhra Pradesh. I do some business here. I went to another state. Let us say, for example, I went to Bangalore for a trip. Okay. So when I went to Bangalore for a trip, there what happened is my wallet was stolen. My mobile phone is also stolen. Now I have no money there. I went there for vacation, but I don't have any money. So now what happened is I have to come back from that place. I don't have money. I don't have wallet. So what I have done is I have a gold chain. Let us imagine I have a gold chain. I sold my gold chain there in that another state. Will I become a CTP? No. Why? Because I made a supply of goods or services not in the course or furtherance of business. That condition is not there for NRTP. That means even if the NRTP comes and supplies the goods or services not in the course or furtherance of the business also, he will fall under NRTP definition and he will become liable for compulsory registration. Able to understand it, what they are trying to say here? So that's what they have told. So one important difference here is, even here also I have given you in the note point, business test applies only to CTP but not to NRTP. Even if NRTP is not doing it in the course or furtherance of his business, still he will qualify as NRTP. Next, special registration provisions of CTP and NRTP. Okay, I have told CTP and NRTP normal provisions will not become applicable, special provisions, but CTP will submit the application in GST REG 01 only. For CTP, what is the form for application? GST REG 01 only. For NRTP, separate form. Right. Both CTP and NRTP must register compulsorily, irrespective of threshold limit, at least 5 days prior to the commencement of business. This we already know. CTP registration, it will be PAN based and you have to submit the same form, GST REG 01. But when it comes to NRTP, NRTP will not have PAN, no. So he will be granted registration on the basis of other documents. In case if NRTP is individual, he will have to submit self-attested passport copy along with application duly signed or e-verified by authorized Indian resident signatory with PAN card. So you might not have your PAN card, but you will give your PAN card. But that application, whatever you are submitting, that should be authorized by whom? You should appoint one representative person in India who will have a PAN card. That person has to authorize your application. In case if the NRTP is a business entity, that means it is not an individual. Some company, some foreign company is coming and participating in an expo. Now if they have to get themselves registered, they have to share their tax identification or unique number of their home country. For in our country we have PAN. In US they might have some other identity card of tax identification, no, that they have to submit. In case if by any chance they have PAN of India, they can submit that PAN if available. And application filed here is in the different prescribed format. Here you will not submit it to GST REG 01, a different application you have to submit it. Right. So whatever it is, CTP, PAN based registration, where he will submit his PAN card, GST REG 01 only he will submit. NRTP, other documents like passport and all you have to submit. Individual NRTP, passport you have to submit. In case if you are not individual NRTP, then you have to submit your tax identification of your respective country, PAN if available. You need to have an authorized representative in India who is having a PAN card who will authorize the application. Next, sir, what is the period of validity of registration? It is a temporary registration, no. Registration given for CTP and NRTP is for temporary purposes. Sir, what is the validity? You say the department will give. If you say, sir, I want registration only for 5 days, department will give 5 days. Sir, I want registration for 30 days, department will give. If you want registration for 60 days, department will give. If you want registration for 90 days, department will give. If you say I want registration for 100 days, department will not give. Maximum time limit is 90 days. Maximum time limit is what? 90 days only. So that's what they say here. Period of validity of registration certificate which is granted to CTP or NRTP. Period either which is specified in the registration application or 90 days from the effective date of registration. If you are asking for shorter duration, that duration they will give. If you are asking for extra duration, that means if you say 120 days, no, department will not give. Maximum how much? 90 days. So you initially maximum you can get your registration for 90 days. But what you can do is, if there is any genuine reason, you can submit the application. PO can extend that registration by further 90 days. If there is valid reason before expiry itself, if you submit an application, sir, I came for participating in an expo. That expo was extended. I want to extend my registration by 1 more month. So if you submit an application, PO will extend your registration and maximum up to 90 days he can extend. That means you will have a maximum time limit of 90 originally granted. For valid reason, it can be extended by another 90. Maximum you will have 180 days. Clear? Next. So whichever is earlier. So verification and grant rules as per 9 and 10 will become applicable. Now there was one circular. See, let us say I am a person in some state. I came to know that in another state a business expo or exhibition is going to happen. And I know that that expo will happen for more than 180 days. that expo is going to take place for more than 180 days. If you know that well in advance, you are not allowed to register yourself as CTP or NRTP. But what you should do is, in that other state, you have to take one place of business, or even though you don't have place of business, in that expo they will give you one place, no, to keep your stall and all. Declaring that as your place of business, you have to get the regular registration with that state. You have to get what? Regular registration. And once the expo gets over, you have to cancel your registration. When you know that expo is going to happen for more than 180 days. Why? Because normal registration duration is what? Maximum 90 voluntarily. If you want to extend it by another 90, so maximum 180 days only, no? If you know well in advance that expo is going to take place for more than 180 days, you tell me, should you be permitted as a CTP or NRTP? No, you have to take a normal registration. So that circular you will be able to find it here. Registration of participants of long running exhibitions. In case of long running exhibitions generally greater than 180 days, the person cannot be treated as CTP, but he must obtain registration as a normal taxpayer. Upload the allotment or consent letter to use premises for exhibition as place of business. Nothing but in that expo they will give you space, no? They will give you one letter, that exhibition management will give you consent letter. Okay boss, so and so stall number you can take. That consent letter itself you can submit it as proof of place of business without any payment of advance tax. So this I am yet to cover it. So this is what regarding registration validity. Now there is one more special point regarding CTP or NRTP. See, if you are a normal person, what will happen is, you will register yourself. You will do supplies in a month. After the completion of the month, you will determine what is your output tax liability, what is your input tax credit. Balance you will pay to the department. This is what will happen. But for CTP or NRTP, that leverage is not there. Why? Because within 30 days, the department can't wait for the completion of the month. By the end of the month, expo would have already got over and you might have gone back to your respective place. So since it becomes difficult for the department to collect the GST after completion of the month or quarter, so what they have told is, CTP or NRTP, if you want to get the registration, you must deposit advance tax. You must make an advance deposit of tax. That means when you are coming and participating in one expo or exhibition, you need to determine in this expo what could be my output tax liability. You can adjust your input tax credit also. What could be your input tax credit and how much amount you will be required to pay the amount of GST. That estimation you have to make, that advance deposit you have to do, and only after you have made the advance deposit, then only you can make the payment of GST. Then only you will get the registration certificate. Sir, how can I make the payment, sir, without getting registered? After I get the registration, I can make the payment, no, generally. Sir, how can I get that how can I make the payment, sir, on without getting registration? How you can do is, when you fill part A, TRN number will be generated, no? Using that TRN number, you can make an advance deposit of the tax. You have to do it if you are a CTP or NRTP. So that's what they say. While submitting registration application, CTP or NRTP must make an what? Advance deposit of tax equivalent to estimated tax liability of such person for registration period. Sir, how can I make the payment? Temporary reference number will be generated, right? Using that temporary reference number, you can make this deposit. That amount will get credited to your electronic cash ledger. We'll talk about this ledgers at subsequent stage. And even acknowledgement also will be issued. Then advance deposit must consider eligible input tax credit. That doesn't mean that which means that, let us say for example, in the supply, in that expo, you are going to make some 10 lakhs worth of supply. Your output tax liability comes to 1.8 lakh. But for making that expo, for doing the sales in the expo, you will receive inward supplies also, no? So on that inward supplies, let us say you already paid 1 lakh rupees of GST. So that adjustment you can do, balance 80,000 whatever is there, that only you are required to deposit. So you are not required to deposit your gross output tax liability. You can adjust your estimated input tax credit, and after adjusting whatever amount is left, that if you deposit, it will be enough. And not just that, PO has granted you registration for 90 days. I told you that can be extended, no? In case if you are extending, Now for that extended period also, you have to estimate your tax liability, deposit that tax liability, then only PO will extend your validity of the registration. So that's what they say here. For time extension, additional deposit of estimated liability for extended period is also required. Understood? So this procedural formalities regarding CTP and NRTP has been provided in section number 27, 25 and 27. Both combined reading will give you this procedure. Understood? Now one more section we will try to discuss. Thereafter we will try to take a break. Deemed registration, section number 26. 25, 27 we have covered. 26 will talk about deemed registration. Sir, what is deemed registration? See, let us say you are a registered person. You are making a supply. Now let us say, for example, if you are making an intrastate supply, you will be required to pay CGST and you will be required to pay SGST. No. Anyhow, if you are making an interstate supply, you will be required to pay IGST. See, if you are making a supply in, if you are registering yourself with AP state government, so you will submit an application for AP government and AP government will grant you registration under AP GST Act. But you are also required to collect the amount of GST, CGST. That CGST is required to be deposited with central government. Sir, I am required to submit a separate application to the central government for getting registered under CGST Act. Understood my logic? If you are generally, you submit an application for registration with state government. State government will grant you registration and you can successfully make the payment of SGST. But on my transactions, I will be required to pay CGST also. No. So for paying CGST, I must be registered under CGST Act. Am I required to separately submit an application to get myself registered under CGST Act? Not required. If you have submitted an application for registration under SGST, automatically you will be registered. Automatically you would have considered to be submitted an application under CGST Act also. If you have been granted registration under SGST Act, it will be automatically, you will be automatically registered under CGST Act also. If your application for registration has been rejected under SGST Act, your application for registration under CGST Act also will be deemed to have been rejected. Understood? Clear? So no separate requirement for registration with the CGST Act. So that's what section number 26 says. So section number 26 says registration is not tax specific. Single registration covers CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST and cess, but not with other state governments. For every state you have to make separate application, but you need not make separate application under CGST Act, IGST Act or cess. That will you will get automatically registered. Registration or UIN granted under any SGST or UTGST Act is deemed to be granted under SGST Act also. If rejection of application has taken place under SGST Act or UTGST Act, it will be deemed rejected under CGST Act also. Then one more last paragraph. See, I told that the person who is required to deduct TDS and also the person who is required to collect TCS, they are also required to undergo compulsory registration or not. For them, the process is little different. They will get very quick registration. Like if you see here, persons who are required to register for TDS or TCS, they must submit an application in different prescribed form. Not GST REG 01, they have to submit different prescribed form. Registration will be granted within 3 working days. See how fast it is. For normal cases 7 days or 30 days, but for TDS or TCS within 3 working days they will grant you the registration. And for TCS or TDS registration in a state or union territory without physical presence and all this, all you keep it aside, because TDS TCS provisions we have to complete. Yeah, so these 3 points you keep it aside. This will get automatically covered later, but only thing you have to remember here is, in case if you are TDS or TCS collector and if you are required to obtain registration, you can submit application in different prescribed form and they will grant you registration within 3 working days. Now if you come to the E point, if PO feels that, if PO is satisfied either on a written request, inquiry or any other proceeding that a person is no longer liable to deduct TDS or TCS under section number 51 or 52, then he can cancel the registration. If you are no longer required to collect TDS, if you are no longer required to collect TCS, then the PO can cancel your registration. Unnecessary compliance burden, no, so he can cancel it. The officer shall follow the cancellation procedure as per the CGST Act. So there is a different procedure for cancellation that we have to follow. Now same here, In case if you are a person supplying OIDR services, or if you are supplying online money gaming from place outside India, they are also required to undergo compulsory registration or not. For them also registration procedure is different. Apply for registration in a separate prescribed form, and registration shall be granted by notified officer subjected to conditions and restrictions. Okay, OIDR online money gaming we'll try to talk about more in the place of supply chapter. There we are going to have an interesting discussion on this. So with this we have completed section number 25, 26, 27. 25 talks about procedure for normal registration. 26 talks about deemed registration. 27 talks about special aspects regarding registration of CTP and NRTP. Understood? So we are left with 3 more sections from the registration chapter. One is section number 28 talking about amendment of registration. Thereafter we are going to talk about cancellation of registration and also revocation of cancellation of registration. Interesting points, so that we will try to cover it after the break. So we'll take one more break now. So after the break we will come back and try to cover the remaining aspects of the registration chapter. Right. So welcome back. So we have completed 25, 26, 27. All the 3 are talking about what? Those 3 are talking about procedural formalities. Now we will talk about section number 28. So what section number 28 talks about? See, if you are a business person and if you are already registered with the GST department, you are already a registered person, you have got your GSTIN. So in that GSTIN, you will get the GST registration certificate also, which will contain your name, address, and also your additional place of business, your principal places of business. Along with that, at the time when you have submitted your application for registration, you might have provided your various information like your mobile number, email address, and so much of other information you will provide. Might be after you have got your registration certificate, you might be required to amend your details. You might be required to amend your registration particulars. Need will arise or not? Definitely yes. So let us say you are shifting your place of business. Your lease agreement has got expired. Now you are moving out to the new premises, but with the GST department, old address will be available. So you will be required to change your address. Or your mobile number has undergone change. Your email address has undergone some changes. Or you are required to change the name of your business. You are required to change your name of business. So in those circumstances, you are required to amend your registration details. So in case if I want to amend my registration details, what procedure I have to follow? So there will be an option called amendment of registrations in the GST portal itself. Once again, no need to go to any GST offices, no need to go at the mercy of the GST departments. Simply you can log into your GST portal since you are already a registered person. Go to registration tab. There you will file an applications. Just you have to click on the application for amendment of registration details, and whatever details you wanted to update it, you can update it, you can amend that details. Okay, but here there are few things which you can't do it by way of amendment. There are few changes for which you can't do amendment. Let us say for example, I have got myself registered. My principal place of business, my business was in Mumbai. So in Mumbai, I used to have my head office. My place of business is in Mumbai. Now let us say from Mumbai, I am shifting my office to Pune. Pune, Mumbai, both are belonging to same state, Maharashtra. So if I am changing my address within the same state, what you can do is you can file an amendment and you can change that particulars. Let us say I am having my office in Mumbai. I am changing my office from Mumbai to Delhi. This detail also, can I update it by passing an amendment, by filing an application for amendment? No, you can't do it. Why? Because here the state is changing. As I have told, GST registration is what? State specific. If you want to change your address to another state, that you can't do it by way of amendment of registration. What you should do, you should cancel your registration with Maharashtra. You have to take a fresh registration. You have to submit a new application for registration with the Delhi government. Understood? So this is one thing which you can't do it by way of amendment. Similarly, let us say for example, you have taken your registration as an individual sole proprietor business. You have taken the registration. But after some period of time, you have added one more partner and you are converting your business into a partnership firm. You are converting your business into a partnership firm. Can I update this change by way of amendment? No, this also you can't do. Why? Because GST registration is PAN specific. GST registration is what? PAN specific. When you are an individual, you have got your registration by submitting your individual PAN card. If you have become a partnership firm, the partnership firm will have altogether a different PAN card. So now you have to cancel your individual registration and you have to obtain fresh registration using the PAN card of the partnership firm. Understood? Let me give you another example. There is a partnership firm. Let us say there are two partners in a partnership firm which have originally taken registration. Now they are adding one more partner. I want to update these details in my GST registration. Can I do it by way of amendment? Yes, here you can do it by way of amendment. Why? Because PAN will remain the same. The PAN card will remain the same. Addition of partner, deletion of partner you can do. But if altogether legal form is changing, like individual to partnership, partnership form to company, so that changes you can't do it by way of amendment. There you have to cancel your old registration, apply for new registration. So PAN is a GST registration is a state specific, GST registration is PAN specific. So if any changes happen in the PAN or state, that you can't affect it by way of amendment, that you have to compulsorily go for new registration. Understood? And for the purpose of this amendment, we are going to divide the registration particulars into two categories: core fields and non-core fields. For the purpose of amendment procedure, we are going to divide the details in our registration particulars into two categories: amendment of core fields, amendment of non-core fields. See, when it comes to amendment of non-core fields, no approval, nothing will be required. Just you submit an application, automatically details will change. In case if you want to amend your non-core fields, we will see what are that non-core fields and all. In case if you want to amend your non-core fields, just you have to submit an application, no PO verification, no approval, nothing will be required. Submit the application and they will be updated automatically. In case if you want to amend your core fields, important details, like if you want to change your place of business, legal name. So if you want to change your core fields, just a submission of application alone will not be enough. That application is required to be even approved by proper officer. Able to understand? So one thing you have to remember, if you want to amend your registration, two options: non-core fields, core fields. If it is a non-core field, no approval, nothing, just submit an application, details will get amended. If it is a change relating to core field, not just a submission of application, even approval will also be required. What will also be required? Approval also will be required. So let us see that procedure now. With this background discussion, we'll try to complete this section number 28. See it. Categories of details in the registration application. A registered person or UIN holder may need to make some changes or amendments into two categories. What are they? One is core field, other one is non-core field. Name of what will fall under core fields: name of the business, legal name without change in PAN. As I have told, if the PAN is changing, then not amendment, new registration. So name of the business, change in without change in PAN. Addition or deletion of stakeholders. If you want to add partners, delete partners, like partners, directors, karta, managing committee, board of trustees, CEO responsible for day-to-day affairs. Or if you want to change the details of principal place of business or additional place of business, they will fall under what? Core fields. So what is falling under core field? Name of business without change in PAN, addition or deletion of stakeholders, place of principal place of business and additional place of business. Apart from that, all other details will fall under all other fields like name of day-to-day functions, email IDs, mobile numbers. These will all form part of non-core fields. Understood? Right. So now what is that procedure? So here I have given the procedure. If you see here, if you want to make amendment of a non-core area, just you have to carry out a you can carry out in the amendment portal, GST portal. Just you have to go search for there. You will find application for amendment of non-core fields. Enter details whatever you want to change. That's all. Details will get amended. No approval, nothing will be required. Registration certificate will stand amended. In case if you want to make a change in your core areas, first what will happen is you will submit an application. Within how many days? Within 15 days of change at the common portal. So let us say, for example, my name is changing. Within 15 days of that name change, I have to submit an application. If my address is changing, within 15 days of application, I have to submit an application. So submit an application within 15 days of change. Now, once that application has been submitted, it will be forwarded to PO. Is PO of the opinion that amendment is unwarranted, documents furnished are incomplete or inaccurate? That means you have submitted the application, but if PO is feeling that amendment is not required, this is wrong application, or whatever document you are submitted is that incorrect. If the answer is no, no means what? Everything is okay. That means amendment is warranted, and even whatever documents they have submitted, that is also fine. Like you want to change your place of business, new rent agreement you have submitted, so everything is in order. Then what will happen? The permission to be granted within next 15 days. Then that means within the next 15 days he will approve it, and the registration certificate will stand amended when everything is okay. On the other hand, in case if the PO feels that amendment is unwarranted, or PO feels that documents furnished are incomplete or incorrect, then what will happen? Then what will happen is within 15 working days, first he will serve you a show cause notice. Boss, you have submitted an application for registration, sorry, application for amendment. There some details are missing, or you did not submit the proper documents. Please provide correct information. He will give the show cause notice. He will serve a show cause notice. Why application for amendment should not be rejected. Now, once you receive that notice as a registered person, you are required to reply to it. Within how many days? Within 7 working days. If you are not filing a reply, what will happen? Your application for amendment will be rejected. No, you are filing reply, but if the reply is not satisfactory, then also application for amendment will be rejected. However, if the reply is satisfactory, then he will approve it, and the registration certificate will stand amended. Simple procedure, no complication at all. Just you can have a look at the chart, that will be enough. Similarly, here also, like the way in the registration they have told, if the PO is lazy, you can't punish the taxpayer. The same thing here also they say here. If application for core fields has been submitted within 15 days, if you are not taking any action, amendments will be automatically approved. You sent a notice, the person has even given you reply. Within 7 days, you have to check whether that reply is satisfactory or not. But if you are not checking, not taking any action, then also amendment will be deemed to have been approved. So that's what they say here. If the proper officer fails to take any action within a period of 15 working days from the date of submission of application, or within 7 working days from the date of receipt of reply, certificate of registration shall stand amended to the extent applied for, and the amendment certificate will be made available. So you can't punish the taxpayer because of the laziness of PO. Now here we have some specific points regarding procedure for amendment. As I've already told, core fields, proper officer may either approve it or reject it on the basis of information. Non-core fields, they are auto amended, no approval, nothing will be required. Officer cannot reject amendment application without opportunity of being heard. That's why he is giving you show cause notice. No, without giving show cause notice, he can't directly reject it. Approval or rejection under CGST, SGST is deemed to be same under CGST Act. See, if you are amending the particulars by submitting an application with the state government, are you required to submit one more application with central government? No. If you have submitted an application for amendment, it is approved under SGST Act, automatically it will be approved under CGST. If it is rejected under SGST Act, automatically it will be rejected under CGST Act. Particulars cannot take effect earlier than the application submitted date except by commissioner's order with reasons to be recorded in writing. That means if you have submitted for a change in application, that change will take effect prospectively. Even it can take retrospectively also. Let us say, for example, you are submitting an application on 15th of May. Now PO verification, all that will take time. So once he approves, that effect, that change can take effect from the date of submission of application. It can't go beyond it. Even retrospective changes you can't make it, right? Next, unless there is a specific order for that, unless an order has been submitted, you can't do it. Next, change in PAN is not allowed via amendment. As I have told, if there is any change in the PAN number, that will not be allowed via amendment. There what you have to do, you have to take a new registration. A fresh registration is required if business constitution changes resulting in a new PAN. Application for amendment of registration cannot be filed for change in place of business from one state to another because registrations are state specific. Person must voluntarily cancel current registration and apply for fresh registration in the new state. Mobile number or email address of authorized signatory can be amended only after online verification. If you want to change the authorized signatory mobile number and email ID, to the old and new email IDs, OTPs will come. Once you validate the OTP, then only mobile number and email address, mobile number and email ID will be changed. Understood? Right. So this is what regarding procedure for amendment. So amendments also done. Section 28 also we have successfully completed. Now we will talk about section number 29 and section number 30, important provision. This is where the questions are going to come from. This is where some little advanced discussion is going to be there. So first we will talk about cancellation. Section number 29 we will try to understand. Section number 29 talks about cancellation of registration. Sir, what do you mean by cancellation of registration? Whatever registration certificate which has been granted to you, that can be cancelled. That means they will no longer, once the registration is cancelled, you are no longer a registered person. Sir, when the registration will be cancelled? Registration cancellation can happen in two cases. One case where the person himself, the registered person himself, might submit an application for cancellation, or if the registered person has expired, legal representatives on his behalf can submit an application for cancellation of registration. For genuine cases like you are no longer continuing the business, or your threshold, your aggregate turnover is falling below the threshold limit, you are discontinuing the business, or a registered person has expired. So whatever may be the reason, so either the registered person himself can voluntarily come forward, or his legal representatives can voluntarily come forward and cancel the registration. Other one is Suo Moto Cancellation by the proper officer. What is the other case? Suo Moto Cancellation by proper officer. What do you mean by Suo Moto Cancellation by proper officer? What is Suo Moto Cancellation? That means even though you are not initiating the action, PO himself will initiate the action and cancel your registration certificate. PO himself will take an action and cancel your registration. When do you think that will happen? When you are doing some violations, when you are doing some non-compliances, when you are doing some violations, then PO himself will initiate the action and he will cancel your registration. So first we will try to understand what are the circumstances where the person voluntarily or his legal representatives or PO can cancel registration. 29 subsection 1. 29 subsection 2. Cases where Suo Moto cancellation can be done by proper officer without any involvement of registered person. So first we will try to understand the circumstances. So if you see here, cancellation of registration, circumstances where registration is liable to be cancelled. 29 subsection 1, 29 subsection 2. So first if we talk about 29 subsection 1, circumstances when the registration can be cancelled either Suo Moto by proper officer, or an application of registered person, or their legal hires. That means there are some circumstances where either PO can do it, or registered person can do it, or if it's no longer there, his legal representatives can do it. So what are the circumstances? Number 1, business is discontinued. You are no longer continuing your business. You can voluntarily submit an application for cancellation. Transferred fully for any reason, including death of a proprietor, or you are transferring the business. I told you, if you are transferring your business as a going concern, transferee or successee is required to take new registration. Existing registration you have to cancel. Or amalgamated with other entity. If you are amalgamated, you are no longer there. The new amalgamated entity will get the registration. Or demerger, same logic. Or otherwise disposed of, or by any other reason you are selling off your business. Or change in constitution of business, like as I have told, proprietorship converted to partnership form converted to company. So since GST registration is PAN specific, old registration you have to cancel, and under new PAN you have to get the new registration. Or taxable person who is no longer liable to be registered under section number 20 or 24, or who intends to opt out of voluntary registration. Either earlier your turnover used to go beyond the threshold limit, or you used to get covered under section number 24. Now you are no longer liable under section 22 or 24. You can submit an application for cancellation. Or you are such a person who has voluntarily gone and opted for voluntary registration. Now you want to come out. Then also you can submit an application for registration, application for cancellation. So these are the circumstances where cancellation of registration application can be either submitted by registered person or his legal representatives, or even PO can do it. Anybody can do it. This is 29 subsection 1. Now comes 29 subsection 2, which talks about those circumstances where PO will cancel the registration on his own action. PO himself, without any application from the registered person, he might cancel the registration certificate. When, sir? In the following circumstances, the registration can be cancelled by PO from such date, including any retrospective date. What even PO can do? He can issue a cancellation order now, but he can cancel he will cancel the registration retrospectively also. I am currently dealing with one such case where PO has served an order. One client did not file his returns. So his order was cancelled. He gave an order on 19th of January 2026. He served an order for cancellation. But he told in the cancellation order that this registration will be 19th of December, sorry. So this registration will be cancelled with effect from 30th of April only. He served the order on 19th of December. But in that order, he told that your registration has been cancelled with effect from 30th of April. Retrospectively also, he can cancel the registration. Sir, but when PO will do that extreme action, when he will come forward and cancel the registration certificate? Number one, a registered person who has contravened prescribed provisions. If you are violating prescribed provisions, not all provisions of not all violations of the GST Act will lead to cancellation. Only if you have violated prescribed provisions. Some provisions are prescribed. If you violate that, then PO will come forward and cancel your registration. Sir, what is that? Let us see. Prescribed contraventions which make a registered person liable to cancellation of registration. Which kind of contraventions? Let us see. Does not conduct, this points you have to remember. Does not conduct any business from declared place of business. You have taken registration, but from that place of business you are not doing any business. Issues invoices or bills without supply of goods or services. You are not making supply of goods. You are not making supply of services. You are giving fake bills. You are giving fake bills of supply. Basically, you are passing on fake ITCs and all. You can cancel your registration. If you have violated the provisions of section 171, 171 talks about anti-profiteering measures, which we'll talk about it later at the subsequent chapters. In the miscellaneous provisions, we will see. So if you have violated section 171, or if you have violated the provisions of rule 10A, what is rule 10A? I told you to remember two rules, 10A, 10B. What is rule 10A? Furnishing of the bank account details. You got the registration. Within 30 days, you are required to furnish the bank account details, but you are not submitting the bank account details. Then what will happen? PO will cancel your registration. Or if a person avails input tax credit violating the provisions of section 16 of the CGST Act or the rules made thereunder, that means you are availing input tax credit violating the conditions given under section number 16. Section 16 we will try to cover it in the input tax credit chapter. Furnishes details of outward supplies in form GSTR 1 as amended in form GSTR 1A if any under section 37 for one or more tax period which is in excess of outward supplies declared by him in his valid return under section number 39. Here I will give you a brief about the returns. Here you are required to understand few basic returns which every person will file. See, every registered person, I will give you only what is necessary here. More discussion regarding returns we will try to have it in a returns chapter. See, every business person, every registered person, he is required to file two returns. He is required to file two returns. There will be two auto-generated statements. Auto-generated statements, I will talk about it later. Two returns he will file. One is GSTR 1. Where he will declare outward supplies. Where he will declare outward supplies. If anything has been missed in GSTR 1, he can amend it by way of GSTR 1A. He will declare his outward supplies in GSTR 1, and if any changes are required to be made, if anything has to be amended, that can be done by GSTR 1A. In GSTR 1, only he will declare outward supplies. So whatever outward supplies he has made, that he will declare. Let us say, for example, he made some B2B supply. He made some B2C supplies. B2C supplies amounting to 10 lakh rupees. B2C supply amounted to, let us say, he has done only B2B supplies. He has made some 2 lakhs amount of supplies to B2C. This he will declare. So what is the purpose of declaring B2B? What is the purpose of declaring outward supplies? What is the purpose of GSTR 1 is, if you declare the B2B supply, on that basis, there will be a auto-populated statement. There will be a what? Auto-populated statement. Let me put it this way. So there is a person, Mr. A. This person A has made outward supply to B. A has made supply to B. B is also what? Registered person. A is also registered person. 10 lakhs worth of supply he has made. On that, 1,80,000 rupees is GST. Total 11,80,000 rupees of sale he has made. Now, this person, Mr. A, he will file GSTR 1. In that, he will mention that I made a sale to Mr. B. B is my recipient. 10 lakhs worth of sale I have made, 1,80,000 rupees of GST. Now what will happen is, once he files this GSTR1, there will be something called auto-populated statement. GSTR2B will be there. Now, even this person, Mr. B, he will also declare his outward supplies, GSTR1. And now, in Mr. B, there will be one statement called GSTR2B. Now, in this GSTR2B, what will happen is, it will show in the GSTR2B, the portal will show, based on return filed by Mr. A, it will show that he made a purchase of 10 lakh rupees from Mr. A, on which he has paid a GST of 18,000 rupees. Common portal will capture all this data. A has filed the return. In that, he has mentioned that I made a supply to B. B's GSTR number also he will mention in the return. Now that will get immediately reflected in Mr. B's GSTR 2B. Now what he will do, now on that basis, what Mr. B will do is, he will file one more return called GSTR 3B, through which payments will actually happen. So he will declare his output tax liability. He will take input tax credit, whatever has been reflected where? GSTR 2B. In the GSTR 2B, whatever ITC that has been reflected, that input tax credit he will take and make the balance payment. Able to understand till here? See, this discussion you already had it at the CA inter level. Just I am making you recollect these things. So here what happened is, Mr. A has filed GSTR1. In that GSTR1, he declared an outward supply. Why? Because if it doesn't declare outward supply, what will happen is, for Mr. B, GST will not get reflected. Then he will create a issue. Boss, I made a purchase from you. I paid 1,80,000. I am eligible for 1,80,000 rupees of credit. But you did not declare your outward supply. That's why it is not showing up in my GSTR 2B. I can't take input tax credit. He will create a mess. So to avoid issue from his customers, this person will declare in GSTR 1A outward supply. When you file GSTR 1, no need to pay any taxes. No need to pay any taxes. Just this is a statement. Now what you will do is, you will file GSTR 3B. But this is where you will be required to pay the tax. Now what this person is doing is, he declared in his GSTR1 10 lakhs worth of supply. But he has to pay output tax liability of 1,80,000. Let us say he is having only 1 lakh rupees of credit. How much he is having? 1 lakh rupees of credit. Balance 80,000 he is required to pay it in cash. But he is not having the cash to make the payment. So what he has done, what he has done is, he declared outward supply to be less. He made supply of 10 lakh rupees, but let us say he is declaring supply as only 5 lakh rupees, and he is saying that his output tax liability is 90,000. He is having enough of input tax credit. He adjusted 90,000 rupees and he did not pay anything. Zero. Is this a fraud or not? Is this a cheating or not? Why? Because you are filing GSTR1. In that GSTR1, you are agreeing. What you are agreeing? I made 10 lakhs worth of supply. Why you have done there? Why without mistake you have done there? Because if you show the lesser figure in GSTR1, your customer will not agree. Why? Because he has paid you amount. He is waiting for input tax credit. So to pass on the credit, you have declared full supply in your GSTR1. But in your GSTR3B, since you have to make the payment, you are suppressing your outward supplies. So if you are caught doing this, an intimation will be sent to you in rule number 88C. In rule number 88C, we will talk more about it in the input tax credit chapter. An intimation, a notice will be sent to you. And in case you are caught doing these kind of activities, then also PO can cancel your registration. Able to understand? So if you read it here, if you are furnishing details of outward supplies in form GSTR1 as amended in GSTR1A, if any, under section 37, for one or more tax periods which is in excess of outward supplies declared by him in his return under 39, that means GSTR 3B, which I have to put it in simple terms, turnover. So outward supplies in GSTR1 is greater than GSTR or 1A, 1 or 1A is greater than outward supplies declared in GSTR 3B. If you are doing these kind of activities, then also PO can suo moto basis cancel the registration. Able to understand, everybody? Come on, respond. Clear about the topic? Next. Not just that. If you are violating the provisions of rule 86B, what you are violating? Violating the provisions of Rule 86B. See what is Rule 86B? Once again I will tell you in the input tax credit chapter, important provision, but for the time being now, remember there is some procedural formality in Rule 86B. If you are violating it, then also PO can order for cancellation. Not just that, if he violates third and fourth provision of Rule 23 sub Rule 1, if he is violating provisions of third and fourth provision of Rule 23 sub Rule 1, in the same chapter I will tell you what is this. What is this provision? In the same chapter I will tell you. So I will definitely come back and connect to this point. What is this violation? In the same chapter I will tell you. And not just that, non-written filer. Who? Non-written filers also. In case if a person is not filing his returns, then also PO can cancel the registration. Sir, which kind of non-written filers? Come on. If you are a registered person, see, there are some people who are eligible for composition levy also. Let us say there is a registered person, he is opting for composition levy. There is another person who is opting for regular scheme. If you are a composition dealer, you will be not required to file any monthly return or quarterly return. You will be required to file one annual return. GSTR 4 you will be required to file. The due date for filing the GSTR 4 is 30th of June following the end of the financial year. So there is a registered person, financial year 24-25 is over. For that year, by 30th of June 2025, he should have filed the annual return. Due date is over. From the due date, 3 months is also over. Due date is over. 30th June is over. From 30th June, 3 months is also expired. But still, if the person is not filing his return, but still if the person is not filing his GSTR 4, then what will happen? Then PO can come forward and cancel his registration. On the other hand, if you are a regular person, regular persons are also required to file the returns. There are a few people who will be monthly return filers. There will be few people who will be filing quarterly returns, which we call it as QRMP scheme. Once again, in the returns chapter, I will talk about it in a detailed manner. So regular persons are required to file periodical returns. Some will file monthly, some will file under quarterly scheme. If you are a monthly return filer and if you did not file the returns for 6 continuous months, how many? If you are not filing the returns for 6 continuous months, let us say April you did not file, May you did not file, June you did not file, July also you did not file, August you did not file, September you did not file, PO can issue a notice for cancellation of registration. However, if you are a quarterly return filer, if you did not file the return for 2 consecutive quarters, if you did not file the return for 2 consecutive quarters, then also PO can cancel your registration. Like April to June quarter you did not file, July to September quarter you did not file, for 2 consecutive quarters you did not file the GST returns, then also PO can cancel your registration. Okay, so non-return filers, 3 cases. If you are a composition dealer, if you did not file GSTR 4 beyond 3 months from the due date, PO can proceed ahead and cancel the registration. If you are a regular registered person, if you are a monthly return filer, if you did not file the return for 6 continuous months, if you are a quarterly return filer, if you did not file the return for 2 quarters, 2 consecutive quarters, then also you will be liable to pay then also you will be your registration can be cancelled. So if you come back and see here, H and I, H point says required to furnish, see here, required to furnish return under 39 subsection 1. Return under 39 subsection 1 means GSTR 3B. So you are required to file return for each month. That means you are a regular person and you are a monthly return filer. If you have not furnished returns for a continuous period of how many months? 6 months. On the other hand, if you are required to file the returns for each quarter, that means you are a quarterly return filer. If you have not furnished the returns for continuous period of 2 tax periods, that means 2 quarters. I told you about composition, no? I told you about composition or not? That they are trying to say it here. Composition taxpayer who has not furnished the return for a financial year beyond 3 months from the due date of furnishing. This is a repeated point. A registered person has not filed returns for specified period. H and I. This is what we have already covered. Regular return filer. Able to understand? So till now, what are those circumstances where PO on Suo Moto basis he can cancel registration? Number 1, if he has done prescribed contraventions. Which contraventions? Does not conduct any business from declared place of business. If he issues invoices or bill of supply without violating the rules. And if he has violated the provisions of section 171, he violated the provisions of rule 10A, he has availed input tax credit violating the conditions of section number 16, he violated the provisions of rule 86B, he has violated the provisions of third or fourth provision to Rule 23 sub Rule 1. I will tell you what it is. And if he has failed to file the returns, if he is a composite dealer, failed to file annual return beyond 3 months from the due date, if he is a regular return filer, if monthly for 6 consecutive months, if he is quarterly return filer for 2 consecutive quarters. Not just that, few more contraventions. If you are a voluntarily registered person but you have not commenced the business within 6 months, you out of excitement you went and took the registration voluntarily, but after taking registration also within 6 months you are not doing any business, no purchase, no sale, nothing you are doing, then also PO will cancel registration. Then if PO found that registration was obtained by means of fraud, willful misstatement or suppression of facts, you got the registration but it was found that you have obtained the registration by way of fraud, by doing some intentionally misstatements, or even you have hidden the facts, that's how you have obtained the registration. If the PO finds it out, he will cancel your registration. Understood? So these are all the circumstances where PO can voluntarily come forward and cancel your registration. So whatever it is, we have seen 29 subsection 1 where either PO or registered person or his legal representatives can cancel. We have seen 29 subsection 2 where POs on his Suo Moto basis he can cancel the registration. Okay, so we have seen the circumstances. Now suspension, I will come back to that later. Procedure for cancellation we will see. Okay sir, whatever it is, either PO Suo Moto basis cancelling the registration or this person himself is cancelling the registration. So what procedure has to be followed? Let us see. In case if it is a voluntary cancellation, the person himself is voluntarily cancelling or his legal representatives are making an application for cancellation, you have to electronically submit an application within 30 days of occurrence of event of cancellation. Like for example, death happened, within 30 days legal representative is required to cancel make an application. You are discontinuing your business, so within 30 days from the discontinuation, even you can file it early also, but maximum within 30 days from event requiring cancellation, you have to submit an application. You have to furnish in your application some details. What details you have to furnish? Whatever inputs that you are holding in the form of stock, semi-finished, finished goods which are held in stock, or capital goods which are in stock as on the date from which you are cancelling. Similarly, what will be your liability thereon and what payment you are required to make, and also furnish relevant documents. Now I have a doubt here. If you are cancelling your registration, in your application for cancellation they are asking you to include the details of your stock, which could be in the form of raw material, finished goods or semi-finished goods, and even they are asking you to give the details of capital goods also. Yes or no? So you have to give the details of your stock as well as capital goods, and even they are asking you liability. Why I will have liability on my stock and capital goods? It is having linkage with the supply chapter. Think deeply, you will get it. Why liability will come? I am cancelling my registration, they are asking me to give the details of stock and also capital goods, and they are asking me to pay some liability on that. Why? How come I become liable to pay the GST here? How come I liable to pay the tax here? Supply chapter, para number 2. Goods forming part of business assets of a person who ceases to be a taxable person on day before his seizure will be deemed to have been supplied. Able to understand the connectivity? You are able to get it? So we have read in schedule 2 para number 4C. Goods, if you are ceasing to be a taxable person, whatever goods which are forming part of business assets, when I say business assets, it could be your stock also, it could be your capital goods also, they will be deemed to have been supplied. On that you will be required to pay the amount of GST or not. It will be considered as supply of goods. Able to understand it? So that's why in case if you are cancelling for registration, in that application you have to give the details of your stock, the details of your capital goods, along with that how much liability you are required to pay, and how you have made the payment, whether you have made the payment by using electronic credit ledger or cash ledger, and also some other documents you have to submit. If not liable to be registered, PO will issue the cancellation order within 30 days. You will submit an application. If the PO is also satisfied, okay, this person is no longer liable for registration, he will grant you the cancellation order. So this is what the procedure which is required to be followed in case of voluntary cancellation. Sir, if department on suo moto basis they are cancelling registration, then what procedure? As we all are aware, no action can be taken by the department without issuing an opportunity of being heard. And how that opportunity of being heard will be given? By issue of a show cause notice. So here, if the PO on suo moto basis he wants to cancel the registration, PO can't cancel registration without issuing show cause notice and giving a reasonable opportunity of being heard. Reply to such show cause notice has to be submitted within how many days? 7 days. If the PO has given you notice, within 7 days you have to submit a reply. If reply is satisfactory, if you have given satisfactory reply why your registration should not be cancelled, PO will drop the proceedings. He will not proceed further. He will drop the cancellation proceedings. However, instead of if you did not satisfactory reply, if you did not give satisfactory reply within 7 days, then what will happen? Then PO will cancel your registration certificate. Now they say one thing here. Let us say PO has given you show cause notice why your registration is not required to be cancelled because you have done violation. You are required to give reply within how many days? Within 7 days you are required to give the reply. Yes or no? If you don't give the reply, PO will cancel. But let us say I did not file my returns. I'm a monthly return filer. I did not file my 6 months of return. I'm a quarterly return filer. I did not file returns for 2 quarters. Or I'm a composition dealer. I did not file my annual return. PO has given me show cause notice. You did not file the returns. Why I should not cancel your registration? Now what you can do is, instead of replying to that notice, if you have successfully completed filing all the pending returns, instead of replying, if you have filed all your pending returns within 7 days, then also PO will drop your cancellation proceedings. He will not continue further. He will drop the cancellation proceedings. Able to understand? So either if your reply is satisfactory, PO will drop the proceedings, or instead of giving reply, what else you can do is you have to file all your pending returns, pay all the pending taxes, interest, late fee, everything. If you are paying instead of replying, then also PO will drop your proceedings. And if the cancellation is warranted, that means if you are not giving reply and if the PO feels that yes, cancellation has to be done, then he will issue a cancellation order within 30 days of reply. You have given reply but that reply is not satisfactory, then also PO will cancel within 30 days of receiving the reply. Understood? Now, sir, what will be the effective date of cancellation? If at all my registration has been cancelled, what will be my effective date? Effective date will be mentioned in the order. Cancellation order you will get, no? So in that order he will mention what is the effective date of cancellation. And as I have told, that cancellation order can be even retrospective also. That could be even what? Retrospective cancellation also he can mention. Cancellation shall be effective from a date which will be determined by PO in cancellation order, which can be even retrospective. The taxable person will be directed in said order to pay any arrears of any tax, interest or penalty, including the amount liable to be paid. In that order itself, he will tell you what amount of taxes you are required to pay, what penalty, what late fee, what interest, all that amounts you have to discharge. Now comes the next point. Sir, on what amount I am liable to pay on cancellation? So this is where things are going to get a little tricky. Please pay complete attention. See, let us say I am cancelling my registration with effect from 31st of January. So as I have told you, you have to determine all your stock, no? The stock which is in the form of raw material, the inputs, or if I use the language on inputs, or either on my semi-finished goods or on my finished goods. So how much stock I have to determine. On that I have to pay GST or not? Why? Because they are all deemed to be supplied. So on that I will be liable to pay GST because this will be considered as supply of goods. Listen, everybody concentrate here. No writing, nothing. Please concentrate. Very complicated. People will often miss on these points. Logic is very simple, but you don't have proper approach. I will make it as simple as I could. So I am cancelling my registration. On that day, how much stock I have, I will calculate. On that will be considered as supply of goods. On that I will be required to pay GST. Even I will determine how much capital goods I have. So that capital goods also will be deemed to have been supplied. It will be considered as supply of goods. On that also I am required to pay the amount of GST. How much GST I am required to pay? How much GST I am required to pay? They say that in case of stocks, how much amount of GST I have to pay is, you have to determine what is the ITC in respect of stock of inputs and inputs contained in semi-finished or finished goods. So whatever stock is there, to that stock you have to attribute what is the ITC amount. Let us say for example, I have total 1000 quantity. Initially I purchased 10,000 quantity. On that I have paid 1,80,000 rupees of GST. Out of that, on the basis of invoice, initially I purchased 10,000 quantity. For that I have paid 1,80,000 rupees of GST. But as on the date of cancellation, I have a stock of only 1000 quantity. What is the GST attributable to that 1000 quantity? Proportionately. How much? 10%. It will come to 18,000. So here ITC amount, that is 18,000 as per my calculation. So this amount, or output tax payable, capital goods, I will come back to that later, or output tax payable on such goods, or output tax payable on such goods. So if I sell all these goods in the market, so what will be my output tax payable, whichever is higher. Let us say if I sell all these goods in the market, I will be able to fetch 19,000 rupees, whichever is higher. Which one is higher? 19,000 is higher. 19,000 I am required to pay. On the other hand, if the output tax value comes to 17,000, whichever is higher. Which one is higher? 18,000 will be higher. I will be required to pay 18,000 rupees. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable? And whatever amount you are required to pay, there is no need that you are required to pay it in cash only. If you have enough of balance in the input tax credit in the electronic credit ledger, that also you can adjust it. So your liability, let us say here my liability comes to 18,000. There is no requirement that I have to pay it in cash. If in my electronic credit ledger I have 15,000 rupees of balance, what I will do, that 15,000 rupees of credit I will adjust, balance 3,000 rupees only I will pay. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable everybody? So what is the amount you are required to pay? I am talking about first stock, current asset. So you have to determine ITC attributable in respect of stock of inputs and inputs contained in semi-finished and finished goods on day immediately preceding the date of cancellation. Nothing but if you are cancelling on 31st, 30th of midnight, 12 o'clock, on immediately day before cancellation, how much amount of stock I have. For that stock, how much ITC is attributable on the basis of the invoices you have to calculate. If you don't have invoices, you have to calculate it on the basis of current market prices. So whatever it is, calculate the amount of ITC attributable to that stock, or output tax payable, whichever is higher, that much amount you are required to pay. Understood? So if you come back to the notes here, how to calculate ITC on inputs? Computed proportionately on basis of corresponding invoices. On the basis of invoice, calculate that ITC attributable on which credit is availed. If tax invoices are not available, ITC to be reversed is based on prevailing market prices. Okay, so this is what regarding stock. Sir, now how much amount of GST I have to pay it on the capital goods? So here they say that you are required to pay even ITC attributable to capital goods and also output tax payable, whichever is higher. But here they say one point: when it comes to capital goods or plant or machinery, the taxable person must pay higher of ITC claimed on such capital goods or plant and machinery reduced by such percentage points, or tax on transaction value under section number 15, whichever is higher. So if I have to tell you summary here, in case if you are having capital goods on day before cancellation, on that also you will be required to pay. How much amount, sir? How much amount means here also ITC attributable, but not complete ITC attributable. You have to reduce that ITC by following some procedure. That reduced input tax credit or amount payable on, if they are supplied, what will be the output tax or output tax payable, or amount payable on supply, that only I will keep it. Amount payable on actual supply, whichever is higher. Now the question comes, sir, what is reduced ITC? How to calculate reduced ITC? Why? Because when I say capital goods, that is in stock on the day before cancellation, but that capital goods I have used now. I have used for a certain period. It is very much unfair to ask me to pay back entire input tax credit. See, when it comes to stock, you are only taxing the stock amount. You are only taxing stock amount. Like in this example, you purchased 10,000 units, but you are not asking me to pay ITC on entire 10,000. You are asking me to pay only which is on stock. But capital goods will not. Capital goods will remain fixed. It will be unfair to ask you to pay the GST on entire ITC because you have used it. No. So that's why you have to calculate the reduced ITC. Sir, how to calculate the reduced ITC? So how to calculate the reduced ITC is, here they say ITC involved in remaining useful life in months of the capital goods to be reversed on pro rata basis, taking useful life as 5 years, or tax on transaction value, whichever is higher. What do you mean by this is, let us say I purchased one capital good. I purchased that capital good on, let us say, on 1st of January 2020. I have purchased it. Okay, so day before cancellation. What is the day before cancellation? I am cancelling on, let us say, 31st of January 2024. Day before cancellation, that means what? Till 30th of January, right? Till 30th of January 2024. Take on this capital good, I have availed input tax credit of 1 lakh rupees. How much? 1 lakh. Now consider useful life as 5 years. Consider useful life as 5 years. 5 years means how many months? 60 months. So consider useful life as 60 months. Calculate how many months are completed now. Even part of the month also should be considered as full month. So starting from January. So January to 1st January to 31st of December 2020, 12 months are over. 31st of December 2021, another 12 months. 22, another 12 months. 23, another 12 months. 24, no, right? One more month only. So till 31st of December 2023, one more 12 months and one more month by 30th of January 2024. So that means total how many months? 12, 12, 12, 4 months, right? 12 fours are 48 plus 1. That means how many? Total 49 months are used. So I am assuming useful life as 60. Out of that 49 I have already used. What is the remaining useful life? Remaining useful life is 11. So this much proportion I have to calculate. So 1 lakh is the total ITC. Assume the useful life as 5 years. Determine what is the remaining useful life. That much proportion of ITC you calculate. So let us say if I calculate that, what will be the amount? Tell me. 1 lakh into 11 divided by 60. How much it is coming to? 18,333. Let us do the rounding of 18,333. Now if I sell that capital good in the market, I will be able to fetch 1 lakh rupees. 18% is the rate of GST, which will come to 18,000. So tax on transaction value or the reduced ITC, whichever is higher. Which one is higher? 18,333 is higher. This much amount you will be required to pay. Understood? This is what many people will not teach. First thing, even if many people teach also, you will not be able to understand because the logic is not here. But since I am able to connect it with the concept of the supply and I am able to give you this numeric examples, are you able to understand the concept now? Are you able to understand the concept now? So once again, the summary here is, as per para number 4C of schedule 2, in case if you are ceasing to be a taxable person, whatever goods which are forming part of business assets, they will be deemed to have been supplied. It will fall under supply of goods. And if it is supply of goods, you will be liable to pay the amount of GST. How much amount of GST you are required to pay? Number one, you are required to pay GST on your stock also. You are required to pay GST on your capital goods also. How much amount of GST you are required to pay on stock? ITC attributable to the stock which is in the form of inputs, or which is in the form of semi-finished goods, or which is in the form of finished goods, or tax payable on the transaction value, whichever is higher. When it comes to capital goods, reduced input tax credit or tax on transaction value, whichever is higher. How to calculate the reduced input tax credit? Take useful life as 60 years. Calculate what is the remaining useful life. Proportionately you calculate that input tax credit. So that attributable input tax credit or tax on transaction value, whichever is higher, that much amount you are required to pay. Understood? With the help of all these examples and connectivity, able to get it? If at all they will not ask a question on this, if at all they ask a question, will you be able to answer this? Yes. However, this amount is not required to be paid. When? All this amount is not required to be paid. When? For para number C, 2 exceptions are there, no? What are the 2 exceptions? When the business is getting transferred as a going concern, or when the business is carried on by their personal representative or legal representative, then we are not required to pay any of this. Understood? Clear? Right. So this is what regarding amount which you are required to pay. Next. So, and as I have told, when I say you are required to pay the tax, you are required to, you need not pay it only in cash, even you can use the balance in your electronic credit ledger also. Now they have one note point regarding the final return. This final return we will see it in the returns chapter. This final return we'll see it in the returns chapter. But anyhow, what they try to say here is the requirement to debit electronic credit or cash ledger is not a prerequisite for applying for cancellation. But all this payment and all has to be done when you are submitting the final return. Whatever payment I have told you, that you are not required to pay when you are submitting application. You will submit that data, but when payment will happen is once you got your cancellation order, you will be required to file one more return called final return. So in that final return, you have to make all these payments. Okay, right. Anyhow, final return, we will talk about it in the returns chapter. So this is what regarding cancellation. They are saying some other points about cancellation. Let us try to understand what are they. Number one, a person who has been granted UIN cannot apply for cancellation. UIN, do you remember the concept? US embassies, foreign consulates, UN organizations, those people can't apply for cancellation. The cancellation of registration will not affect the liability of a registered person to pay tax and other dues under the Act for any period prior to the date of cancellation. Don't be happy that once your registration has been cancelled, no one will come to you. No. If you are liable to pay any amount for the period for which your registration was active, for that duration you still are liable to pay the amount of GST. Your liability will continue for the period for which your registration is effective. Let us say you did not file the returns for 6 months. That's why PO has cancelled your registration. Does that mean you are not required to pay any amount for that 6 months? No, you will be required to pay. So whatever amount you owe to the government, still you owe it even your registration has been cancelled. Next one. The cancellation of registration under SGST Act or UTGST Act shall be deemed to be a cancellation even under CGST Act also. So that means that the CGST department, you need not submit one more application for cancellation. If your registration is cancelled under CGST or SGST Act, SGST or UTGST Act, your registration will be automatically cancelled under CGST Act also. Once registration is cancelled by tax authority, taxpayer will be intimated via SMS and email. Order for cancellation will be issued to the primary authorized signatory. So how they will communicate? By way of SMS and email, they will communicate that your registration has been cancelled. Taxpayers are not allowed to file return for a period after date of cancellation mentioned in the cancellation order. Let us say that they are saying if your registration is cancelled with effect from 1st of April 2026, after this date, you are not required to file any returns which are related to that period. But if you have March month return still pending to be filed, that you have to still file it. So after the effective date of cancellation, for that period you are not required to file any returns. But if any return is pending for the period for which your registration was effective, that returns you are still required to file. That tax you are still required to pay. If any interest, late fee, penalty is there, that all still will be recoverable from you. Right. However, he can submit returns of earlier period, that is for tax period before date of cancellation mentioned in the cancellation order for which registration was active. For that duration, you are still liable to file the returns and make the payment of the taxes. Understood? Clear? So this is what regarding procedure for cancellation of registration. Now we have section number 30. I could see all that unhappy faces. Okay. So it will become overloading of the concept. Why? Because we have consumed so many things. I don't want to overload you. I told you, no, when I say something with conviction that I will do, that will not happen. This is a literal example for that. Right. So revocation of cancellation is there, section 30. So what is this concept is actually, once your registration has been cancelled, you realized your mistake, you want it back, someone has left you, you want it back, you want them back in your life, you will go and request, no, yes or no. The same option has been given even under GST also. If your registration is cancelled, you want it back, go and beg before them, sir, please give me back. There might be a chance of giving your registration back. So how to do that, what procedure you have to follow, that is contained in section number 30. That we will try to do it in our next session. Able to understand the today's discussion? Everybody comfortable with the flow of the topics and all? Right. So tomorrow we'll continue our discussion, complete this chapter. Question bank also we will try to do. Only two concepts we have: revocation of cancellation we have. In between, suspension we have. Suspension hardly some 5 minutes of discussion, nothing more than that. Revocation might take some 15 to 20 minutes. Thereafter, question bank, some another half an hour it will take. After that, we'll try to start charge of GST chapter will continue. Okay, right. So that's all for now. See you tomorrow. Bye. Good morning, everyone. So in the previous session, we are almost at the verge of completion of the registration chapter, only two small concepts are pending. One is revocation of cancellation of registration, and the other one is suspension of registration. If we could do that two concepts, the entire chapter registration is going to come to an end. So, but before that, we will have a quick recap of what and all provisions we have covered in this registration chapter till now. So, starting with first, in this chapter, what is the scope of our syllabus? Starting from section number 22 till, okay, just a minute. Is that okay? Fine. So here, what is the scope of this chapter? The scope of this chapter is going to start from section number 22 and it will go on until section number 30. So these entire sections are reserved for the chapter called, for the concept called registration. So first we have seen section number 22. Section number 22 talks about who are the people liable for registration. 22 subsection 1 says every supplier of goods or services or both is liable to be registered in every state or union territory from wherever he is making a taxable supply if his aggregate turnover exceeds the applicable threshold limit. In the financial year, if his aggregate turnover exceeds the applicable threshold limit, he becomes liable for registration. And what is this aggregate turnover? We have understood it in a detailed manner. I'm not going to that once again. So the main concept here is applicable threshold limit. So what will be the applicable threshold limit? So there we have followed one system. First we need to check, is he making any taxable supply from MMND? If the answer is yes, whether he is engaged in supply of goods or he is engaged in supply of services, or he is engaged in both, applicable threshold limit is 10 only. On the other hand, if the answer is no, next I have to check the next thing, is he making a taxable supply from UP match? If the answer is yes, whether he is engaged in supply of goods or supply of services or supply of both, applicable threshold limit will be 20. In all other cases, if you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, the applicable threshold limit will be 40. If you are engaged in supply of services or supply of both, the applicable threshold limit is going to be 20. And in some cases, this 40 lakh rupees of enhanced threshold limit will not become applicable. Number one, in case if you are liable for compulsory registration, if you are engaged in making supplies of 7 specified products. What are that 7 specified products? Ice cream and other edible ice, to pan masala, tobacco and tobacco related products, fly ash brick, fly ash aggregate, fly ash blocks, bricks of fossil meals or siliceous earth, building bricks, and earthen or roofing tiles. If you are engaged in supply of any of this, then the threshold limit will get reduced to 20 only. And also, if you have taken voluntary registration, if you are making a interstate supply, then this 40 lakh rupees of enhanced threshold limit will not become available. And even though you are engaged in making an exempt supply of providing services of giving loans or extending deposits for which you are receiving consideration in the form of interest or discount, still we will be deemed to be exclusively engaged in the supply of goods only. Next. So this is what 22 subsection 1. Then we have seen 22 subsection 2, which says what? In case if you are already a registered person under existing indirect tax laws as on day before appointed day, then you become liable for compulsory registration under GST. Then 22 subsection 3 says if you are already a registered person, you are transferring your business or your business is getting succeeded as a going concern by some transferee or successee, they are required to get liable to registered. 22 subsection 4, if your entity is getting amalgamated or it is getting demerged by order of a court or tribunal with effect from the date of issuance of certificate of incorporation by the ROC, this newly amalgamated company or resulting companies are liable for registration. Right. So then we have covered section number 24, which is talking about who are the categories of the persons who are liable for compulsory registration. Starting with the first one, if you are a person making interstate supply, then you become liable for compulsory registration. However, two relaxations are given. Number one, if you are engaged in interstate supply of services, then you can enjoy the threshold limit of 20 or 10. In case if you are making a interstate supply of notified handmade products or handicraft goods, then also you can enjoy the threshold limit of 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees. Then the second category of persons who are required to undergo compulsory registration is CTP. So, and here also there is a relaxation. If you are a CTP making interstate supply of notified handicraft products or notified handmade goods, then you need not take compulsory registration unless and until you exceed your threshold limit of 20 or 10. But you have to generate an e-bill, we have to contain a PAN and all, so that conditions are there. Then third category of persons who are liable for compulsory registration is if you are a person receiving inward supplies of goods or services or both, on which you are liable to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism, then you become liable for registration, compulsory registration. Related exemption is there for supplier. If you are a supplier making all the supplies which are if all your supplies are getting covered under RCM, you are not even making a single supply on which you are required to pay tax under forward charge mechanism, then those suppliers are exempted from registration. However, this exemption will not become applicable for suppliers of metal scrap. Then fourth one, if you are an NRTP, then also you are required to undergo compulsory registration. Then fifth one, e-commerce operator. If you are an e-commerce operator, you are required to undergo registration if you are required to collect TCS under section number 52, or if you are required to pay tax for the services notified under 9 subsection 5, then also you are required to undergo registration. And not just e-commerce operator, every supplier who is making supply of goods or supply of services through the e-commerce operator is also required to get himself registered. But there are two relaxations given. So here they have given relaxation to person making supply of services, whether he is making interstate, intrastate, whatever it is, he can enjoy the threshold limit of 20 or 10. They have also given relaxation for the person engaged in supply of goods, but he should make only intrastate supply. Then he need not become liable for registration up to his aggregate turnover is within the limits of applicable threshold limit, either 40, 20 or 10, whatever it is. But there is some conditions. You should not make any interstate supply. You should not make supply through e-commerce operator in more than one state or union territory. You must have got a PAN. You must have a valid PAN, and before making a supply you have to declare on the common portal your PAN and the state in which you are making a supply. All the details you have to declare. You have to get one enrollment number, and you will be granted only one enrollment number, and once you get the registration, your enrollment number will no longer be valid. Next category of persons who are required to undergo compulsory registration, a person who is required to deduct TDS under section 51. If you are required to deduct TDS under section number 51, then also you are liable for compulsory registration. Then I have told you about one agent point. If you are an agent making a taxable supply on behalf of a taxable person, then that agent is also required to undergo registration. And if you are an input service distributor, then also compulsory registration. If you are an OIDAR service provider from a place outside India to a person in India, then you are required to undergo compulsory registration. And even if you are online money gaming, if you are providing online money gaming services from a place outside India, then also you are liable for compulsory registration, or any other class of persons who as may be notified by the government. So these are the cases of compulsory registration. So then we spoke about section number 23. Section number 23 is actually talking about persons who are not liable to get themselves registered. So in that 23 subsection 1, they spoke about two people. If you are an agriculturist and you are making a supply out of produce of land, then you are not required to undergo registration. First of all, who will fall under agriculturist definition? Only individual or HUF can enjoy the status of agriculturist, and only to the extent agriculturist is making a supply out of cultivation of land, then only he is exempted for registration. If he is making any other supply and if his aggregate turnover exceeds the applicable threshold limit, he becomes liable for registration. Then one more point we have seen, if you are a person exclusively engaged in making an exempt supply or non-taxable supply, then also you are not required to obtain any registration. Under 23 subsection 2, by way of notification, various services are exempted. All that are nothing but exceptions, whatever we have discussed under 24. So that also we have covered. So then we have seen procedure regarding registration, section number 25, 26 and 27. So that procedure we have seen. First of all, what out of all the procedures, some important points are: what is the time limit within which you have to submit an application for registration? If you are a normal person, you are required to submit a registration within 30 days of becoming liable. In case of CTP and NRTP, 5 days prior to the commencement of business. In case if you are making a supply from a territorial waters, that in that state or union territory which is nearest to the baseline, in that state you have to submit an application for registration once again within 30 days. Next, thereafter, what is the other things here? One more thing effective from procedure. One more thing important from procedure is what is going to be the effective date of registration. So effective date of registration is, in case if you have submitted an application within 30 days, then your application will, even though you get the registration certificate later, it will have a retrospective effect from the date you become liable for registration. From the date itself, your registration will be effective. On the other hand, if you did not submit the application within 30 days, then whatever is the date of grant of registration certificate, that itself is going to become the date of effective date of registration. And thereafter, a few more important rules if I have to make you remind. Rule 10A, you have to furnish the bank account details, and these bank account details are not required to be furnished at the time of submitting the application. You are required to submit that bank account details within 30 days after you get the registration or date of filing of IFF or GSTR 1, whichever is earlier. And also I told you to remember one more rule, which is a 10B. So 10B is what? Aadhaar authentication. So even if you are already a registered person, you are required to undergo Aadhaar authentication. Then we spoke about the entire process of registration. So first you have to go enter your basic details like PAN, mobile number, email, which will be validated. TRN will be generated. On the basis of that TRN, part B is required to be filled. So in the part B, it will contain details of your place of business, your business related details, authorized signatory, promoters, partners, all that you have to enter. After that, you have to opt for Aadhaar authentication. And once you are successfully done with the Aadhaar authentication, then application will be forwarded to the proper officer. Now PO, if he found application everything is in order, then he will grant you the registration certificate within 7 days if you have successfully done Aadhaar authentication, or within 30 days in case if you have not opted for Aadhaar, or if you have opted but you are not authenticated, or on the basis of risk parameters you have been identified for physical verification, so then 30 days. If the application is not found in order, he will give you show cause notice. Once again, if other authentication done successfully, 7 days, if not within 30 days. You are required to respond back to that notice within 7 days. If you have replied 7 working days, if you have replied within 7 working days, well and good. If you did not reply, your application for registration will be cancelled. Now once you submitted the reply also, that has to satisfy the PO. If the PO is satisfied with your reply, then he will grant you the registration certificate. If he is not satisfied, then once again he will cancel your application for registration. Then so this is some important things regarding the procedural formalities. Then we have section number 26, which says deemed registration. If you are registered under CGST Act, if you are registered under SGST Act or UTGST Act, you need not make a separate application for registration under CGST, AGST or Compensation Cess Act. It will get automatically registered. If your application is rejected under SGST or UTGST Act, your application will be automatically rejected under CGST Act also. Then we spoke about section number 27, which is talking about registration requirements of CTP and NRTP. CTP will submit an application for registration. CTP's application for registration is a GST REG 01 only, whereas NRTP's registration, he has to submit a different prescribed form. And in both the cases, at least 5 days prior to the commencement of business, you are required to submit an application for registration. CTP will submit a PAN. When it comes to NRTP, he will submit his, if he's an individual, he will submit his passport and authorized signatory. That application should be authorized by a person who is in India, who must have a PAN. If it is other than individual, tax identification number or some sort of identification of their respective country, or PAN if available. And in both the cases, what is the validity of the registration? 90 days from the date of registration, or period mentioned in the registration certificate, whichever is earlier. However, that period can be extended by further duration of 90 more days. And in both the cases, you have to make an advance deposit of tax. You have to estimate your tax liability and deposit your tax liability well in advance. Even when you are looking for extension, then also for that extended period, you have to estimate your tax liability and you have to make the deposit of that tax. Then only the registration will be extended. So this is what regarding section number 27. Then we spoke about section number 28. Section number 28 talks about amendment of registration details. So there we will have core fields, non-core fields. If it is a core field, it requires approval. Within 30 days of change, you are required to submit an application for amendment. It will go to the PO and it will verify. So all that things are going to happen, whether application is in order or not. So all that things will be there. So thereafter, if it is a non-core field, no approval, nothing will be required. Just to submit the application, the details will get amended automatically. So in the section 28, two important details. You can't make the changes in the PAN. If there is a change in PAN, you can't affect it through amendment. If there is a change in state, that also you can't affect it through amendment. In those cases, you have to cancel your existing registration and you have to apply for a fresh registration. Next, section number 29. Just at the end of the previous session we have covered, it is talking about cancellation of registration. So under 29 subsection 1, it talks about some circumstances where either the registered person or his legal representative or proper officer can cancel the registration. What are those circumstances? Business is getting discontinued, or business is getting transferred, amalgamated, you are no longer liable, you are voluntary registered person but you want to surrender, change in constitution of the business. So these are all the cases where registered person himself or his legal representative or PO will can cancel the registration. Then 29 subsection 2 talks about those circumstances where proper officer on suo moto basis they will cancel the registration. When, sir? When you have done prescribed violations. So what are that prescribed violations? You are not doing any business from the declared place of business, or you have violated the provisions, you are giving tax invoice or bill of supply without making any supplies, and you are violating the provisions of rule 171 anti profiteering. You are violating the provisions of rule 10b, nothing but you are not furnishing your bank account details. You are also not complying with the requirements of rule number 23. Some provisions are there which we are about to discuss. And if you are a non-return filer, so what kind of non-return filer? If you are a person opting for composition scheme, you did not file your annual return beyond 3 months from the due date. If you are a regular registered person, and if you are a monthly return filer, if you did not file your return for 6 consecutive months. If you are a quarterly return filer, you did not file the return for 2 consecutive quarters, then your registration will be liable to be cancelled. And also you have taken a voluntary registration but you are not commenced your business up to 6 months, so then also PO can cancel your registration. One more case should be there. What is that one more case? Registration was obtained by means of fraud, willful misstatement, or suppression of facts. So these are the circumstances where PO can cancel the registration. Thereafter, we have seen what is going to be the procedure for cancellation. In case if you are voluntarily cancelling your registration, within 30 days of that occurrence of event of cancellation, you have to submit an application. Along with that, you are also required to submit a statement in which you are required to give details of inputs which are in stock or inputs in semi-finished or finished goods, and also capital goods, and also liability if any you have on that, and you have to give the details of your payment also. If not liable to be, if PO is also satisfied that yes, you are no longer required to be registered, within 30 days he will grant you the cancellation order. Then Suo Moto cancellation by the department. In that case, first PO will give you a show cause notice. He will give you 7 days of time. Within 7 days of time, if you give proper reply, he will drop the cancellation proceedings. You can do one more thing alternatively. Instead of responding back, in case if you have not filed the returns, that why you got the show cause notice, instead of replying, you can file all that pending returns. Then also the PO will drop the cancellation proceedings. Then, sir, what is the effective date of cancellation? That will be mentioned in the cancellation order itself. That could be even retrospective date also. And even what amount you are required to pay on cancellation. So this I have linked it with the supply chapter, no? Right. So what amount you will be liable to pay on cancellation? So they have told that in case of stock inputs, stock in the form of inputs or semi-finished or finished goods, you need to determine the ITC attributable to the stock on the basis of invoices. If invoices are not available, on the basis of the current market prices. Then you have to determine what will be the tax payable on its transaction value. So output tax payable, whichever is higher, that much amount you are required to pay. In case of capital goods, you are required to pay higher, whichever is higher of reduced input tax credit or tax on transaction value. How to calculate that reduced input tax credit? Estimate the useful life to be 5 years, determine what is the useful life, and calculate the ITC attributable to that remaining life. So either that ITC attributable or tax on transaction value, whichever is higher, that much amount of GST you are required to pay. And when I say you are required to pay the amount of GST, you need not pay it only in the form of cash. Either you can use it by using the amount in electronic credit ledger or the amount available in the electronic cash ledger. Next. So that's all. And then in addition to that, some points we have seen that person who have been given UIN, he can't apply for cancellation of registration. And also the cancellation will not affect the liability of a person which is already there. He will still become liable. And if your registration is cancelled under CGST UTGST Act, it will be automatically cancelled under CGST Act also. And once your registration is cancelled, you will be intimated via email and SMS, and taxpayers are not allowed to file the returns after the effective date. But if any pending returns are there for the period for which your registration was effective, you are still required to file that returns. Okay, so I did not teach you anything new till here, but we have done a very comprehensive revision of the chapter. It acts like an entire revision of the chapter. So we only 2 more concepts we have. Let us try to proceed ahead and complete it. So we'll try to now talk about revocation of cancellation of registration. Important concept. What is it? Revocation of cancellation of registration. Sir, let us try to understand what is the context. So tell me, I think yesterday itself I have given you a hint, right? What do you mean by revocation of cancellation of registration? So you said your registration was cancelled. You did some violations or something. Your registration has been cancelled. Now you should be given one more opportunity to get your registration back or not. Should be given registration back or not. So that's even a real life example also I have told you. If someone has left you, so you should be able to given, you deserve a second chance or not. Yes or no? The same thing they are telling you here. In case if the registration of a person is cancelled, then you should be given a one more option to get your registration back. So revocation of cancellation. Revocation means what? Taking it back. Revocation of cancellation means what? Whatever registration has been cancelled, that you are taking it back. Revocation of cancellation of registration. Sir, what is that? How can I get my registration back? But first of all, see, I told that your registration can be cancelled either by the application made by you. So either you yourself, let us say for example, you are a registered person, or the legal representatives, they might submit an application for cancellation, and that's why the registration has been cancelled. Or another case by which registration can be cancelled is suo moto basis by the PO. In that case also registration can be cancelled. Now you tell me when you should be given an option to make an application for revocation of cancellation. So two cases. Cancellation can happen because of two ways. Either registered person or his legal representatives, they themselves are making an application for cancellation. That's why registration has been cancelled. Case 2. You did not initiate the action, you made some violations, PO himself has initiated the action and cancelled your registration certificate. You tell me where you deserve a second chance. So just think from a relationship perspective. You told get lost, I don't want you, get lost. So there you deserve a second chance. Or if the other person has ditched you, there you deserve a second chance. If the other person has ditched you, then there will be a second chance. The same thing here also the GST Act says. If you yourself voluntarily told, no, I don't want registration, please cancel my registration. If you yourself have come forward and told I don't want the registration, then there is no option of getting it back, because you voluntarily came forward and told I don't want the registration. If PO on his suo moto basis, if he has cancelled the registration, then you deserve a chance there. Then you can make an application for revocation of cancellation. Sir, but within what time limit I have to make an application for revocation of cancellation? My registration is cancelled today by the proper officer. Can I make an application for getting my registration back after 2 years, after 3 years? No. There is a time limit within which you are supposed to submit an application for revocation of cancellation. So let us try to understand what is that time limit, when within which I have to submit an application. First thing, everybody got the clarity in which circumstance we get the chance? Only when PO on his suo moto basis cancel the registration. Like, let us see. So procedure for revocation of cancellation. When I will get that application. If registration is cancelled suo moto, by whom? By the proper officer. The person may apply for revocation of cancellation in the prescribed form. Either directly online he can do, or even he can visit the facilitation center. Within how many days? What is the maximum time limit given to you? Within 90 days from the date of service of cancellation order. The cancellation order will be serviced, no. The cancellation order will be given to you, no. From that date, within how many days? 90 days. Subject to Rule 10B. What do you mean by that? 10A is furnishing bank account details. What is 10B? Aadhaar authentication. If you go back to the Aadhaar authentication section, there I told you that if the existing person has not made an Aadhaar authentication, he will lose the right. 3 rights he will lose. Number 1, he will lose the right for revocation of cancellation of registration. He will not make an application for refund. Even he can't make an application for IGST refund on exports. So their first point, you want to get your registration back. If you want to make an application for revocation of cancellation of registration, if you have not done Aadhaar authentication, you will lose that right. Okay. And one more thing I would like to bring it to your attention here. See, I told that PO will grant the registration cancellation order. So let us say he is serving the cancellation order. That means he is giving us the cancellation order on 31st of January 2026. He served the cancellation order. But I told that effective date of cancellation will be mentioned in that order. Effective date of cancellation will be mentioned in that order, which can be even retrospective also. Let us say I was served the order on 31st of January 2026. But in my order, PO cancelled my registration with effect from 15th of September 2025 only. Effective date of cancellation. So now I am saying you will have 90 days of time limit for submitting an application for revocation. 90 days from which date? 90 days from 15th of September or 90 days from 31st of January? No, from date of service of the notice. So that's what even the provision also says, no. So what they have told, within 90 days from the date of service of cancellation order. See, why I am telling you this specifically is, sometimes PO will cancel the registration. He will issue the order. He can give 6 months back retrospective date also. I was dealing with one current issue is going. One of my client currently is facing this issue. He has got that cancellation order on 19th of December 2026. One of my client got the cancellation order. And in that cancellation order, PO told that the cancellation was effective from 30th of April 2026 itself. From 30th, sorry, 25, no. So 30th of April 2025 itself, from that date itself, he cancelled my registration. So now you tell me, if I calculate from here 90 days, by the time I got the notice itself, the 90 days is over. So that's not what they are saying. So you are required to submit an application for revocation of cancellation from the date of service of order of cancellation. Understood? Next. However, if there is a valid reason, you are served the cancellation order, you got 90 days of time for making an application for revocation, but still you did not do it. If there is any valid and genuine reason, let us say for example a person has gone abroad, so he returned back after 3-4 months of time. By the time his registration was cancelled, he wanted to make an application for revocation. 90 days was expired. Now if you could prove it, if you could go and request to the commissioner, he can extend that application. If he can extend that time limit for making an application for revocation by further how many days? 180 days. Right. So said period of 90 days may on sufficient cause being shown and reasons to be recorded in writing can be extended by whom? By the commissioner or an officer authorized by him, not below the rank of additional or joint commissioner, for the further period not exceeding 180 days. That means initially you get 90 plus 180 days, you can ask the permission if there is a genuine reason. Total 270 days you are going to get it here. Next, if PO is satisfied, so he submitted the application, and if he is satisfied, he may revoke cancellation by an order within how many days? Within 30 days of receipt of application, and communicate the same. If he found that everything okay, there is a genuine reason, your revocation should be cancelled, so your cancellation should be revoked, he will pass an order within 30 days. Okay, we are giving your registration back. Otherwise, he may reject the revocation by first issuing show cause notice. If you make an application but he wants to reject, directly he will not reject, he will give you show cause notice, and he will ask you to give the clarification within 7 working days, and within 7 working days you will get a reply, and he will finally dispose the application. After receiving your reply, he will either accept or drop that revocation of cancellation. Clear? Next. So now there is one thing here. There is one thing they have told. This is very important. The things are going to get a little tricky. Listen carefully here. Where registration was cancelled for failure of the registered person to furnish the returns. So in case if your registration was cancelled, why? Because you did not file the returns. If you did not file the returns, that's why if your registration has been cancelled, you can still make an application for revocation of cancellation, but they have told that before filing that application for revocation, first you have to file all your pending returns. Obviously, no. See, I told after effective date of registration you can't file, but the time for which your registration was effective, you still will be able to log into the common portal, you still will be able to file your returns. So that's what even they say here. In case if your registration was cancelled, and if you want to get, and your registration was cancelled because of reason of not furnishing of returns, if you want to make an application for revocation of cancellation, first you must file all your pending returns. So that's what they say. Registered person must file all pending returns and pay all dues in the form of tax, interest, penalty, late fee before you apply for revocation. Registration may be cancelled by proper officer either from a date of order of cancellation or registration from a retrospective date. Now here comes a tricky point, listen carefully. See, I told that PO will cancel the registration. Either he can cancel the registration effectively from that day, or even he can cancel the registration effective to the even retrospectively also he can do. Listen carefully, these scenarios are very complicated. Don't write anything, just to follow whatever I am trying to say. Relate the examples, apply the common sense, apply the concept. Okay, then only you will understand, or else these points are going to create a lot of confusion. Let us say there is a person, his registration was cancelled. Let us say his registration was cancelled on okay, let me put it this way. He did not file the returns for the month of April. He did not file the returns for the month of May. For June also he did not file. For July also he did not file. August he did not file. September he did not file. For 6 consecutive months he did not file his returns. Now what happened is PO served a show cause notice, blah blah blah, everything happened. He did not take any action. So his registration was cancelled. Let us say his registration was cancelled with effect from he served the order on PO served the order on 30th of August. So PO served the 30th of October he served the order, and he told that okay, from this date I am cancelling your registration. From this date I am cancelling the registration. That means from which date? He served the order for cancellation on 30th, and from the same date he is also cancelling your registration. Effective date is also same day. He is not going retrospective cancellation, he is doing the prospective cancellation only. So now from here, with the date of service of order, date of effective cancellation, both are same here. Now you will have an option to file an application for revocation. Within how many days? You will have 90 days of time. Let us say you are submitting your application. See, from here your registration was ineffective. So you are submitting your application on, let us say 15th of December, you want to submit an application for revocation. But you can do it, if you want to submit an application for revocation, you can do it. First you have to file all the pending returns, whatever returns are pending till the date your registration is effective. That means my registration was effective from April till 30th of October. My registration was effective now. So first I have to file all that pending returns. First I have to file all that pending returns, and from that returns, if any tax liability, interest, penalty, if any amount I am required to pay is coming, that amount should have been paid also. So once you have filed all the pending returns, then you can make an application for revocation. So you submitted an application. Let us say department has granted you registration on 15th of January 2026. They gave your registration back. Now when they are revoking the registration, what will happen is the revocation will become effective from the date of cancellation itself. So your registration was cancelled with effect from which date? 30th of October. Now they revoked your cancellation. That means your registration is once again in force. That force will come from effective date of cancellation. Obviously no, from this date your registration was cancelled. From that date itself, once again your registration will be back. But that means from 30th of October they have granted my registration. From this duration till the time I got the order of revocation of cancellation, now I have to file the returns for that duration also. I was not able to file it previously. Why I was not able to file it previously? Because at that point of time my registration was not effective. But now department gave my registration back. Now once again the registration got reinstated from 30th of October. Now for this duration, from the time my registration was cancelled till the time I was given the revocation of cancellation, for this duration I will be required to file the returns or not? So these returns you are required to file it within 30 days from the date of revocation of cancellation. Within how many days? Within 30 days of revocation of cancellation, you are required to file returns. From which date to which date? From the effective date of cancellation till the date of revocation of cancellation. You have to file all that pending returns within 30 days of getting your registration back. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable, everybody? So this is what your responsibility in case if your registration is cancelled with prospective effect only, not retrospective effect. This everybody comfortable? Listen carefully. Now comes another case. Let us say there is a registered person. He did not file the returns for the month of April. He did not file the returns for the month of May. June also he did not file. July also he did not file. August, September. So he did not file returns for 6 consecutive months. His registration should be cancelled. So let us say government on 30th of October, they have served an order of cancellation. They have served an order of cancellation. But here PO wants to go to extreme. What he has done is, boss, I am serving the order today, but I am cancelling your registration with effect from 1st of April 2025 itself. What PO told? I am serving you the order today, but effective date of cancellation. What is effective date of cancellation? From the date you did not file the returns, no, from that date itself I am cancelling your registration. Retrospective cancellation he has done. The case which I told you, mentioned earlier, of the client, this is what the case. So for my client, 19th of December he got the cancellation order. In that cancellation order, it was mentioned that from 30th of April itself he is cancelling the registration. Okay, now your effective date is this. As I have told just now, if you want to file the revocation of cancellation, first what did I say? You have to file all the pending returns. Now you tell me, will I be able to file my pending returns? You will not be able to file the pending returns. Why? Because your cancellation was effective from 1st of April 2025. So from this date itself my cancellation has become effective. For this duration, will I be able to file the returns? No. But still what you can do is, the act will permit you to make an application for revocation of cancellation. Let us say I am making an application for revocation of cancellation on 15th of November. Government department has considered the reason, and let us say they have granted your registration certificate back. They are revoking the cancellation of registration on 15th of December. So this is the revocation. Now your registration once again will become effective from which date? Your registration once again will become effective from the date on which it has been cancelled. Now whatever returns are there from the effective date of cancellation till the date till the date of revocation of cancellation, all that returns are required to be filed within 30 days from the date of revocation of cancellation. Within what time? Within 30 days of revocation of cancellation, you are required to file your returns. Sir, what will happen if I don't file the returns? In the previous case, if I don't file the returns, or in this case, if I don't file the returns within 30 days, what will happen? Once again, your registration will be cancelled. Once again, your registration will be cancelled. Now, if you come to prescribed contraventions, if you see here, I told you this GA point I will link later. Yes or no? One of the violation where your registration will get cancelled. If you are violating the provisions of third or fourth provision of Rule 23 sub Rule 1. What is that third and fourth provision of Rule 23 sub Rule 1? Is the non-filing of the returns, whatever I have told you. Non-filing of the returns after revocation. If you are not filing your returns within that 30 days of duration, then once again you become liable for, once again your registration will get cancelled. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable, everybody? Right. So if you start reading it, now you will be able to link the things better. So let us see. Where registration is cancelled with effect from the date of order of cancellation of registration. So on whatever date they are giving the order of cancellation, from that date only cancellation has become effective. Person applying for revocation of cancellation has to furnish all returns due till the date of such cancellation, pay any amount due as tax in terms of such returns along with interest, penalties or late fee payable before you are filing an application for revocation. Practically what will happen is, unless and until you file all that pending returns, system itself will not allow you to file an application for revocation. Since the portal does not allow to furnish the returns for a period after date of cancellation, all returns are due from the date of order of cancellation till the date of order of revocation of cancellation has to be furnished within a period of 30 days from the date of order of revocation. That's what I told you about the first case. They are referring to the first case. So from the date of order of cancellation till the date of revocation, whatever pending returns are there, that you are required to file it within 30 days. Next, second case, where the registration has been cancelled with retrospective effect. Where the registration has been cancelled with retrospective effect, it is not possible to furnish the returns before making an application for revocation. In that cases, application for revocation of cancellation is still allowed to be filed, subject to the condition that all returns relating to period from effective date of cancellation of registration till the date of order of revocation of cancellation shall be filed within a period of 30 days from the date of order of such revocation of cancellation of registration. Now we are referring to the second case. In case if it is a retrospective cancellation, so whatever pending returns are there, all that are required to be filed within 30 days from the date of revocation of cancellation of registration. Understood? Clear everyone? So this is what regarding revocation of cancellation. Now a few points we have. UIN holders, GST practitioners cannot apply for revocation. If you are a UIN holder, you can't apply for cancellation. If at all government itself has cancelled the UIN registration, you can't even apply for revocation also. Same thing will apply for GST practitioner. GST practitioner will see that concept in accounts and records. Next, in case the registration is cancelled on the request of the taxpayer or his legal heir, one cannot apply for revocation. Quite logical. If you yourself said no, then you can't get it back. The revocation of cancellation of registration under SGST or UTGST Act, as the case may be, shall be deemed to be a revocation of cancellation under CGST Act. See, if your registration is cancelled, under both it will get cancelled. If you are making an application for revocation under SGST or UTGST Act, and if your registration is revoked, automatically the cancellation will be revoked under CGST Act also. Understood? Clear and comfortable? Now we have one more small concept left to say tata bye bye to this chapter. Only one more small concept is there, which is suspension of registration. See, now what is this suspension? First I will try to explain with one normal real life example. What is this suspension? Let us say, for example, there is one government employee, police officer is there. There was an allegation that this police officer has taken bribe. This police officer has taken bribe. Just on receiving the complaint, police department will not immediately remove him from his duties. Investigation should happen, inquiry should happen. Thereafter it has to be proven that yes, this person has really committed crime, he has taken bribe, then they will remove him from his duties. So that will take some time, from the time they have got the complaint till the time they decide whether this person is guilty or not. It is going to take some time. But during that time, let us say for example, the complaint was received on 1st of January 2025 that this person has taken a bribe. Now let us say this investigation inquiry is going to take some 30 days of time. 30 days of time. So because they have to do the background. So now within this 30 days of time, will he allowed to function as a police officer when the investigation is happening? Will he be allowed to continue his duties? No. So now what will happen is, you often hear the term, his tenure will be suspended. He will be suspended. That means he will not be allowed to perform his duties till he is under suspension. Now let us say for example, for this 30 days inquiry and all has taken place. After inquiry, after doing verification, two outcomes could be possible. Outcome number one, he is not found guilty. He is not found guilty. Then what will happen? His suspension will be revoked. Whatever suspension is there, that suspension will be lifted. He will be reinstated back into his duties. From which date he will be effectively reinstated? From whatever date suspension he was under suspension, from that date itself he will be reinstated. Yes or no? He is not removed during the period of suspension. He was just held. He was just kept on hold. So now, in case if he was not proven guilty, then what will happen? He will be reinstated his duties from the date on which suspension has come. Yes or no? On the other hand, if he is found guilty, then what will happen? He will be removed from his duties. From which date he will be considered to have removed? Once again, from the date on which the suspension has come into force. From whatever date the suspension has come into force, from that date itself he will be considered to be removed. So what I wanted to say here is, in case of after completion of inquiry or verification or whatever it is, outcome will be there. Depending on that outcome, suspension will be revoked, and suspension will be revoked from whichever date suspension has come into force. So if he is not found guilty, he will be reinstated in his duties effective from the date of suspension. In case if he is found guilty, he will be removed from his duties from the effective date on which his suspension has come into force. Now apply the same logic when it comes to registration. Apply the same logic when it comes to registration. Let us say a person has not filed returns, or he himself voluntarily filed an application for registration. Let us say cancellation proceedings has initiated on 1st of January 2025. It is not like PO will within 1 day, 2 day he will issue the notice for cancellation and all. So registration cancellation process is going to take some time. So either you made an application for cancellation, or PO has initiated an application. PO has initiated the cancellation proceedings, and these cancellation proceedings are going to take some time. So when the cancellation proceedings, you have committed something wrong, PO is verifying whether your registration should continue or not. Should he allow you to make supplies during that period of time? No. So your activities also should be suspended. No, you should also not be allowed to give invoices, pass on the input tax credit. Why? Because if you know that your registration is going to get cancelled, cancellation proceedings are in process. So many people, what they will do is they will start issuing fake invoices and pass on the input tax credit if they have any. So ITC scams they will do. So that's why what they have told us, in case if the cancellation proceedings are initiated, your registration will be suspended. What will happen to my registration? It will remain suspended till the conclusion of cancellation proceedings. Till the time final outcome comes, till that point of time, cancellation proceedings will be there. Till that point of time, your registration will be under suspension. So once that cancellation proceedings are completed, two outcomes could be possible. What could be the two outcomes? Let us say PO has given you show cause notice, I will cancel your registration. Now, but the moment he has given you show cause notice, he will keep your registration suspended. Now you gave the reply, you satisfied the PO, and he agreed that okay, I will not cancel. So that means he is dropping the cancellation proceedings. Cancellation proceedings are completed and PO has decided not to cancel the registration. That means that cancellation proceedings are over. Now what will happen? This suspension will be revoked. From which date suspension will be revoked? From whichever date suspension has come into force, from that date itself, once again he will become a registered person. On the other hand, out of the cancellation proceedings, if cancellation is warranted, he will pass an cancellation order. Now once the cancellation order is passed, once again suspension will be revoked. From which date suspension will be revoked? Once again from 1st of January 2025 itself, it will be deemed as if his registration has been cancelled. Understood everybody? So on paper when we read it, it will become very difficult to interpret it, but I think with the help of that government employee example, you are able to relate the things in a better way. Yes or no? Give me the response please. Yes. Right. So let us see now. A registered person's GST registration may be suspended for what? During pendency of cancellation proceedings. That means when the cancellation proceedings are pending, then the GST registration can be suspended, barring them from routine compliances including filing returns. So when your registration is suspended, for that suspended period, you are not even required to file the returns also. For that suspended period, you are not required to file the returns also, and during that suspended period, you can't make even a taxable supply also. Next, registered persons, when they have applied for cancellation, then registration is deemed to be suspended from the date of submission of application or from the date from which the cancellation is sought, whichever is later. See, if you yourself are voluntarily making an application for cancellation, so then the suspension will come into force from the date of submission of application or from the date on which you are asking for cancellation. Let us say even I can submit an application asking a cancellation from a future date also. Sir, from next week onwards, I don't want my cancellation. I don't want my registration. So either the date of submission or the date of effective, the date from which cancellation is sought. So from that date, the suspension will come into force. So in case a registered person applied for cancellation, registration is deemed to be suspended from the date of submission of application or date from which cancellation is sought, whichever is later, till the time completion of proceedings of cancellation. In case cancellation of registration is initiated by department, then PO may suspend registration with effect from a date to be determined by him. So in case PO is cancelling the registration, no, he will determine the date from which date suspension will come into force. Next, not just during pendency of cancellation proceedings, there could be some other special cases also where your registration can be suspended. Generally, registration will be suspended whenever cancellation proceedings are pending. But there might be some other cases also where your registration can get suspended. When, sir? Number one, apart from above, apart from pendency of cancellation proceedings, where comparisons of returns furnished under GSTR 3B, that means under section 39, when your GSTR 3B is compared with details of outward supplies furnished in GSTR 1 as amended by GSTR 1A. If you remember this, I've already told you. You are declaring more outward supplies in your GSTR 1, but you are declaring less outward supplies in the GSTR 3B. I told you this, no? So this is one such case where people will try to commit the scams. So they declare more outward supplies in GSTR 1 or 1A to pass on more credit. But GSTR 3B payment you have to make. There you are declaring less outward supplies. So today they have made the GST portal. It will automatically do this analysis. So if it is found that, if GST system finds that you have claimed more outward supplies in GSTR 1, but if you have filed less outward supplies in GSTR 3B, then also automatically your registration may be suspended. Or by comparing your GSTR 3B with the details of inward supplies based on details of outward supplies furnished by the suppliers in GSTR 1 or 1A. Nothing but, if I have to tell it in simple terms, so in your GSTR 3B, you will claim input tax credit, no? That input tax credit, you are claiming it more than the outward supplies furnished by your suppliers. If I put it in even more simpler terms, comparison of your GSTR 2B and 3B. GSTR 2B and GSTR 3B. Sir, what is this? Once again, if you have little background of the returns, let us say there is a person, Mr. A. Just I will try to wind up in a little manner. So there is a person, Mr. A. A made supply to Mr. B. So now he will file GSTR 1, no? So in the GSTR 1, he will say that I made a supply to Mr. B amounting to 1 lakh rupees. Amount of GST is 18,000 rupees. Now what will happen? This information will get reflected in the GSTR 2B of Mr. B. So it will get reflected. You made a purchase from Mr. A amounting to 1 lakh rupees and you have paid a GST amounting to 18,000. Now when Mr. B is filing the GSTR 3B, how much ITC he should avail? 18,000 rupees only he should avail. But in case instead of 18,000 you are availing 20,000. Now system GST common portal itself will automatically check. That means in your GSTR 3B you are claiming more input tax credit than the amount which has been declared by the suppliers in the GSTR 1s. Okay. So like this, system in the back end will compare your returns, will compare your GSTR 3B with your GSTR 1 or with your suppliers GSTR 1, and if they find any discrepancies, system will automatically suspend. So either by doing analysis of your GSTR 3B and GSTR 1, or the system can perform some other analysis as may be carried out on the recommendations of the council. By doing that comparison, by doing that analysis, if it shows that there are significant differences or anomalies indicating contraventions of the CGST Act or rules. So system has done the analysis or comparisons, and on that basis it was found that you are violating the provisions of CGST Act or rules, leading to cancellation. Or there is a contravention of provisions of Rule 10A. What is Rule 10A? Furnishing of bank account details. Even if you don't furnish the bank account details also, then also your registration will be initially suspended, thereafter cancelled. Next, in those circumstances, his registration shall be suspended. Okay, so not just during the pendency of complete cancellation proceedings, in some cases, in situations of other analysis also, if it is found that you are doing some violations, then also your registration will be kept on hold by way of suspension. Then said person shall be intimated in the prescribed form via email provided at registration or as amended, highlighting the differences, serving a cancellation notice which require explanation within 30 days. Even in above analysis also, if it is any discrepancy is there, they will send you email where they will send you show cause notice why your registration should not be cancelled. If departments initiates cancellation and suspends a person's registration, they will not be granted any refund under section number 54 during the suspension period. So when your registration under suspension, you can't do many things. You can't make taxable supply. You can't collect GST from your customers. You can't pass on the input tax credit. Even you can't claim the refund. You can't even file the returns also. Next. Consequences. Sir, what will happen if my registration is under suspension? A registered person whose registration is suspended, during that suspension period, you shall not make any taxable supply. That means you should not issue invoices, or you should not charge tax. I told you what is the restriction for this. Main reason is what? When you know that your cancellation is going to happen, if you have so much of input tax credit, you start passing on fake ITCs and make money out of it. So that's why they have told, when your registration is under suspension, you cannot make a taxable supply. You can't give an invoice, you can't charge tax. And you will not be required to furnish any returns under section number 39 for the period for which your suspension is in force. Now, revocation of suspension. When suspension will be revoked? When the cancellation proceedings are over. Right. Suspension of registration is revoked upon completion of cancellation proceedings by the proper officer, effective from the original suspension date. I told you, no, when the revocation of suspension will come into force, from whichever date suspension has come into force, from that date itself revocation will happen. PO may revoke suspension at any time during the pendency of cancellation proceedings. In some cases, PO, depending on the merits of the case, they might not wait till the completion of the cancellation proceedings to revoke the suspension. Even they can do it earlier also. That power has been given to POs. Suspension of registration shall be deemed to be revoked upon furnishing of all pending returns. See, in case if you did not file the returns, then also department will give you show cause notice. But till the time of cancellation proceedings, your registration will be suspended, no? In case during the period of suspension, if you file all your pending returns, suspension will be revoked. You will get back your registration. Next. So suspension of registration shall be deemed to be revoked upon furnishing of all pending returns where GST was suspended due to non-filing of returns for financial year beyond 3 months from due date. This we already know. If the composition dealer did not file annual return beyond 3 months from the due date, or for such continuous tax period as prescribed. That means if you are a regular return filer, monthly return filer 6 consecutive months, quarterly return filer 2 consecutive quarters, subject to the condition that registration is not yet cancelled by the proper officer. If your registration is suspended because of not filing of the returns, if you file all your pending returns, suspension will be revoked, provided if your registration is not yet cancelled. By the time you are filing your returns, if your registration is already cancelled, you are not going to get it back. Next, same logic will apply even for violating Rule 10A. That means if you did not furnish your bank account details, your registration will be suspended. Now, if you furnish your bank account details and if your registration is not yet cancelled, by the time you furnish your bank account details, automatically suspension will be revoked. So if the registration is suspended for violating Rule 10A, that is for non-furnishing of bank account details, and registration is not already cancelled, suspension shall be deemed to be revoked upon compliance with the provisions of Rule 10A. Next, post revocation of suspension. If the revocation is if the suspension is revoked, then taxpayer must follow provisions for revised tax invoices and first return for supplies made during suspension period. So what do you mean by this is first return and all, I will talk about it later. Revised tax invoices I will say. Now let us say, for example, your suspension was come into force from 1st of January. After cancellation proceedings, let us say it was found that you are not liable for cancellation. Now your suspension will be revoked. No, from which date your suspension will be revoked? From 1st of January 2025 itself it will be revoked. Let us say the suspension proceedings are dropped on 31st of January. But initially, when your period of when the suspension was in force, you would not have made any taxable supply. Or what do you mean by not making taxable supply is you could not collect the amount of GST. You can make supply, but you can't collect the amount of GST. So during the period of suspension, you have made various supplies without collecting GST. Now, when your suspension has been revoked, can I issue the revised tax invoices? Because my registration has become effective once again. But for that duration, where I have made supplies, but I did not collect the amount of GST, can I issue the revised tax invoices here, sir? Department give you permission? Yes, you can issue the revised tax invoice. Same like effective date of registration. In case if you have made an application within 30 days, you get the registration certificate later, but your registration will be considered effective from the date when you become liable. From the date when you become liable for registration till the time you got the registration certificate, you might have made various supplies without collecting GST. Thereafter, what you can do, once you get the registration certificate, within a month you can issue revised tax invoices. The same logic will become applicable here also. So if your suspension has been revoked, and your registration has come into force. During the period for which a suspension was there, you would not have collected any amount of GST. Now what you can do, since you got your registration back retrospectively, now you can issue revised tax invoices for the supplies whatever has taken place during suspension and collect the amount of GST now. Understood? Clear and comfortable? So this is what regarding suspension provisions. Little complicated directly if you read the concept, but if you have this all the background concept I told, how practically it will work out and all, it is very easy, damn easy one. So many people struggle with revocation of cancellation and suspension. They will not understand only. Many a times they will not be able to understand, especially that written filing and the suspension points and all. But I hope you guys don't have that problem now. Revocation and suspension you would have understood in a better manner, right? So this is what regarding registration chapter. With this successfully we have wound up the registration chapter. So we will do the question bank now. Just a minute, I will load the question bank here. Shall we take a break or do the question bank? Right, so let us see here. My duty is done by way of explanation of concept. Now your duty is pending by way of answering to the questions whatever we have here. Okay, right, let us see. Question number 1. Mahadev Enterprises, a sole proprietorship firm, opened a shopping complex dealing in supply of ready-made garments at multiple locations. So they are into business of ready-made garments. That means they are engaged in supply of goods. And where and all they are located? Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Tripura in the month of June. So they have started their business in the state of Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Tripura. So they are making supplies. So from which now what is the question? First of all, if you look at the question, they are asking you questions regarding whether they are liable to be registered or not. So now we need to check whether they are falling under section number 22 or section number 24. If it is 24, compulsory registration without checking for any limits. If it is not falling under section number 24, then we have to check the applicable threshold limit. So whatever it is, if we go by, till now we don't have any information regarding 24. What they have simply told is they are engaged in supply of ready-made garments and they have started their business from Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Tripura in the month of June. So we don't have any information regarding section number 24. So but we have to determine regarding section number 22. In the section number 22, what is the first point we need to check? So we need to determine, we have to check the applicable threshold limit. So what is the applicable threshold limit? In case if he is making a taxable supply from MMNT, applicable threshold limit, whether he is engaged in supply of goods, supply of services, or supply of both, applicable threshold limit will be 10. So you tell me, in this case, is he making a supply from Tripura and he is selling ready-made garments, taxable supply? So applicable threshold limit will be how much? 10 lakh rupees. Okay, let us see. It has furnished the following details relating to supply made at multiple locations for the month of June. So when it comes to Himachal Pradesh, intra-state supply of taxable goods, how much? 22 lakh 50,000, and in Tripura 7 lakhs. Intra-state supply of exempted goods, in Tripura alone 6 lakhs. Interstate supply of non-taxable goods, non-taxable supplies also will be considered as exempt supply. So 21 lakhs in Uttarakhand, in Tripura 40,000. First of all, we have to calculate the aggregate turnover. When I say aggregate turnover, what will be included in my aggregate turnover? Taxable supplies, exempt supplies, exports, interstate supplies between the persons having same PAN, everything will get included. So if you see, for Uttarakhand, the total turnover is, for Himachal Pradesh, it is 22.5 lakh. For Uttarakhand, it is 21 lakhs. For Tripura, it is 7 plus 6, 13, 13.4. How much is the total turnover? If you add it, so 22.5, 26 lakhs. How much? 13.4. 56 lakh. 56.9 lakhs. So this is what the aggregate turnover. But what is the applicable threshold limit here? 10 only, no, because they are making a taxable supply from Tripura. So their applicable threshold limit will be 10 only. So they are liable for registration. Where and all they have to get registered? From every state wherever they are making a taxable supply. So are they making taxable supply from Himachal Pradesh? Yes, they will get registered here. Are they required to get registered in Uttarakhand? No. Why no? Why? Because they are not making any taxable supply from Uttarakhand. They are not required to get registered here. Will they be required to be registered under Tripura? Yes. From there they are making a taxable supply. So if you look at the question, determine whether Mahadev Enterprises is liable to be registered under GST law, and what is the threshold limit for taking registration in this case, assuming that it is not required to pay any tax on inward supplies under reverse charge. That means indirectly they are saying they are not coming under section number 24. Yeah, they are not required to pay any GST on their inward supplies. That means they are not getting covered under section number 24. So if you look at the first question answer, so what they say here, so first they have given the threshold limits. First they have written that provision of section number 22 along with all the threshold limits. Then they have defined even what is aggregate turnover. Thereafter they have calculated what is their aggregate turnover. So here if you see, so first point, in view of the above mentioned provisions, Mahadev Enterprises is liable to be registered under GST law with aggregate turnover amounting to 56.9 lakhs computed on all India basis of the states of Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Tripura, since the applicable threshold limit is only 10 lakhs. Further, he is not liable to be registered in Uttarakhand since he is not making any taxable supply from there. Now the question is not yet done. They are asking few more questions. Explain with reasons whether your answer in one will change in the following independent cases. Number 1. If Mahadev Enterprises is dealing exclusively in taxable supply of goods only from Himachal Pradesh. In case if he is making only taxable supply, that too in the state of only Himachal Pradesh, if he is making a supply, will your answer change? Imagine that he is not in Uttarakhand, he is not in Tripura. So now he is only in Himachal Pradesh. Will your answer change? Yes. Why? Because he is not making taxable supply from MMNT. He is also not making taxable supply from UP Match, and he is exclusively engaged in supply of goods. Applicable threshold limit will be 40, but his turnover is 22.5. Will he become liable for registration? No. So that's what they say here. Yeah. If Mahadev Enterprises is dealing in supply of goods only from Himachal Pradesh, the applicable threshold limit will be 40. Thus, Mahadev Enterprises will not be liable for registration as its aggregate turnover will be 22,50,000 rupees only. Then one more question. If Mahadev Enterprises is dealing in taxable supply of goods and services only from Himachal Pradesh, what if he is making 22,50,000 but he is engaged in supply of goods as well as supply of services? Will your answer change? Yes. Why? Because since he is engaged in supply of goods and supply of services, applicable threshold limit will be 20, but his aggregate turnover is 22.5. So will he become liable for registration? Yes, he will become liable for registration with Himachal Pradesh. Next, if Mahadev Enterprises is dealing in taxable supply of goods only from Himachal Pradesh and has also affected interstate supplies of taxable goods other than notified handicraft goods and handmade goods amounting to 4 lakhs. Will your answer change? If he is making supply only from Himachal Pradesh, where he has made intrastate supply, that 22,50,000. But in addition to that, he has also made interstate taxable supply of goods amounting to 4 lakh. Will he become liable for registration? Yes, because he will not be governed under section number 22. He will be directly governed by section number 24. And even they have told you in the bracket that he is not making interstate supply of notified handmade goods or handicraft products. So that means if he is making an interstate supply, he will get covered under section number 24. He will be liable for compulsory registration. Applicable threshold limit does not matter there. Right. So now directly if I come to question number 2, let us try to have a quick look at question number 2, what they are trying to say. LMN Private Limited, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, exclusively manufactures and sells product X, which is exempt from GST, wide a notification issued under relevant GST legislations. So this company is manufacturing a product X, which is what? Wholly exempt supply they are making. Then the company sells a product X only within Tamil Nadu, intrastate supplies only they are making, and it is not registered under GST. Further, all the inward supplies of the companies are taxable under forward charge. They are not receiving any such supplies on which they are required to pay GST under reverse charge. The turnover of the company in the previous year was 45 lakhs. Will they become liable for registration in the previous year? Their turnover is 45 lakhs. They are engaged in supply of goods. Their aggregate turnover has exceeded applicable threshold limit. 40 is the applicable threshold limit here. Their aggregate turnover has exceeded applicable threshold limit. They are liable for registration, but they will be taking registration from the state wherever they are making a taxable supply. They are making a supply in Tamil Nadu, but all that supplies are exempted. Will they take registration? No, they will not take registration. This is in the previous year, current year. The company expects the sales to grow by 30% in the current year. From 45 lakhs, the revenue will go to 30%. The company purchased additional machinery for manufacturing X on 1st of July. The purchase price of the capital, okay, this point you keep it on hold. Till here you remember. The other half of the question is related to ITC chapter. The other half of the question is related to section number 18 ITC chapter. But the question here is, examine the above scenario and advise LMN Private Limited whether it needs to get registered. First question. No, he is not liable to get registered. But later what happened? If I give you extract of the question here, later what happened is, effective from 1st of November, exemption becomes withdrawn. Then they will become then they become liable for registration. This you remember. So I am not reading all the facts, just I am giving you relevant extract here. So till in the current year also the product was exempted. But from certain date, from 1st of November 2025, the product has become taxable. So by that point of time, if their aggregate turnover has already exceeded 40 lakh rupees, now they become liable for registration. So this you remember it. So once again, that this B point we will talk about it later. So B, because it is related to section number 18 provisions and all, I am going to talk about only about point A. So if you see here, turnover of X prior to 1st November will also be considered for determining the limit of 40. From the beginning of the financial year till 1st of November, how much turnover they have made, we will check. Even though the same was exempt from GST. Why? Because even exempted turnover also will be included in aggregate turnover. Therefore, the company needs to register within 30 days from 1st of November, the date on which it becomes liable for registration. Why? Because from that date the product has become taxable. Now you have to get yourself registered. Next. This is same question, exactly same question like previous, just they have changed the percentages. What is the previous year turnover that it is exempted? It was expected to grow 20%. So everything, every question remains, all the points remains the same. Just names and percentages have changed. So this you can do it. This you can practice on your own. But I'm telling you, don't touch this question now. Why? Because we have one related question regarding input tax credit. So there you will get the clarity. It is a bit of comprehensive question. We'll come back and redo this. Next, question number 4. Rishabh Enterprises, a sole proprietorship firm, started an air-conditioned restaurant in Virar, Maharashtra in the month of February, wherein the consumers are served cooked food as well as cold drinks or non-alcoholic beverages. Supply of restaurant services. Goods are also getting supplied along with service. And as per Schedule 2, para number 6b, restaurant services will always be considered as supply of services. Where they are engaged, where they are making the supply? Maharashtra. In March, the firm opened a liquor store in Raipur, Uttarakhand for trading of alcoholic liquor for human consumption, nothing but non-taxable supply. Determine whether Rishabh Enterprises is liable to be registered under GST law with the help of the following information. Serving of cooked food and cold drinks and non-alcoholic beverages in restaurant in Maharashtra, that is supply of service. So 5,50,000 in the month of February, and in the month of February first, if you check the details, it is 5,50,000. And also they have sold packed food items from restaurant in Maharashtra, supply of goods. So that is 1,50,000. So in February, what is the turnover? In February month alone, what is the aggregate turnover? 7 lakhs. Now in the month of March, what they have done? They have made a supply of services amounting to 6,50,000. They have supplied alcoholic liquor for human consumption and have even supplied the packed food. Now will this all be included in the aggregate turnover? Will even sale of alcoholic liquor also will get included in aggregate turnover? Yes, even non-taxable supply also will get included. So already 7 lakh worth of turnover we have. To this we have to add the turnover of the March month also. So if I add it, how much is the March month turnover? 6 plus 5, 11, 11 plus 2, 13, 13 lakh 50,000. If I add February month's turnover also, total it will come to 20.5 lakhs. Aggregate turnover we have calculated. Now we have to check your applicable threshold limit. Where he is making supply? Maharashtra. Is it falling under MMNT? No. Is it falling under UP Match? No. Then is he exclusively engaged in supply of goods? No. He is making supply of goods as well as supply of services. Applicable threshold limit 20. So but he has applicable threshold limit is 20, but he has exceeded 20.5. He is liable to take registration. Where he will take registration? Sorry. Where he will take registration? Maharashtra he will take registration. In Uttarakhand is he required to take registration? No. Why? Because in Uttarakhand he is making a supply of alcoholic liquor for human consumption. He is not making any taxable supply. So he is not required to be registered in Raipur, Uttarakhand, but he is required to be registered in Maharashtra. Right. Next. Question number 5. With the help of the following information, in the case of Jayant Enterprises, Jaipur, for the financial year. So he belongs to Jaipur. Determine the aggregate turnover. They are not asking you registration requirements also. Simply they are asking you to calculate their aggregate turnover. Sale of diesel on which VAT is levied by Rajasthan government. Non-taxable supply. Will it get included in aggregate turnover? Yes. Supply of goods after completion of job work from the place of Jayant Enterprises directly by the principal by declaring the place of Jayant Enterprises as its additional place of business. Here Jayant Enterprises is a job worker. His principal has sent the goods to him, and from the job worker's premises directly it is getting supplied to the customers. In whose turnover it should be included? Job worker or principal? Principal's turnover. But here Jayant is what? Job worker. So will we include this 3 lakhs in his turnover? No, it has to be included in principal's turnover. Right. Next. Export of goods to England. Will it be included in aggregate turnover? Yes. Supply to its own additional place of business in Rajasthan. In Rajasthan. Interstate supply between persons having same PAN. But it is a intrastate supply within same state. Interstate supply, no. But in the aggregate turnover, we will add only interstate supply between entities of same PAN. So will this be included? No. Outward supply of services on which GST is to be paid by recipient. Jayant has made outward supply on which a recipient will pay the GST under reverse charge mechanism. Will it be included in whose turnover? Supplier's turnover only. Who is supplier? Jayant, the party in case here. So this 1 lakh also will get included in the supplier's turnover only. So 1 plus 5 plus 1. How much? 7 lakh rupees is going to be his aggregate turnover. Understood? Clear? Next. Let us come to the next question. Rajesh Dynamics have its head office in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, carries on the following activities with respective turnovers in the financial year. What are they? Supply of petrol at Chennai, Tamil Nadu, 18 lakh rupees. Will it be included in aggregate turnover? Yes. Value of inward supplies on which tax is payable on reverse charge basis. Inward supplies on which this person is required to pay GST under RCM. Will it be included in his turnover? No, it will be included in the supplier's turnover. Supply of transformer oil at Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Transformer oil is taxable supply only. Only petroleum crude, petrol, diesel, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. Whereas transformer oil, taxable supply, included or not? Yes. Value of branch transfer from Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Bangalore, Karnataka without payment of consideration, included or not? Interstate supply between entities having same ban, included in the aggregate turnover. Value of taxable supplies at Manipur branch. At Manipur also they are making a taxable supply. Anyhow, we will include it in the entire aggregate turnover. So tell me, what is aggregate turnover? 18 plus 2 plus 1.5 plus 11.5. If I do that, 33 lakh rupees. Now, what is the applicable threshold limit? What is the applicable threshold limit here? I'm asking you, what is the applicable threshold limit? Is he making a taxable supply from MMNT? Yes, look at the last line. Value of taxable supplies at Manipur branch. At Manipur branch also they have made the taxable supplies. That means they are making a taxable supply from MMNT. Applicable threshold limit is 10 only. But here we have an aggregate turnover of 33 lakhs. Are they required to take registration? Yes, they are required to take registration at Chennai location also, because from there also they are making transformer oil, which is one of the taxable supply. So they have to take registration in Chennai, that is Tamil Nadu, along with that Manipur also. So it argues that it does not have taxable turnover crossing the threshold limit of 40, but in the given case 40 limit will not become applicable. And it believes that the determination of aggregate turnover is not required for the purpose of obtaining registration, but it is required for determining eligibility for composition levy. No, aggregate turnover is required to be calculated even for checking the registration requirements also, not just for composition levy. So determine aggregate turnover, you're also required to review the technical veracity. So whatever arguments this Rajesh Dynamics is doing, is it valid? No. So Rajesh Dynamics argument is not liable to registration since the threshold limit of 40 lakhs is not being caused either at Chennai, Bangalore or Manipur is not correct. Firstly, the aggregate turnover to be considered in this case is 10, not 40. Apart from this, Rajesh Dynamics is also wrong in believing that aggregate turnover is computed only for the purpose of determining eligibility for composition levy. No, since aggregate turnover is required even for determining eligibility of registration also. Last but not the least, Rajesh Dynamics is compulsorily required to register under section number 24, irrespective of the turnover limit. Why? Because, yeah, anyhow they are having inward supplies. No, we forgot this point only. Second point, if you see, they are having value of inward supplies on which they are required to pay tax under RCM. Anyhow, is getting covered under section number 24, compulsory registration. Here there is no purpose of calculating all that turnover at all. Why? Because anyhow he got covered under section number 24. Next. So in September 25 attempt, they have asked one question for 5 marks. Straight away questions they have asked. Comment and discuss with explanations the validity of the below statements with reference to provisions related to GST registration. Number 1. There is no need for registration at all if a person is engaged in supply services intrastate or interstate only through an e-commerce operator. If you are making a supply of services only through e-commerce operator, you are not liable for registration. This statement is partly true. Yes, you are not liable for registration whether you make interstate supply or intrastate supply, provided your aggregate turnover is within the threshold limit of 20 or 10. If your aggregate turnover has exceeded the threshold limit of 20 or 10, you become liable for registration. Whether you make interstate, intrastate or through an e-commerce operator, you provide. So that's what they say. The statement is partly valid where person who is engaged in supply of services only through e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS under section number 52 is required to obtain registration compulsorily. However, there are exceptions. Such persons having an aggregate turnover not exceeding 20 lakh rupees, 10 lakh rupees in case of MMNT, they are exempted from compulsory registration. And even those persons who are making notified supplies through an e-commerce operator, they are also not required to undergo compulsory registration. Why? Because for supplies notified under 9 subsection 5, anyhow e-commerce operator will pay the amount of GST, no? So they have told, I have told that in 9 subsection 5, they have notified certain services. On that services, neither the supplier nor the recipient, who will pay the GST? E-commerce operator. So since anyhow e-commerce operator is paying the amount of GST, supplier is not required to be registered. Right, next one. There is no requirement for physical verification of business premises. Do you agree with that? No. Why? Because not always. If you have successfully done Aadhaar authentication, okay. But if you have not successfully done Aadhaar authentication, or you have opted but you have not done it, you have not opted it, based on risk parameters your account has been identified, then they will do physical verification. And in some cases, even after granting registration also, they can do the physical verification. So physical verification of business premise for grant of registration under GST law is not required. However, if PO is satisfied that physical verification is necessary after grant of registration, he may get the verification done. And also, in case of failure to undergo or opt for Aadhaar authentication, or when identified on the common portal based on data analysis and risk parameters, or where PO deems it necessary to carry out the physical verification to be conducted before grant of registration, in those cases he will do the physical verification. Next, there is no requirement to provide the details of the bank account at the time of registration. Do you agree? At the time of application, you need not furnish. Yes, this statement is partly true, but within 30 days after registration, you have to provide. But even that rule 10-year relaxation will not become applicable in two cases. If a TDS or TCS deductor is applying for registration, then they have to furnish the bank account details at that point of time only. And even if you are making registration because of Suo Moto registration by the proper officer, then also that 1 month relaxation will not be there. You have to submit your bank account details along with your registration application. So two exceptions are there. That two exceptions you are required to write it. Next. State with reasons whether registration is required under CGST Act 2017 in the following independent cases. Number 1, a CTP has provided interstate supply of notified products being textile hand printing amounting 19.25 lakhs. So he's making interstate supply of textile products, textile hand printing amounting to 19.25 lakhs during the month. These products were made by craftsmen by both hand and machinery equally. CTP has obtained PAN and generated an e-way bill. Is he liable for registration? See, generally CTP is liable for compulsory registration, but one relaxation is there. What relaxation is there? If he is engaged in, if you are a CTP making an interstate supply of notified handicraft goods or notified handmade products which are predominantly made by hand with little amount of machinery involved. But in the given case, they say that those products are prepared by craftsmen by both hand and machinery equally. But exception is there only if they're predominantly made by hand. But here they are saying that hand and machine both are equally used. So relaxation will not become applicable here. They become liable for compulsory registration. Mr. Chandu of Delhi doing trading business across India and his intrastate turnover details are as follows. Taxable supplies made from Delhi 18 lakhs. Exempt supplies made from Andhra Pradesh 10. Both taxable and exempt supplies made from Tamil Nadu 5 and 6 respectively. It may be noted that Mr. Chandu makes only intrastate supplies across India. First of all, we have to calculate what is his aggregate turnover. Tell me what is his aggregate turnover. 18, 10 plus 5 plus 6. Both will be included or not? Everything will be included here. So 18 plus 11. How much it will be? 18 plus 11, 29. Is it so? Yes. So not 29, 39. So his aggregate turnover is 39. What is the applicable threshold limit? Is he making taxable supply from MMNT? No. Is he making taxable supply from UP Match? No. Is he making is he exclusively engaged in supply of goods? Did they mention anywhere? He's trading business. So trading business is exclusively engaged in supply of goods. Applicable threshold limit will be 40. His aggregate turnover is well within limit. So that's why he is not liable for registration. Next. Bindusara commences a business of supplying taxable goods locally within the state of Rajasthan in April, only intrastate supplies. He is not yet registered under GST. As his aggregate turnover reaches 8 lakhs by the end of the month of June, Bindusara starts exploring the option to sell the goods supplied by him within Rajasthan on a popular electronic platform, e-Vastu store, by listing the goods on the said platform. He approaches your advice on the following issues in this regard. Bindusara wishes to continue his business without registering under GST since it will enhance the compliance burden under GST law. Can he supply the goods through e-commerce operator without obtaining GST registration? Yes, but conditions are there. He has to make only intrastate supply. He should not be associated with e-commerce platform in more than one state. He should declare PAN. He should get enrollment number. All that conditions if you fulfill, yes, you can continue to supply the goods through the e-commerce operator even without registration. And also discuss the GST implications in case Bindusara supplies goods through e-commerce platform. That's what the implications what I have told, that you should not make any interstate supply. You should not make supply of goods through e-commerce operator in more than one state. You should have a PAN. So all this are implications which we have already covered. Able to understand? Right. So this is what regarding question bank of the registration chapter. So as I've told, direct descriptive questions will be very rarely asked, but some kind of MCQ will be there, or there will be a linkage with the comprehensive question with the registration chapter. Very important, very fundamental thing in the entire GST system. Why? Because GST will not be collected unless and until the person is a registered person. So it becomes very much necessary for us to understand when a person will become liable for registration. Understood, right? So that's all for now. We will take a break now. After the break, we'll come back and resume our discussion regarding charge of GST. We'll try to cover the charge of GST chapter. Okay.